welcome back to the we kick off the first MWI Open Qualifiers in North America. The quest to greatness returns with the Angels of NA as they embark on their journey to. I'm your host Liz, joined at the desk by the GOAT StephWeezy and the one and only Bocaroscoe. How are you guys doing today?
I'm doing first ever MLBB all women's esports. Definitely a time to be alive for North America, and also a new but familiar face on the desk alongside me.
Absolute pleasure to be here, and it is good to be here with you guys. And I look.
Yes, it's absolutely great to have at the caster set, and also it's great to see the NA's Angels perform. We saw how strong each individual teams have been this season. So now we get to see the full women's league, and that's something to look forward to. Now, to get the show started, let's first take a look at the tournament bracket to familiarize with what's going on 2 days. Tournament double elimination format, all best of threes except for the grand finals. Today we will see round 1, losers round 1, and the semi-final. First up is A77 versus WA, and then ReignFall versus MFX.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be an exciting time. A lot of new, the first time ever having an all women's league out here for North America for the qualifiers. For 2 EWC be able to fight it out and bigger. Definitely a time not only for those in North America, but just for females in general on the esports scene.
You said that absolutely perfect, Weezy. You know, we have some names we've seen before: Area 77, ReignFall, made up of players that we all know and love, and then some War Angels and MFX.
Yeah, and speaking about the prize pool, let's take a look at what the players are looking at. So, guys, don't get ahead of ourselves. We have the tournament. As we mentioned, it is going to be A77 versus War Angels, MFX versus ReignFall, and then we'll have the losers round 1 as well as winners.
And it's all best of them. Definitely buckle up. We're going to see who out of North America from all these amazing new faces. Some of them are going to be a little bit more familiar as we do jump through the first series of the day. I'm sure you guys will see some shocking faces, but some new additions as well. But like we said, 4 teams are able to make it here. First time ever in the NA scene that we get to see this, and it's we're going to be best of 3, so it should be hopefully going the distance all the way to a game 3. But nonetheless, definitely buckle up because it's going to be a great journey.
Yeah, indeed, and we will get to see how more coming up soon.
Yes, and now the prize pool. Prize pool total prize is $500,000 if they make it to the EWC. That's the prize pool for the women's tournament there. And then for this tournament, we have the first in with 40,000 diamonds and a total diamond pool of 80,000 diamonds.
Yeah, it's going to be like we said, a big pool for EW, and we're going to see 4 teams having a chance for a ticket to be able to fly out there. And this is what they're going to be competing for today. Like we said, today is just going to be 4 series. It's going to be round 1, and then we're going to jump into the semifinals, and then tomorrow we will be seeing the grand finals and also the losers for round 2. But we'll be right back with you guys after a short break, so don't go anywhere.
All right, we're back, guys. Hope you guys enjoyed that little short break. And we're here with StephWeezy and the one and only Bocaroscoe on Caster's Desk.
That's right. Glad to be back. Sorry for the little disturbance. A couple of tech issues, but it all seemed to be resolved now. So back inside of the MWI 2024 NA Qualifier. An amazing time for the pro scene.
That's right. We're back. Minor technical difficulties, but we've got some action-packed ahead of us, and we are all looking forward to it.
Yes, and let's get that show started. We're going to do a quick recap of the tournament format, so let's kick in. First up, we have A77 and versus War Angels, RF versus MFX, and then we will go into double elimination, best out of 3s, and tomorrow's finals will be best out of 5s.
Definitely going to be a treat. Today will be 4 series, so round 1 and losers round 1, and then we'll finish off with the semifinals, and then tomorrow it will be losers out of round 2, and then we'll be jumping into the grand finals. As we take a look at the tournament schedule, like we said, a little bit behind schedule with the tech difficulty, so sorry for that, but back in action and ready more than ever to see, for the first time ever in history for the NA scene, all female teams fighting it out in the Land of Dawn.
Yeah, absolutely. We've got Area 77 up against War Angels, Masked Foxes up against ReignFall. These are teams that, staple players that we know and love. We've got Nicolette over on ReignFall, followed by Ashley Panda, and then also A77's Angels, a team that was formerly in the NACT, Area 77, has now branched off into the Women's League. So I'm excited to see these two teams played out.
Absolutely. We're all super excited for these girlies, and let's see what they're taking home with this prize pool. For the Open Qualifiers, we're looking at an 80,000 diamond reward, with the first place walking away with 40,000 diamonds. But they will also be looking at a $500,000 prize pool for the Esports World Cup, so that's got to be something you're looking out for.
Yeah, it's definitely a treat to see. Like we said, this is just the qualifiers. This is who's going to earn that ticket to represent North America, to hold up that flag, to go over to Saudi Arabia and Riyadh to fight it out internationally and have a chance at that $500,000 prize pool. So definitely going to have to rise to radiance, and definitely shout out your guys' favorite teams as we go through today's series.
Absolutely. We've got $500,000 on the line over in Saudi Arabia, but we also got 80,000 cold hard diamonds. We're talking big diamonds for these amazing teams.
And I mean, there's a lot of epic skins coming in the Mobile Legends scene, so diamonds are something we're excited about as well. And for the awesome viewers watching at home, we have a giveaway waiting for you guys. I know I already see a lot of you guys typing in chat, so type in hashtag MWINA to join the giveaway.
That's right. The giveaway is definitely going to have a lot of amazing skins to be able to collect. So make sure you guys type that in the chat now over on YouTube on the Mobile Legends Bang Bang North America channel. And then once you guys do that, a mod will hit you up. Like I said, 10% chance out of all, I believe that's 10 skins down there with that 10% chance. So get it while they're available. It's limited time. So definitely get out there and claim them while they're available to the live audience.
Yeah, absolutely. Get in now, get in quick. Shoot, I might even need to get in there and type in and try to win some skins as well.
I mean, I already sneaked some of my chat in, so I mean, hopefully Nightbot is nice to me. But for you guys, it's very exciting. Only 20 winners, so make sure you spam that code in to be the first giveaway winner.
That's right. Can't wait to see how these matches go, though. Today is going to be all best of 3s. So hopefully they go to the distance. Usually best of 3s can go very quickly. So hopefully we get to see some of the talent from North America kind of rise to the occasion. Like we said, game number 1 is going to be Area 77 Angels. That's right. The female version of Area 77. Who would have thought? And then War Angels, a newer team on the scene. All of these newer teams on the scene. So it's definitely a time to be alive. And we may see some new meta on the table, so we'll have to see what both teams bring to store.
Yeah, absolutely. Looks like we're going to be taking a look at Area 77's roster here in just a short moment. And there we go. We've got Yo on the EXP lane, Saku as the jungler, Sky as the mid laner, Emily as the roamer, and Chinatsu as the gold laner.
Super excited. I love the picks as well. We got all the different spices in for this Area 77 Angels lineup. I believe they started the team a while back. Area 77 obviously has been an established team for a very long time, and this signed a females league under their team name.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be amazing watching these players, see how they kind of rotate around, see what their synergy's like, especially compared to teams in the North American Challenger Tournament. I mean, Bocaroscoe, he was over there. He was one of the top 8 teams in North America. So I know you're probably excited to see the new meta that may come into store for these teams. But there's another side of that coin, a team that they're going up against, and that is going to be Area 77's competitor, the War Angels, as you see their pictures now popping up as well. You've got in the XP lane, Mao Mao. You got X2, LOP over there in the jungle, the mid lane. Tihinis, Yujiro has the roam position, and then Ekacuti inside of the gold lane. So I can't wait to see where this goes from all of these amazing sides. Like I said, brand new faces on the scene. So this is kind of be a lot of notes being taken today from us on the desk, especially as we watch them perform.
Yeah, absolutely. And these are some names like in our ranked games. I've seen them grinding, seen them in tournament lobbies. These teams are ready to pack a punch, and it's going to be a very exciting series. I know both teams want a shot at that $500,000 prize pool, want a shot at those diamonds. So absolutely, these teams are going to give it their all, and it is very exciting to see all 4 of these teams clash.
We've seen them in ranked, we see them in scrims, and now we're going to see how they are able to perform on the live stage.
Yeah, we'll have to see as they jump into it. I'm wondering how that's going to shift. We've been seeing a lot of new heroes slide through the cracks. I mean, one of the last tournaments we cast, we got to see a Moskov starting to make a debut back in the competitive scene. So we get to see some interesting things today. Like we said, there are going to be some familiar faces as we progress through these series as well with some other players. I don't want to spoil too much. So definitely you guys tune in and you check out some of these teams as we progress through. But nonetheless, like we said, it is a best of 3. And these teams are fighting it out for a chance that Saudi Arabia to represent North America. And I think that's the biggest takeaway from this today is finding out who is the best in North America in terms of the female scene and who can kind of have the chance to win that $500,000 prize pool over there inside of MWI 2024.
Yeah, absolutely. You said it perfect, Weezy. And it is going to be interesting once we get into the draft to see what they are going to be selecting to prio, what they're going to be selecting to ban, because there has been a little slight change in the meta shift. And like you said, Moskov has become a priority. We've seen in the MPLPH, Carmilla Jungle has been coming out. So we'll see what these teams have in store for us, and I can't wait for every second of it.
And I'm most excited about seeing the jungle pick. We don't usually see a lot of girls shine on the jungle role, but this time they really get the stage to perform and pick out the different junglers. I'm excited to see maybe potentially, hypothetically, we have a Lane, a Lance, a Hayabusa with the new skin. That would be super excited, but nonetheless, whatever they pull out is going to be an epic show.
Yeah, I mean, that's one of the most exciting parts about it is, like, what is the meta going to be like? I wonder if it's going to be similar to NACT. Like you said, a couple of things sneaking through, like the Carmilla, the Moskov definitely being a problem. Those are things we're going to have to watch out for, kind of your staple picks that we usually see. The Fredrin in the jungle. Maybe we get an assassin player out there. Maybe we got a female Fanny out there. Call him Mikasa sliding through, trying to get those early kills. But nonetheless, it should be jam-packed with excitement. Both teams are getting ready to jump into the draft here momentarily. Though, like we said, all of them are fighting it out for an amazing cash prize. I think the coolest thing about this is just how much MLBB has progressed in 2024. We have MSC for one, with big event. It's a $3 million cash prize. We have the MWI with 4 teams getting a chance to fight it out in North America, getting a spot in that $500,000 tournament as well. And this is just the beginning. We're not even like halfway through the year yet, and this just shows you just how much MLBB is growing.
Yeah, absolutely. It is growing indeed. And, just taking a look at like what these teams have in store for us, they're all also, every single one of these teams has a coach ready. So I'm curious to see, like, will Area 77 and Area Angels, will they be drafting the same because they work with the same coach? Also, ReignFall is coached by Midnight, so will they have drafts similar to how BTK drafts? And were these teams helping out each other and getting each other prepped for this tournament? And something we're going to find out very shortly.
Hey, the fact that they have coaches is already doing better than That's something I have to take note of. And on that note, are there any players from these teams that you guys are looking out for, especially Boca? Because you mentioned you know some of these players that are coming up in the lineup.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm looking forward to seeing ReignFall perform. They have Sayori, they have Ashley, they have Nicolette, and Sayori and Nicolette were both players in the NACT, the male NACT, if you want to call it, just the other tournament, and they played absolutely fantastic, and they showed me what it's like to be a real mid laner. They really played their hearts out and proved it. Sayori finished 5th place, and Nicolette, her team finished 1st place, and she did absolute wonderful things throughout the entire season. So I'm looking for both of those players and to see how well they perform on their adjusted roles.
I think I'm right there with you. I think everybody wants to see Nicolette in the jungle and see how that kind of plays out. We've seen how much she's dominated in the mid lane, so it's definitely going to be something that we're all going to be keeping a close eye on.
And now, the moment we were waiting for. Draft is ready for game 1, so casters, let's run and roll.
All right, and into the draft we go. Boca,
nice.
Glad to have you back on the desk. It's been a little bit of a minute. Boca, for those who don't know, he played in the NACT spring season. He made top 8 in North America over there with the Bloodhounds as their mid laner, and now getting to see it from the other side of the TV screen, getting to actually watch some competitive teams fight it out, an all-female esports event. And now we're going to see how meta shifted for the MWI all-females event, right? We are seeing the Moskov ban taken off the table. We talked about it slipping into the meta. It's already been taken off. And the Carmilla, which you kind of gave credit to as seeing that over there in the MPL scene.
Yeah, absolutely. It's like they were listening to what we were saying, Weezy, because those are the 2 priors that we were wondering if they were going to knock off the table, and they did. And what was interesting from this is that Area 77 Angels chose to ban these out in the first pick phase. So they had the priority to pick these heroes. They didn't want to touch them. They want to ban them. They're not happy with those as a slot 1 pick. We do see some picks out here already. We see a Fredrin, the prio pick, countered by the Basha, or by the Barats and the Novaria. But then this is a combo I love to see. The Lo Yi, and we're bringing out the Natan as well. So we're going to have a very high magic damage team, followed by a nice tanky Fredrin.
Yeah, I'm right there with you. I mean, the Lu Yi slipping through the cracks. It's traded for a Navaria. Honestly, I kind of would have. I guess the Navaria is okay because you can kind of snipe from far. It's like having 2 retributions if you can play it right and try and get that turtle or Lord still. But with the Lu Yi on the table for the side of Area 77, we've seen how much of a threat it can be, especially with the diversion, being able to teleport across the map and catch enemies off guard. And then you have a pretty big target to be able to hit that Barats, who's not as mobile, which should be easier for the mid laner from Area 77 to be able to set up if they're not careful. But something I haven't seen in a while, but it's been prioritized a little bit more now in the competitive scene. The Esmeralda slotted for War Angels.
Yeah, they did pick up the Esmeralda in the slot 3. It has been becoming more and more of a meta pick just because of the amount of shield sustained heroes that are in the meta. You can take a look at Angela, who is still on the board right now. Chip was another one that actually has a shield, but also Harith. Harith is one of the biggest ones, and Esmeralda is so scary against the Harith. But it's interesting for me to see that they ended up picking this Esmeralda, but they still wanted to get rid of the Matilda, and they still wanted to get rid of the Harith. They also banned Roger, so they must have known that that's like it's a strong pick for Area 77's Angels. But I'm wondering as to when they're going to show us their gold laner, because they banned out 2 gold laners in the first part of the draft. Area 77 Angels already selected their gold laner. They're still going to need to get one here. And if I'm Area 77's Angels, I'm recognizing that. I'm going to start banning out a few more of the gold laners that are still up. Yeah, we'll have to see what happens.
Yeah, I mean, they definitely need to pick up their marksman. We know the Natan can scale all the way through to the late game. The Lu Yi's is more shines, I would say, toward that early phase, especially having that diversion to be able to teleport across the map. The Fredrin, such a bully inside of the jungle, being able to kind of sustain himself even when an invasion happens. And when you have the Lu Yi on your side, it's going to be very hard. for a Barats to try and invade when that crowd control is going to work in Area 77's favor. In terms of marksmen, though, I'm right there with you. We see the Natan. We got to see who he's going up against. The Natan usually has a lot of survivability. He can use that entropy to get back to safety or go in to engage on the opposing gold laner. So maybe the Claude could come out here, but that's a lot of late game damage that they're going to have to rely on getting to the point for them to be able to take off. You know, the Claude needs a Demon Hunter sword. Definitely needs a lot in his kit to be able to soak into a beefier composition such as Fredrin. So we'll have to see where that goes. When we're looking at other options on the table, though, we're still yet to see a roamer for the side of Area 77. Angela was taken off the board. The Mathilda supports have been taken off the table. Do they go in for something that has a little bit more crowd control? I mean, you see the Minotaurs off the table as well. So they're already limiting a lot of options.
Yeah, that is a good point. With these bans, like every single one of these roam bans has one thing in common, and it's the sustainability. The Florin ban, the Angela, the Minotaur, even Chip has his own sustainability. But we go for an opposite approach from the side of War Angels. They're the first to bite, and they pick this Kufra, which can be a very, very scary roamer when used in the right hands. It can certainly catch Natan off guard, certainly catch Lo Yi off guard. I'm just gonna see them get some strong bush control, and they have a great front line to use this Kufra. They'll be able to check these bushes so that Kufra can get primed up and do those sneak attacks that he loves to do in those bushes. Another thing is that I see that both teams are lacking a physical damage. You do have Barats on War Angels for this sort of, I guess, a medium physical damage. He's more of a brawler, more of a bruiser. So I think when we're going to see this marksman coming up soon, we're going to see a physical damage marksman, especially since the magic damage ones are already taken off. But CC being picked up here, Raph being picked up here, you know, they were banning all of the supports out. They were banning all of the regen heroes out, but Raph was still untouched. Raph was left open, and it's a really, really good option here. It provides extra mobility, and you can give it to you already have a strong front line, so now this Fredrin can rotate even faster. CC is a great pickup. You know, they have a Barats on the other team. That is their front line right now. That is the person who is going to be walking into these bushes, creating these engages, and in providing the vision. CC is now going to be able to chip down a little bit of that front line. So I love the CC pickup, and it might influence the marksman pickup. A lot of CCs like to pick up this Vengeance, but we'll have to see what they pick up, and it is Melissa. How do you feel about that, Weezy?
So Melissa will be more that mid to late game kind of marksman, but at least Melissa can use that go away, use that bubble to kind of push away when the team does try and rush in. But there's not really too many heroes that are going to try and... I guess you have the CC and the Fredrin to really worry about, but the Lu Yi definitely not worried about that go away bubble. So it's going to guarantee them some late game damage, but they're going to have to get to that point to be able to pull it off. I think this should be a pretty decent game for the Lu Yi, though, because you have the duality, the yin yang, to be able to do a lot of crowd control, especially on Esmeralda, a Kufra, and a Barats on top of that. So we'll see how this plays out, as we are now going to be first game of the day for MWI 2024 NA qualifiers. That's right, best of 3 Area 77 Angels up against the War Angels.
Absolutely. Let's jump into it. You know, taking a look at these drafts one more time, you know, each of them both have their win potentials, but I am going to be favoring Area 77 Angels draft just because of the nice complement from their magic burst all the way to their continuous attack damage. It is a great match and mix-up of what you need in a team. And here we go, we're in with A77 Angels on the blue side and War Angels on the red side, Weezy.
That's right, and now we're going to take a look at both junglers, right? You have a Barats up against a Fredrin. Both of them has been very prominent in the pro scene for a while now. The strongest junglers you can have in your arsenal. They're sustainable, able to maintain a lot of damage, and also able to provide some great frontline pressure. When you're looking at the mage combinations, though, you've seen a Lu Yi from Sky up against Tahinas on this Navaria. Navaria, who has a lot of slow with the Astral Echo, the Astral Meteor, can fight from afar, and definitely wants to stay at range to provide that utility to the team. They lead a little bit closer in these engagements, but it's going to have some great crowd control for the side of Area 77. But I think what I'm most interested in seeing is YQ up against Mao Mao on the Esmeralda, the CC versus the Esmeralda. I haven't got to see these two fight it out, but they're very similar when it comes to mobility. Both of them able to cut at a moment's notice. Both of them able to get out of the heart of the battle or engage at any given second.
Yeah, absolutely. They both have their ups and downs and great mobility. Oh, Weezy, we saw a little bit of engagement. They're going to back off. One thing I want to talk about is the presence that Area 77's Angels is already providing. We saw at level 1, Lo Yi kind of won that trade. Got to level 2 a little bit faster than Novaria. That's kind of typical how Novaria plays in the early game. But then she hit a duality combo. It did half of her health. Novaria is still sitting on half health. Don't get me wrong. She's a very ranged mage, so she can be safe with this with her positioning, even with that health. But just the amount of presence that A77 is giving off, as you see, like in the top side, Logi's already top, clearing that that EXP to get 4. Raphael is already clearing mid to get her 4, so they're looking nice and primed for this first turtle, Easy.
Yeah, but I'm looking at Apsy, the jungler for Area 77. He didn't go in for his red buff, so he's going to be X2Lop, who did just get both buffs, so he's definitely a little bit more ahead in the economy. I don't know if that was the right decision. I feel like you could have got it and still rotated to the turtle in time. But now both sides ready to fight it out. You are going to see Yujiro trying to wind up for an opportunity. Astro Echo is going to go down, connecting some slow onto them as Area 77. UIQ is going to take down Yujiro. First blood going over to Area 77. Also able to get the turtle. YQ also getting a double kill. Down 2 members falling. That is going to be a 2-for-none trade and a turtle for Area 77.
My goodness, what a perfect trade that was from Area 77. Everything was played perfectly. As we saw, Lo Yi's duality hit 2, struck them down to half HP instantly. The fight was already over. We go for a retry, but unfortunately, Barats is not there because he is dead. He cannot take the retry, so that was an easy for Apsy. Though Apsy did not take either of his buffs before going to the turtle, he was level 5, so I think we might have missed a little bit of invade action going on because he had that XP advantage, so he was able to get in positioning a little bit quicker than Barats was. Barats had to finish his red buff, then get that level 5. But we do see Yujiro priming up, getting into this gold lane. When EXP lane, mid lane are not your strongest suits right now, we're going to look for, you know, or some weaknesses on the map, or maybe some strengths on the map. And right now, it's getting to that late game gold lane. That marksman that we want to see, that Melissa, that 15-minute Melissa, when she's max items, can pop that Inspire, do some damage. I like to see Cooper down there. Seems like they are backing off, going to look up towards top, just because the presence from Area 77, they're so great at responding to this. And Weezy, we got a Cooper caught.
Yeah, he's going to go ahead and use the bouncing ball. Took him down about half HP. You're looking at Area 77 already being up by over 1,000 gold. They have 4 purifies on their side as well, so they definitely don't have to worry about the crowd control aspect from the side of War Angels. Possibly credits over to Zero and Tahinas, especially going in with that Astral Echo, going in with the Tyrant's Revenge, the Tyrant's Rage, and the bouncing ball. Seems like that's why they kind of went in for that. But so far, Area 77 doing a little bit better on rotating to the objectives. We kind of talked about Apsy not getting that red buff. It still worked out in the favor to be able to get that turtle. Speaking of turtles, the next one is going to be spawning. And the first one was able to go to Area 77, giving them a little bit of that XP boost. This time, Angels looking to contest.
War Angels are definitely looking to contest, and they're bursting this down really quick. I don't even know if Fredrin's going to get here in time, and it's just an immediate retry.
Yeah, and that's a trade. It is going to go to the side of War Angels. Both sides having a turtle, and now the duality going out for the crowd control. Emily is going to find X2Lop, 1 member falling for the side of War Angels, trying to escape out of the turtle pit. And now Apsy not going to be able to get the turtle, but now go in for that purple buff.
Yep, he's going to go in and invade, and, you know, it was good to see some sparks of life from War Angels, but again, the jungler goes down immediately after, and Area 77 playing this perfectly, immediately going for the invade, going for the denial of farm. Chinatsu just pushing out that lane, knowing they won that fight at mid, so everyone has to back off. Literally gets the first turret already, pushing it very fast, and there's just, you kind of feel constricted if you're War Angels right now. You're constricted into your own jungle, but only into a certain portion of your own jungle. You know, Barats has to give you this vision. He has to supply the vision to ensure that everyone can safely rotate, but he can't be everywhere at once. Kufra needs Barats to sort of guide him in a way. And Weezy, oh, we might have a little bit of a dive. Oh, they back off rather quickly, but a TP play to the top.
Yeah, gonna rotate to the top side onto Mao Mao. 1v4. Area 77 looking for blood. Sky will be able to pick up the kill. That is gonna be the 4th kill on the board so far for Area 77. Yet to find a kill response from War Angels. And with that turret on the bot side and pushed in, Shinatsu definitely is scaling better than Eka Cutie on this Melissa right now, right? I wonder if he's gonna rotate though. Is he gonna stay in that lane? I mean, he doesn't have the turret to push, and I would think he would rotate to the top side and force the switch up as well for the enemy marksman and try and go in for the additional turret. But time will tell. Map advantage is working for Area 77 though, and that's really good for the Natan. We said the Natan's one of those marksmen that scale. But when you take the neutral objectives, when you take the early kills, and you claim your turret in your lane, he's going to start hitting a lot harder, a lot faster, and that's something that War Angels is going to have to look out for.
Yeah, absolutely. And look at him. Oh my goodness, what was that? 3 seconds for the tower? It's gone. It's gone. And, you know, I think the reason why they didn't send Shinatsu up in the top lane is exactly what you just said. They want him to get farmed up, so they want to put him away from the fights right now. They saw Turtle was priming up. They want to get their EXP ready. And you know what? They don't even need him in the top lane because we just saw YQ took the tower herself. So absolutely stellar performance from Area 77 Angels. I do want to backtrack it real quick. When they tried to make a play at mid, Loyi, you know, the play, it didn't go perfect. They ended up getting a flick on Kufra, but Loyi immediately calls the teleport top, and they pick off the Esmeralda. This is a stellar performance from Area 77's Angels. They feel like they are everywhere all at once, and it's possible. Ooh, Weezy, a nice set.
Yeah, and the duality going out for the crowd control. Yujiro need to get out of there. Astro Echo for the slow. But you are looking at Area 77 invading the jungle of War Angels, putting some pressure, forcing them to the tier 2 turret. Eka is going to go ahead and take down YQ. One member falling for Area 77. China is going to find one as well. Response back finds Mao Mao. 1-for-1 trade. Both XP laners fall in that engagement.
You know, you're going to take that trade if you're War Angels. It didn't go as convincing as I thought it would for War Angels. Beautiful set, by the way, from Yujiro, from the Kufra, setting 3 instantly to prime that team fight. But, you know, they don't have the damage yet. You know, Novaria needs items to do damage, and so does Melissa. So you hit this set, I don't really know what damage you're going to be able to use, unless you're using Esmeralda. But at the same time, I feel like Esme's a mid-game hero. She needs at least 2 items to start dealing that damage. So even when you're finding these engages, it's just not, you're not ready yet. You need more time. But that did buy them time. Taking a 1-for-1 trade, especially for YQ, who had 2 kills, you're going to take that any day of the week. You know, it slows the game down. Though they do have a Natan that is also late game scaling and very scary with her. Oh my gosh. That's damage. You know, I said they were missing damage, and Eka Cutie told me to be quiet because that was an absolute obliteration. I saw she just finished her DHS too, so it's going to start getting more and more as this game goes on.
Yeah, she got the golden staff alongside. It has that Inspire to really lean on as well. You are going to see on the opposing side, though, Lightning Truncheon picked up by Sky. It's definitely going to deal that echo damage to the side of War Angels when they do group together. It's going to be a problem. But right now, Chinatsu on this Natan is who I'm really kind of watching out for. He's like a ticking time bomb, right? We've seen him take 2 turrets so far, was able to get a kill as well. So we got to see what items he's kind of faring off with, especially up against Eka Cutie, and who's kind of having the most out of the gold situation. But you are going to see another turret drop that is going to be on the top side. So, no, actually, I think that was in the mid lane, but you are going to see both sides fighting it over this Lord. Right now, it is going to be reset, though. A wise decision from the side of War Angels, trying to test the waters, trying to bait out some utility from Area 77.
You know, yeah, I don't blame them. This is a good reset from them. You know, they're trying to get these items online easy.
Yeah, duality is going to go down. Both sides fighting it out. Entropy has been activated by Chinatsu. Yujiro will find Apsi. Fredrin has fallen alongside Sky. 2 members dropping. Eka Cutie finds YQ. Make that 3. Nobody falling from the side of War Angels. Overall, a 3-for-none trade, opening up the opportunity for the Lord play.
And you know, that's what we needed to see, Weezy. That was a beautiful fight. It happened so fast, you almost could have missed it. But they find that initial pick onto Loyi, the person who has been doing so much damage with that duality. She hits you with a duality, you're down to half health. But you know what? She can't do damage if she's dead. And that primes a key objective. The Lord is finally up. So War Angels has completely flipped the script here, and now they're actually in the gold lead for the first time in this game. It took them 11 minutes, but this is where they start to shine. when they get this gold lead, when they get the first Lord, they have 2 late game heroes. And you could even argue 3 with the Esmeralda. But Melissa's going to start getting these items. Novaria starts dealing massive amounts of damage. It's going to start getting scary for Area 77 if they can't find these connections with the duality.
Yeah, as we see that a couple of replays from the mid lane battle. Overall winning for the War Angels, getting 3 kills out of it. Eka Cutie just coming alive right there, picking up 4 kills so far in today's match. And we were wondering how the Melissa would kind of fare into this. And so far, it's pulling out pretty well. Chinatsu, I thought he would have kind of hit a little bit harder in those engagements, but I feel like the positioning from Eka Cutie towards the later half has just been a little bit better. But Area 77, they definitely have the synergy. And I wouldn't say this is a one-sided match. It's been kind of back and forth. One side takes a turtle, the other takes a turtle. Now you're looking at War Angels winning a trade in the mid lane and able to get the Lord, but the defense back in from Area 77 to burst it down on the bot side. Loses the turret in the mid lane, though.
Yep, they did take down that mid turret, opening up the map a little bit more, and they also take in that top tier 2 turret. So overall, a decent Lord for War Angels. You know, if you notice, they played a bit passive. They stayed away from the Lord. They didn't want to force fights. Maybe they just felt like that fight was just luck on picking off the Lo Yi. They still want to get these items online. They still want to get to their late game. They understand they have a very strong late game comp, so they're taking this very passive approach. That was a very safe approach. I would have liked to see them push a little bit more, maybe get that bottom tower with the Lord, or keep the Lord safe, you know, clash if too few people show up. But you know, it's getting them to their goal. You know, we're 13 minutes in. We're starting to get our, you know, 4th and 5th here. We're at 35,000 gold. Our 35,000 gold for War Angels, 34 for Area 77. So still very close. But, you know, I think looking for that 15-minute mark, that 16-minute mark, when the next Lord comes up, actually. So that's probably when they'll be looking to take more of these fights.
Yeah, they got to keep in mind, though, Emily does have the heals, though. I did see anti-heal, the next endurance picked up by Tahinas, though, so definitely going to help limit some of the healing capability, especially over there from that Raphael. Having such a good game. The positioning has been good. That Rose Gold Meteor will deal even more damage. We'll get a little bit of that shield when it gets dropped low, but caught out of position in the bush play. Hit with the bouncing ball and taken down by Eka Cutie, but the duality is a response. We'll hit both Yujiro and Eka Cutie. Sky will find one. Yujiro now having to get out of there with the bouncing ball. And that's huge. Taking down Eka Cutie was just on that 4-0 streak, finding her first death of the game.
You know, that was a huge pick. Absolutely stellar pick. We get to see what Melissa does when she's able to just have a stationary target. That Fredrin was obliterated, but you know who else was obliterated? The Melissa. So unfortunately, even though you kill off the jungler, you just lost all of your damage for this Lord take. So they can't force the Lord. They can't take the Lord. It's just gonna stall the game out a bit. And that is such a huge play from Area 77's Angels. You know, it felt like they had that free Lord pick, but Lo Yi showing us what she does best with that diversion and does insane amounts of damage to Melissa. And I almost thought she wasn't going to get her, but that little burst damage at the end just did the trick. And I mean, Lo Yi's not a force to be reckoned with in the game too. She's going to be very scary, especially when she makes these teleport plays. I love what she's doing there. They're recognizing that the top side has a lot of pressure, so they're just going to teleport CC up to deal with that and create pressure of their own. Now, we need to see what War Angels is going to do in response. They pushed out that mid lane, and they have Esme kind of scouting around, but look at the damage that Lo Yi does. Even with that Vengeance, half of Esme's health's already gone. Now, that being said, she has some great regen, but again, in these short fights, there's nothing that Esmeralda can really do to stop that burst damage. Oh my goodness, they just took the Lord immediately, Weezy.
Yeah, now the big setup with the Tyrant's Raise. Apsy caught in the crowd control. Yujiro need to get out of there very low, but Denton as well connecting for the stun on the Apsy, trying to dash to safety, and Mao very low, falling Star Moon. Eka Cutie is going to find Apsy, though. One member falling for the side of Area 77, also losing that Lord to War Angels, which that's the second Lord in the row they've been able to take within the last 5 minutes. Now, it's looking like War Angels synergy is starting to come alive in the later half. Area 77, they looked a little shaky there. It looks like they half commit and the other half did not. I think this is where we got to start seeing Sky use that diversion, right? We need to start seeing Sky either scout with it to teleport for a play or go in for the vision. Like that's going to have to be the key thing over there with this Lu Yi. But a good thing about having the Lu Yi when you're in this situation is when a team tries to push and you group together, that's when that duality will really come alive. It's something they can lean on for hopefully to profit on with the damage. But right now, with this Lord pushing on the top side, the tier 2 in the mid lane should fall for War Angels and may have an opportunity to open up Area 77's base.
Absolutely. We do see the Lord is going to be crashing the top side. This mid turret's going to go down really quick. And, oh, we have a set. Doesn't look like anything is going to come from it. So the Lord is going to crash top. One thing I do want to mention is, like, that late game is here. It is now. And we saw that with Ekacuti, how fast they were able to take that Lord. You know, Area 77's Angels, it's not that they didn't want to contest the Lord, it's that they didn't realize how fast Melissa was going to take it. And this isn't a pick you see every day, so maybe they weren't used to, or they didn't quite know the timing on if Melissa gets near this Lord, you know, how long is it going to take for her to get it? Well, you got your answer. It was seconds, Weezy, you know. We were making a point, and the next thing we know, there's not even a contest. The Lord is just gone. And that was a very decent push from the side of War Angels, by the way. They got off that bottom inhibitor turret, and that top turret is just on a strand of health, a single health. That is just a sneeze away, or a, you know, maybe Bratz can eat the tower, and my nice new mechanic we see in the game, maybe not. But yeah, Area 77's Area 77 Angels started off with a very strong start. They had great map pressure, but unfortunately, they're the ones getting choked. They're getting choked into their base. They have to huddle up, and they have to make these miracle plays. But we've seen them do it. We've seen Lo Yi with these insane amounts of burst damage, even on the tankier heroes like the Esmeralda with the Vengeance, able to dish out half of her health. And at the 18-minute mark, we should have everybody at full items, at least the damage dealers. And Lo Yi is going to be one of those people on full items. So when she hits you with that diversion, you better pray it's not the Melissa that's getting hit, or else that Melissa is going to be one shot.
Yeah, and that's what I'm kind of keeping a close eye on. You've already seen the items pop up on the board. Full build now over there for Ekacuti. Had about 2,000 more gold than Shinatsu, who's still working toward his last item. So you definitely, Ekacuti ready to take the fight to Area 77 when necessary. War Angel really being objective focus. You're looking at Area 77 kind of lagging behind, just slightly one step below War Angels in this later half, as you are seeing the battle over this Lord. This is the third Lord that may go into the hands of War Angels if Area 77 can't find an opportunity in, but they're going to go in. Go away will be procced over there by Ekacuti a little early. A little bit of utility baited for the side of War Angels. An opportunity for Area 7 to still go in and punish. Everybody has their ultimate except for YQ on the side of Area 77. But you do see the Astral Echo possibly about to come out here soon. Divine Glaive picked up by Tahinas for the late game pin, the magic pin, to be able to deal some massive damage from afar. Yet to even find a way back to Tahinas, and that should be something that YQ should be focusing on, trying to get to the back line. Speaking of back lines though, possible back ball on the way. Falling Star Moon will drop down. Lord to about 45 HP. Duality going out. Entropy from Chinatsu from afar. Proc and the Vengeance on Mao. Mao Emily in the mid lane, healing back up to about 50% HP. But now the Lord in control for the side of War Angels yet again. Able to claim it over Area 77, and no members will fall.
What a team fight. You know, it seemed like everyone going to go down. No one goes down. Everyone's on a strand of health. And it's a pretty darn good team fight, considering that everyone's able to stay alive, and sort of one that you don't normally see. You know, I want to give credit to War Angels and what they're doing in this late game. It was a very smart call to just slowly take that Lord, because if you saw bottom, that was because the inhibitor turret is down, it was slowly starting to creep up on Area 77, the Angels Nexus. So they had to eventually pull off from the fight, and though no one goes down, it got a little scary there. And if Area 77 Angels, or if War Angels saw that someone goes down to answer that, they would have immediately punished. They would have immediately looked for a fight. But again, it just the Lord just ends up going down, and no one goes down, surprisingly.
Yeah, the Lord will be bursted down though. Mao, full focus from Area 77, will be able to get the kill. And now going to start to force War Angels out of their base. Wait a second. Maybe able to turn this around. Ekacuti will find Emily. Chinatsu will find Yujiro. 2 members falling in that engagement for the side of Area 77. Tahinas will be able to get a kill. Actually finds Ekacuti. going to be a 3-for-2 trade, still in Area 77's favor, forcing War Angels off the push, but now they have no inhibitor turrets. We're officially at the late game, though. We're past the 20-minute mark, and this actually can work now in Area 77's favor. I think we're going to start seeing, really, it's going to boil down to a team fight on either the Lord play or catching somebody out of position.
Absolutely, yeah. We are at that late game mark, and there are a lot of heavy hitters. This is the game that you were looking for to go into the late game. You have this Natan at full build, this Loyi at full build, Novari at full build, and even the Melissa at full build. So we have some extreme heavy hitters in this late game, and it really is going to come down to who makes the mistake first, who takes the first step, who hits that diversion, who does the burst damage, does Novaria hit the snipe. It comes down to who makes these decisions first. And the one thing that Area 77 Angels also has to be careful of is this pressure. Now that all these turrets are down, it's going to be very hard to maintain all of these waves, especially with the new minion update. These minions are packing a punch, and they're getting stronger by the second. It gets very hard to clear this, no matter who you are, no matter how late game you get into. So sending someone to every single one of these waves, it's going to cost you. This Lord's up in 20 seconds. Sure, CC can deal with this bot wave now, but what happens in 20 seconds when War Angels wants to prime this Lord up? Is CC going to go up? That means they slow the Lord down, and then the minions just keep pushing in through bottom. So War Angels has them where they want them. They have them in the chokehold. But Area 77's Angels are not out of the fight, because all it takes is one diversion. All it takes is one Natan shot, and they are back into this game for sure, Weezy.
Yeah, but I'm wondering, when did we see the diversion play, though? I mean, it's not even available right now for Sky, which yet again could be another opportunity for War Angels to take this objective. But now the backdoor play from the side, you're going to see Apsy and Emily join the party. They don't have the numbers, though. Big duality for the setup. Entropy goes down, and now everybody joining the party. Chinatsu will find executing. Momoe will get a response back, finding Chinatsu, finds the goal laner for Area 77. Sky will find Area 77 having the numbers, but wait a second. A turnaround, X2Lop will get a kill, finds Emily, but then you do see X2Lop fall as well. But look at the Lord, very low. Apsy should be able to claim this. Tahidas wants the steal, but Apsy will be able to get it. A turnaround from Area 77.
And a turnaround indeed, one that we needed to see, and they did it so fast. That is the scary part about Loyi. This is why she is banned internationally. She is an international ban. You saw it right here. You saw it here first, folks. The fight was already over. If she hits you one time and she procs her passive, the fight is done. You are half health. You are 25% health. And if you are the marksman, guess what? You're just dead. And we saw that. Melissa dies off so early into the fight. She can't do anything. She can't prime the damage. Sure, we were able to get the Rafaela. Sure, we were able to get Natan. But at the end of the day, we got the Lord. And at this late game, at 24 minutes, you are dead for at least a minute. We're getting to 60-second death timers. I mean, talk about a death timer.
Yeah, it's going to take a while for somebody to get back in these fights now, especially after that 24-minute mark. And this is where it's crucial to not play as an individual, but to play as a team. And this is what separates the good from the great. But speaking of the good, you are seeing the invasion in will be bursted down from the side of War Angels. Not even able to take that tier 2, but Chinatsu will find the tier 2 on the bot side, slowly inching their way up the map, gaining control of this game. And that really gives credit over there to the synergy between Chinatsu and Apsy. They're able to surprise War Angels on that Lord play, just them two against all 5 members, baited out majority of their utility, and then that's when you've seen the team Sky, YQ, and Chinatsu pull up and deal some massive damage, and this is what helped them take that objective. But now, where do you go from here? Because yes, they got a turret off of it. Yeah, it may have pushed them a little bit further back on the map, but they're not out of the ballpark yet. War Angels is still in a great position to be able to take this game if they're not careful. They're definitely going to have to group together on these next engagements, but they do have Sky, and this is where I expect a possible sneaky play into a bush to catch somebody off guard or out of position, and if they can pull that off, they should be able to close this game out. If not, you will see War Angels turn this back around in their favor, but nonetheless, we're getting closer to 30 minutes so far, and this is game number 1. A late game on the way. Apsy very low. Talked about the respawn timers, Immortality being procced, Astro for the slow, not trying to allow him to get out of there. Able to get back to safety as Area 77 pulls up for the defense.
Yep, that they did. I could have sworn Opsy was going down there, but Eka Cutie just took a heap of damage, and I want to see where that was from exactly. I believe it might have been Blade Armor on Fredrin. Just dealing so much damage. She did a great job at dealing the damage to Fredrin, but you had to take care of 2 health bars because Fredrin had that immortality. And yeah, you said it well. War Angels does have this pressure. They're going to always have this pressure. So Area 77 Angels, backtracking to that Lord play, I would have liked to see them play with the Lord more. You see how they're going. When you're grouped 5v5, Low E is hitting some insane combos and dealing some crazy astronomical damage that you don't normally see. So you should take advantage of that. Let's push with the Lord, because if they want to defend that Lord, guess what? We're going to have Low E there, and then we're going to initiate the fight. That's what we need to see more of. So if they have a chance to get into this fight, they're going to have to find a miracle play again from Low E. She's going to have to do those astronomical damages, find those weak points, hit those targets. But if they can do that and get this Lord again, that's when they really need to lock in. Just push with the Lord. You're 26 minutes in. If you pick someone off, they're gone for good. They should be gone until the end of this game.
Oh, speaking of the end of the game, Lord will be bursted down from the side of War. Momo will find Sky out of position. The Mage will fall for Area 77, now making their way back to the base. A little bit of that speed boost from Rafaela, but caught by the Tyrant's Revenge and the Tyrant's Rage over there by Yujiro. Falling Star Moon for the immobilization onto Emily. A lot of damage on the way for both sides. Astro Meteor does not connect from Tahinas, but War Angel still stepping into the base, ready to close out this game with the Luminous Lord pushing through the mid. Will they be able to do it, though? Astro Echo goes down. Chinatsu will find Yujiro. 2 members falling for the side Area 77. Make that 3. Make that 4. A double kill from Eka Cutie. And an immortality proc. The base goes down. And War Angel takes game number 1 against Area 77.
Man, congratulations to War Angels, and what a performance. They were a bit shaky in the early game, but I think they understood their draft, Weezy. That's what we have to give it credit to, because they had that early game comp, or that late game comp, and they didn't want to play it in the early game. Look at Eka Cutie's damage, 36%. Well deserving of that MVP. Absolute monster of a player, and what a shocking performance. You do see Low E with a 34% as well. She tried her best, and she found some great passive procs, but it just was not enough in the end. The tenacity of War Angels really just kept hammering in, and eventually they got to that 27 minutes in.
Yeah, 88% of turret damage to Eka Cutie, 78 to Chinatsu over there. Both marksmen doing a good job. Maybe jumping into game number 2. I think that's what both sides need to focus on. Getting to that marksman, getting them uncomfortable, and not allowing them to have that power spike. Now, this was a late game. This is game number 1. And we passed the 25-minute threshold. It was about a 27, 28-minute match between both of these amazing teams. And that just shows you they're ready to go the distance. But when you see teams go that far, that means a couple of things went right, but a couple of things went wrong. So hopefully for game number 2, for the side of Area 77, they need to just when they have the advantage, they need to learn how to control it. And I think maybe the mid lane synergy over there from Sky, I just don't feel like the diversion plays were where they needed to be for majority of that game. And I think that could have been something that could have been utilized a little bit more smoothly for them, especially on those late game Lords where we just didn't see them at all. Or if they did go in, they were very separated. You have like the jungler on the top side of the Lord and then everybody else running for the time. And I think that's where you have to use the Luya. You have to teleport everybody as a unit and go in with the concise. But nonetheless, a really good game so far. 15-13 and a long one at that.
Yeah, absolutely long one. And for 15-13, it was a lower kill game considering we're 20 minutes in. Taking a look at these teams, 27 minutes. This means one thing. These teams are neck and neck. That game could have went any way. Both teams had winning potentials. Area 77 Angels was doing such a great job in the early game. I loved their macro play. I loved the way that they were controlling the map. But unfortunately, it was a couple bad on this Low Yi, where Low Yi was picked off early in the team fight, and she was really a staple to this team fight. If they didn't have her, they couldn't really win the team fights. And so you saw the commonality. If Low Yi goes down, if she gets picked off, unfortunately they have they have to tie their shoes and they have to just scurry on out of there. There's not much they can do. Sure, you have Chinatsu, but you can't only rely on one damage dealer in the team fight, especially when Sky was doing that much damage, Weezy.
Yeah, and that's the thing, right? I mean, what's so interesting about this is the Lu Yi, right? We see the Lu Yi in the NACT, even on international levels, Snapdragon, you name it, all these major tournaments going on. The Lu Yi is heavily banned or prioed. And it has such a strong impact, but we just didn't really get too much over there for the early phase of this game. And I think that's where the side of War Angels kind of profited. And honestly, it kind of puts War Angels in a good situation when it comes to drafting, because I feel like they don't need to ban the Lu Yi. They already got a victory off of the Lu Yi play, and they know, hey, we can let them pick it again, and we can possibly get the win. So I think maybe the positioning should be a little bit more key for Sky. Maybe being a little bit more aggressive in the early game and utilizing that hero a little bit better should be a game plan. Because essentially in the beginning of the game, the first turret that dropped was from Chinatsu on the Natan. He was the first one to take the turret, and we kind of, and that's another point that we have to talk about. Normally when you see the marksman take that turret, usually you see them rotate either to the mid lane or rotate to the opposing lane to start working on that turret and keep the other team rotating, trying to catch up to their plays. We didn't see that. We saw Chinatsu, after she took that turret, she just stayed down there for a while. And I think that gave the side of War Angels some breathing room to be able to kind of refocus and slowly take advantage of that game. But like we mentioned, it was a late game. This is already 23 minutes. You can just see how long of a battle it was. But overall, a great victory for the side of War Angels, forcing a possible match point to Area 77.
Yeah, couldn't agree more. Absolute stellar performance from War Angels, and yeah, shout out to both teams. Going the distance like this, and we're gonna have to see what's gonna be changed up in Game 2. I would still like to see them ban that Lu Yi, because as we saw on those replays, that damage was just so scary. And you know what? With it, but they had so many chances. All the towers are down, and Lu Yi is still working miracles. Let's just take that out. We gave them a very, very strong hero. Let's take that away. Let's make this next win, instead of 20, let's make it 12. Let's make it much simpler, right? Because it's very, very scary, Weezy, and it just proves why this is an international banned hero.
Yeah, and that's the thing. You got to respect the meta, and if you pick up the meta, you got to make sure you're utilizing it to the max capability. If not, then it's kind of not really worth even picking up at all. As we do jump into game number 2, though, Area 77 still has a shot at glory. They need to find a way to disrupt War Angels, and they did good in the early games. So I think maybe if they can control that early game and learn how to keep that tempo, that's where they start. But I think one thing that kind of shines is definitely the gold laners for both sides, right? The battle from Chinatsu versus Eka Cutie. Both of them playing those late game marksmen. I think the focus should be getting to that bot side and taking them down as early as possible to delay them that power spike toward that 10, 12 minute mark and making that be more of a 15, 17 minute mark. And then that's where you start to see teams being able to snowball and take the early game. So that should be the focus right there. I think the banning was very interesting for both sides in the draft. I don't think that was an issue. But as we are now jumping back into the draft, back into the banning phase again, this time War Angels will have priority on for Area 77. Will be second pick on the board. Now, if we kind of look at what we saw last time, right? We saw the Minotaur banned out. We saw some of the marksmen banned out, such as the Roger, and other options as well, such as the Carry. And then we saw things slip through the cracks that normally don't on the international scene, such as the Barats walking through. Usually that's always banned out, but it looks like for the MWI scene, just not as heavy focus. And this is what I love to see, just comparing different players and meta. And that's what we're kind of see today as we shift through these series.
Yeah, absolutely. And on the Barats note, you can ban it out, but it felt like a strong trade. If you're going to take Fredrin, you can respond Barats, or vice versa, you take Barats. I mean, they can go neck and neck. They're just two very solid tanks that are still in the meta. And yeah, I am curious to see how this draft is going to change with War Angels now having that priority spot. We saw Area 77 ban out that Carmilla, ban out that Moskov that we were hoping to see. And, are they going to keep banning it? Do they have anything that they can change up or potentially ban out now? Like, learn from that game and see, what went wrong. Was it draft. I feel like it personally was just a bit of pressure. They could have done a little bit more with the Natan. Like you said, he pushed in that turret, and then he sort of played passive, you know? You got the advantage. You gave yourself the map control. You took the turret. Let's play aggressive. Let's get in their face. It's 6-0. Lo Yi was hitting those diversions in the early game, but just she fell short of it late game, and it felt almost had diversion plays, and they weren't really working out. The team was kind of hesitating, and you don't want to hesitate with an ult like that. You commit your ult. So let's take a look. Do see Matilda is banned out, even though War Angels has the priority slot, so it seems like they might not want to play for that support route.
Yeah, the Moskov's still on the table too. Maybe we see that walk through. It's definitely been one of the stronger marksmen. Oh, never mind. Just jinxed that one. So he's off the table now. Speaking of marksmen, though, you still have your traditional Natan, who could definitely be a viable option. The Melissa, which kind of caught me by surprise. I actually haven't really seen the Melissa prioritized often. I haven't even seen the Esmeralda prioritized as often. But like you said, coming back more into the pro scene now, Esmeralda's starting to shine a lot more. I'd love to see it. One of my favorite fighters on the pro scene. But nonetheless, yeah, you're definitely going to have to look at the side of Area 77, putting some pressure in the early game. I mean, even when you look at like the composition that War Angels had, they had a Navaria, right? That's a late game mage. Yeah, you have the Astro Echo. You have this, you can slow the members down. Like that damage really picks up toward that mid to late game. The same thing with the Melissa. So that when you see that kind of drafting, if you go in for something a little bit more aggressive in the early phase, then you can stop them from hitting those power spikes, and maybe that's something they lean into jumping into the second draft. There goes that other proud marksman, or I guess in the gold lane taken off the table. And this is standardized meta, and this is what I like to see, kind of sticking to what we see more on the international scene, especially keep in mind, because at least whoever wins MWI NA qualifiers will be representing North America on the international level. So you want to make sure that they're kind of respect bans as well, and that's what we're seeing today with game number 2. It's looking a little bit better ban wise for the first phase than game number 1.
Yeah, absolutely. And looking at the ban from War Angels, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. Those were the exact same bans that they had. You know, it's it makes sense, and it's interesting though that they are bringing out the heroes when they have the first pick. So it tells us that they have a plan. You know, these priority heroes, we have our own plan. We have a draft. Look, we just won game 1. We're going to stick with our plan. We're going to keep following through. Now, Angels switched it up. The Carmilla was no longer banned. Oh, I hope we see it. But, you know, maybe they don't. It is a much newer jungle pick. It can still be played support, but it is overall a newer pick that we're seeing. Opt out, and they banned the Novaria. I do like this ban because Novaria, even if she's not hitting the, is spamming that ultimate, and she is just providing vision across the map. And so it really allowed War Angels to make these decisions. They're able to scan, see how many players are by the objective, and decide whether or not they want to take the objective or slow it down and let those waves push in, let the waves work for you.
Speaking of work, he's still on the table. Looks like War Angels, they weren't worried about it in game number 1, not worried about it in game number 2 as they prioritize that Barats yet again, which they profit on in game number 1. So right now we're looking at a little bit of a repeated pattern in the drafting. Even this time with Angels having priority in the draft, they still go for the similar style. There goes that Carmilla, though. It looks like they are comfortable on it. Looks like they have been doing their research. And I'm in to kind of see this. My only worry with this, though, right, is I said the same thing for the Lu Yi. The Lu Yi, that's a hot commodity, but I didn't see the hot gameplay on it, right? We got to see it was a little cold in the beginning. Not really able to pick up how you normally see it, and I'm hoping it's not going to be the same story with this Carmilla. I want to see this this meta Carmilla that I'm talking about. Every time I cast an international event, Carmilla, at least recently, has been banned out. Had the opportunity to be able to watch it, so it's definitely going to be exciting to see. Now, right now, you could pick up Marksman Prio for the side of War Angel. If they late game damage dealer, they could go in for something like that carry. Especially up against an Esmeralda, especially up against the Carmilla. I think that would be crucial. Melissa comes back, though. This is interesting. So this is the same exact draft from game number 1 for War Angels, but a new addition. Instead of running the Navaria, they're going in for the Nana.
Yeah, picking up the Nana. The Navaria, unfortunately, is not there for them anymore. But yeah, this Carmilla pick, it is picked up by Area 77 Angels, who banned it out originally. So now that they see that, you know, War Angels doesn't want the Carmilla, they're going to take it. They've been practicing it. So I'm not going to see it put to use. This is another very strong hero being banned out more recently than ever. So last game it was Low Yi, this game it's Carmilla, and they still have the option to pick up the Low Yi. They prio the Esmeralda quite early here, and there we go. What a beautiful pairing. Carmilla, when she gets a good link, Claude with that AoE damage is going to hit all the enemies, and those links are just going to do astronomical damage. So I love to see the sort of ube that Area 77 is already crafting. And for War Angels, I love to see the safe picks. Like we said, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. They got the exact same bans, and we're getting the same picks. Unfortunately, they can't go Novaria, and A77 is actually picking up on this. They just banned Kufra, Weezy.
It did. I was wondering. I was like, okay, are they going to pick the same roamer, Yujiro, who was just dominating with that Kufra being such a menace, diving in and creating that opportunity. Now, this is going to be interesting. I mean, the Claude, like you said, is a really good pickup, especially up against that Barat, especially linked up with that Carmilla for some additional damage when he uses his skills, such as that Blazing Duet. I like the Claude as well for the survivability aspect, right? He has the BMI, so if they decide to try and dive him, he can just go back to safety at any moment and be just fine. And that's where I think the Claude kind of shines. It is going to be a Claude up against a Melissa, though. I feel like the Claude, he has a lot more mobility than Melissa, but the Melissa has a lot more pressure in the gold lane, so I don't expect the Claude to be able to go out as far, especially that Melissa should be the one that's a little bit further extended in that lane to be able to take those minions. Especially, and I think War Angels is a lot more comfortable now, so I think after that game they should have a little bit of that momentum boost. But let's just keep one thing in mind, right? Chinatsu won inside of the gold lane. He won inside of the gold lane for game number 1. Even though his team or her team did not push through for the victory, Chinatsu herself won that first turret. And so that's something that Ekacuti has to keep in mind. Even though you have the marksman that can be a little bit more aggressive in the early phase, you got to be careful because Chinatsu's not playing any games in that marksman position. So right now we got late game damage checked off for both sides with the Melissa up against the Claude.
Yep, we definitely checked that off. You're right. Chinatsu did win that lane out, and they created pressure. They took that turret, but unfortunately they didn't feel like they could keep bringing that pressure. And with Claude, it gives you that option because you have great mobility. You have a great escape tool or even engage tool. So hopefully we're going to see a little bit more splitting from Claude. It's what he likes to do. With this Ube comp, he will want to be in the team fights, but at the same time, in this earlier phase, if he's winning out again, yeah, let's see him pressure. And if he's not going to push in the mid, if he's not going to push in the top, you're going to keep him in the same lane, well, let's shove that lane in. Let's create the pressure. Let's try to get that tier 2 down early when you're ahead 6 kills. Now both teams, they kind of are banning out what happened, or what they picked from last game. So you see Low Yi and Fredrin, 2 of the heroes that Area 77 Angels wanted last series. But the thing is, I don't think War Angels is too familiar with this Carmilla pick. It's typically ran in the jungle. And as you see, it's locked 100%. They took the Angela, and it is shown that it is going to be run jungle. Unless this is an Angela roam or mid lane, of course, then you can still run the Carmilla roam. But it's typically run in the jungle. It's probably going to be in the jungle. So I feel like the Fredrin was a bit of a missed opportunity there. And when you saw they took the as maybe we could have banned off the Angela because it is a very strong hero right now. It gives you amazing sustainability. When Carmilla already has sustainability, she's going to have even more with this Angela. And you can't take the Angela if you're War Angels. They do like these support picks, but they can't take because the Esmeralda keeps you away from that. Now, these are some great responses, though. We have some very sustained comp. We have a Khalid, Florin, and Barat. Like, we have some very bulky comps that are going to be very long with team fights. They're going to be doing quite a bit, and this could be another late game, just considering at how sustainable these teams are. You're going to be looking to deal that killing blow and damage, because you're not really going to see much damage.
Speaking of burst damage, though, last pickup for the side of Area 77 is going to be this is going to be that Angela in the roam position. This is going to be that Carmilla in the jungle. So a lot of sustainability. That's a lot of magic, though, for the side of Area 77. The only physical damage that they have is going to be that Claude. I don't know if that was the wisest decision. Maybe Angela could have been a little bit better. Just in my opinion, it can definitely still be necessary. but time will tell. I mean, both of these teams, War Angels, Area 77, they have coaches. Keep in mind, this is the first time in an MLBBNA event that all teams have a coach behind them to be able to pull out these drafts, which is why I'm excited about seeing these teams compete. But nonetheless, we are seeing a new hero on the rise that is up in here, first showcasing for MWI, as we are now jumping into game number 2. This is 77 up against War Angels. War Angels currently at match point.
War Angels is at match point. Area 77 backs again. Let's see if they can pull it off. And starting off, we see that we have opposite side take. So we have Barat, Carmilla starting her blue, but look at the clearing pressure from Carmilla. This is why she's in the meta. Barat is still taking that red buff. Carmilla's already starting on the blue. A very, very scary hero. I like to see it, you know, just these small little wins in the early game. So let's see if they can keep it up, pushing forward.
Yeah, definitely something we're going to have to keep our eyes on, right? I mean, to see in game number 1, War Angels, they lost that first objective. Area 77 was the one to actually be able to take that, rotate a lot faster, and it's the same story again. This time having Carmilla, she's just really good at rotating around this jungle, maybe even more smoother than X2 lot. But when it comes to the team participation and the synergy, I feel like War Angels just does a little bit better on figuring out where the team. And that's like what we kind of seen in game number 1. As soon as Area 77 took that first objective, as soon as they took that first turret, they kind of were like just sitting there wondering, where do we go next? Whereas War Angels, as soon as they got ahead, they stayed ahead. And right now, an opportunity to be able to close this out with match point is going to force Area 77's backs against the wall. But another shot to be able to this series with this meta pick, this Carmilla, the first showcasing of seeing this inside of MWI as well. See, was this the right decision?
Absolutely, we will find out shortly enough. It might be longer if the game takes long, but you know, we'll find out soon enough. And I really want to give a shout out to Area 77 Angels draft here. It does lean heavy on this magic damage. Something is, if Carmilla finds a link, you're dealing even more physical damage. What you see here is Lilia, Angela, two of the most annoying mid lanes to you're made understand the pain of an early game Angela and an early game Lilia. These two are going to be bringing the pressure. I see that from Area 77 Angels because they won the pressure last game. Last game, they were winning that pressure early, and they had that lead early. So now they're just going to play these early game heroes. Oh, Weezy.
Yeah, both sides find it out. You're going to see Khalid Momoa rush in for the kill on to Emily. First blood for the War Angels. May be able to get another. Apsy needing to get out of there, pushing him out of the jungle pit, which means Turtle should be go over to War Angels with little to no problem. But look at the top side. You're looking at Tanatu making the most out of the situation. Tries to find a little bit of a trade. Not the biggest one, but able to chip down half the gold off the turret.
Absolutely. And that's a win for Claude in the early game. You know, he doesn't have items. His toughest time in the game. If he's able to, you know, get some extra gold and half a plate is not bad. So you got a lot of coins in his pocket. Going to be spending on some items. And you know, War Angels felt a little faster to jump there. They felt as if they were just a little bit quicker on the rotation. As I was praising A77 for their early game rotation, Khalid has her and just jumps directly onto the Angela, shuts down any look of a fight because Angela's there to supply that sustain, and she's not able to do it. Ooh, 3.
Yeah, rushing into Apsy, not afraid to take the fight without having the numbers, making the most out of the sustainability, but maybe Detna's welcome, stopping Apsy in her tracks, hit with a massive stun, and X2 Lop securing the kill. That will be the jungler falling for Area 77, and a couple of members still taking massive damage. Chanatsu will fall as well, the marksman for Area 77. Cutie, speaking of marksmen, gets onto Area 77, takes down Emily.
Wow. What a way for War Angels to just set the pace in this game. 4 minutes in, 4 kills. Absolutely, you know, flipping the script on how this early game goes. You know, Apsy had a great set there. 3 people caught, and you have Claude. Fortunately, I feel like there was a bit of a communication error because Claude wasn't there, and he came in back on. If he was there just a few seconds earlier, or if it was communicated better that she found that 3-man, they might have been able to turn that team fight. But unfortunately, Apsy really wanted to have that 3-man set. kept going in. Ooh, solo kill down at bot. That's something you really don't want to see, especially when you're behind. So she pushes in and unfortunately not able to do anything.
Yeah, now some more kills may be on the way for the side of War Angels. Exulop gets a kill, takes down Sky, but still fighting it out. Chinatu finds Ekacutie, one member falling for War Angels. That's going to be their first death so far in the past 5 minutes of this game. The first death to Ekacutie, the marksman.
Yep, and it's good to see signs of life from Area 77. If you were ever going to show it, it needs to be now. And I saw behind 2,000 gold this early, it can be pretty hard to win those team fights. But they did some good damage when Carmilla found that great two-man link, and Claude goes ahead and ults in. He's able to find one, and it's the gold laner, so it slows down the gold laner, keeps this Claude farming as we want to see him farming, and it also gives him a kill. So we need to see a little bit more of this from Area 77 Angels. It's going to be on app.
Yeah, both sides possibly going to fight it out again. This is interesting, right? You're looking at Angels now taking advantage of the early game where they fell short in game number 1. They profit in game number 2. Now up by almost 3,000 gold ahead of Area 77. Ekacutie, even though she fell, she has 2 kills. She's still ahead of Tanatsu, who did strip a lot of that gold plating earlier in this match. But now look at Ekacutie. Don't worry about the gold plating. I'm going to take the entire turret. But this time, where does Ekacutie go from here? We saw when Chinatsu took that turret, she did not rotate. I wonder if it's going to be a different story for the side of Ekacutie. But I mean, they're putting in a lot of pressure. The turret on the bot side is going to fall as well. Major map advantage for the early game in favor for the War Angels. Now going in for more, not wasting a second in game number 2.
Oh man, yeah, they are hungry and they are feeling confident in these engages. You know, Khalid is not afraid to run around the map, and I am loving this pressure that they're applying. So, you know, Ekacutie doesn't necessarily need to even rotate out of her lane. It was good that she tried to push in mid, but Khalid is he's doing the job bot side, so the tower is already down. So we got 2 very strong pushing heroes that are collapsing on the outside of the map. And that's going to start to choke Area 77 Angels into their jungle, into their mid tower, where they still have that tier 1 up. And it's going to take a little more than a miracle right now. You know, we're 7 minutes in, we're about 4,000 behind. It feels like if Area 77 wants to get something started, it has to be now, has to be around Apsy. They have to find a great set. Unfortunately, in the last fight, was only able to set 1 person, so she doesn't get any link bonus. But if we're going to see anything, it has to be on this Carmilla.
Yeah, and you are going to see Mo pick up the Blade of Heptases. We'll have some initial burst damage upon attacking any of the members from Area 77 after a decent amount of time. And down goes that turtle. Another objective for the side of War Angels. 3 turtles under their belt so far. No objectives, not even turrets, have gone to the side of Area 77. The only thing they've profited on so far was Chinatsu getting 1 kill up against Ekacutie, and that's not enough. You're seeing the snowball start to form as the tier 1 turret in the mid lane falls. And now pushing through the mid lane, a Detonus welcome. Massive setup from X2 Lop to go away. Trying to stop him. Tahinas is going to find Sky, though. 1 member falling for Area 77 and a turret falling for them in the mid lane. But look at the bot side. Look at the separation. Chinatsu was going to go in for that turret. A wise decision, though, to disengage.
Yeah, we had an entire squad heading to the bot side, and that's a pretty fast squad. You know, looking at that last engage, it really felt like Area 77 Angels had a chance to win it, but that's where the Florin comes into play. When our health bars get low, she just pops the ultimate and they go right back up. So unfortunately, not much to do in these longer fights. We're gonna have to find little pickoffs, but their comp doesn't really support that. You have a Carmilla that wants to group up these players. You have a Claude that wants to deal AoE damage. Yeah, we have a lot of AoE set. We have a lot of longer team fight set on these Angels, but they need to be going for pickoffs here because you're not strong enough anymore. You're 5,000 gold behind 9 minutes in. You got to just go for pickoffs. You got to go for side trades, side pressure. Shinatsu doing a good job trying to split out that bottom, but unfortunately, you know, War Angels is really feeling it here, and they're just going to keep this pressure up. They're going to keep the momentum up. If we see you clearing top, we're going to send the squad top, and you're going to have to recall.
Yeah, you are going to see that Ice Queen wand picked up from Sky, too, playing into a little bit more utility. We'll be able to slow down members as they use the power of Glooms to be able to deal that burst damage. But yeah, War Angel so far on a path to possibly knocking out Area 77 with a clean sweep in a fancy way if they're not careful. Blazing Duet going down, though. Eka Cutie will shut Chinatsu down as she falls and Area 77 disengages. Not the fight they wanted to take right there. The third death for their gold laner.
Man, you know, it really felt that War Angels was a little overextended there. Opsy finds a great ultimate, gets some strong links in. Chinatsu follows up with the ult. Everything goes right in the team fight. But you know what happens? Chinatsu just gets bursted instantly because they're so far behind. You know, in any other scenario, War Angels is punished there. They should have been playing around the Lord. They're ahead. Let's go ahead and end this game. Let's get these outer turrets down with the first Lord. And unfortunately, they're just so ahead that when you play perfect, it still doesn't go right for Area 77 Angels. So I'm really gonna have to feel if you maybe try to get some pressure on this Khalid. He's very sustainable and with the floor, and it's hard to, but he's gonna be the side splitter, and he's the only one you can really solo out right now.
Well, the thing is, they don't have any knockup. So, Mama can heal up at the quicksand at any time with little to no problem. Should be able to sustain herself just fine in these fights. Speaking of sustainability, the go away from Eka Cutie in the heart of the battle, in the heart of the orange buff. Sky will find a kill. Chinatsu will find Yujiro. Two members falling for War Angels. Area 77 with the numbers able to prevail.
There we go. We need to see more of that, Weezy. And that's that perfect team fight we're talking about. When Carmilla is able to link most of the team and Chinatsu is able to follow in and clean up. This time the link was on the Florin and it was on the Melissa, two squishy heroes, and you get rid of the sustain early. So the fight was just overall won. Great job from Area 77, keeping that fortitude, keeping that strength to keep on fighting in this game. You know, War Angels is still going to profit, not as much as they wanted to, only taking 2 towers on the outside. Maybe you wanted to get that mid down. But, you know, overall, the game could flip any second. It's totally up to Opsy. And you brought a great point. They don't have knockups. They don't have CC. You know, Carmilla does need to be paired with this. Sure, you can use her ultimate to deal damage with the links, but something the links also do, it extends stun duration. So if you stun one person, the rest of the team is going to be stunned. You don't have any stuns there. You have 2 immobilizes, one from your Angela and one from your Esmeralda. So it's completely up to Opsy. She is the one stun, the singular CC. It's completely up to her to keep doing this. These fights are going to have to happen the exact same way, where we get a link on Melissa, we get a link on Florin, and we just pray when Claude goes in and he hits his ultimate.
Yeah, and that's the thing. Without having a proper counter over to Mao, he should have a little bit of an easier time winning these engagements. Not to mention, Area 77 is stacked with magic damage, putting a lot into the basket of Chinatsu to deal that physical. And when he's behind, it's going to be even harder to deal that damage necessary. Eka Cutie, speaking of marksmans, on the opposite side of the table, will find YQ out of position. Her on top of that, and that just shows you how far ahead in farm you are looking at for War Angels. 39K. So they're up by almost 5,000 gold ahead of Area 77 so far. Just off to a great start. Has yet to really lose too much on the map. They've only lost to Tier 1 on the top side. But claimed 3 turtles in that process and has been scaling in terms of kills, up by 7 against Area 77.
Yep, and you know, one thing I do want to mention from War Angels is this unexpected pick from both of us. You know, this Melissa, we were expecting, you know, a Moskov or a... Oh, hold that thought. It looks like we got a nice engage.
Oh. Heart Guard activated. Chinatsu, she is her going in. Yujiro, Immortality has been procced to Enos in the mid lane. We'll get back to safety. YQ will find a kill. That's going to be 3 members falling for the side of War Angel. Sky takes down X2 Lot. Make that for Tahinas. Needs to get out of there. 5-man team from Area 77 flipping the narrative, and now we'll push through the mid lane.
Oh my goodness. War Angels gets the Lord, but at what cost? And you know, we said it needed to be a perfect team fight. That was darn near perfect if it wasn't. Carmilla with the beautiful link, and Claude comes in and just does the work. Claude does so much damage in that team fight. War Angels is eliminated. They had nobody left alive after the engage. Oh, they had Nana, but not as passives proc, so we'll count that as a kill. And it delays the game and extends the game for Area 77 here. They were able to clear that Lord nice and quick. Look at the gold lead. It was astronomical. We were looking at 6-7K, War Angels getting the Lord. We were looking at the game ending. Guess what? It's 44-43. It is a dead even game again. And if Carmilla keeps finding these ults like this, it's not a dead even game.
And that's the thing. That all happened in a matter of seconds. And when you play as a team, when you play for the objectives, that's all it takes to be able to turn a game around. And Area 77 showing some life as we are at that 15-minute mark. Still going to be possibly another late game, which is surprising. A lot longer than what we've seen in the NACT spring season for North America, where most of the matches were about 14, 15 minutes. But it's looking like we're going to be having a lot of 20-minute games here. But I love to see it, right? You love to see the competition from everybody playing today. A lot of new faces, a lot of new teams on the competitive scene for North America. But again, one team will be knocked down. This is double elimination, so they'll be knocked down to the lower bracket today for a second chance. Speaking of chances, though, running out of opportunities. War Angels forced to push back to Natsu. Finds Momo yet again. Her second death of the game. Still trying to push back, trying to get out of there. Mobilization. YQ able to catch X2 Lop. 2 members falling for the side of War Angels. Area 77 again. Not going to lose any members.
My goodness, this comp is online, Weezy. This Claude is clodding, and it has an Angela to help with the sustainability. I didn't think we would get here, but through the we have to keep shouting out this Carmilla. Look at this play, boom, a beautiful link. Khalid is just immediately out of the team fight. Claude follows up with his ultimate. Everyone is so low, you can't even look for damage. But the sustainability on Claude got maybe to 60% health, and then Angela just heals him right back up. He's getting to that point where he's almost unkillable.
Yeah, and this is crazy, because I didn't expect to see such a strong turnaround from Area 77. Definitely saying, don't count us out just yet if you're watching. A comeback may be on the way to be able to turn this around, and a possibility for a reverse sweep if War Angels is not careful. And they had the advantage majority of this game, but they're having a problem closing this out, which is surprising because game number 1, I felt like that was their strength. In the late game, that's where they came alive. So now Area 77, it looks like they reevaluated where they went wrong and now are starting to make some adjustments, and it's starting to profit in their favor. Speaking of profiting, mobilization, too much to handle. Emily will find Yujiro. 1 member falling forward the side of War Angels. Make that another Echo Cutie. Responds back, takes down Apsy. That's not just any member. That's the jungler for Area 77, which means they don't have the retry play. A chance for War Angels to claim this objective.
That they do. They do have a chance, and they're going to start it immediately. I like the call. Let's force the pressure. But unfortunately, you did kill Carmilla, but this Claude is still alive, and oh my goodness. Unfortunately, Melissa's just picked off almost instantaneously in a bad spot.
Yeah, Denton is welcome for the setup. X2 Lop Immortality being Procto. Not going to be able to get the kill. Needs to get out of there. To Natsu again. Finding the kill to Natsu. 5, 3, and 7. Now going to shift their focus on to this Lord. Not going to go in to try and close it out with the minions through the mid lane. A wise decision to utilize the resources on the map. With this Lord, this is the Luminous Lord. They should be able to push through and possibly open up the base for the War Angels.
I think they will do that, and then maybe even more, just considering how these team fights have gone. Claude is shining in this late game, and I love the approach. They didn't get too excited. They didn't just try to end when they killed off 3. Let's take the safe approach. Let's get this Lord. Let's have it crash in. Let's crack into the base the proper way, and let's do this in a proper professional style. And looking at these games, we have an 18-minute closing to 20-minute game is showing how close these teams are in strength. War Angels was able to win last game. Area 77 in the driver's seat looking to win this game. But that's what we love to see. We have 4 strong teams, 4 strong female teams in North America all clashing together. And the first match, it could be going the distance.
Yeah, definitely going to go the distance. Now pushing into the tier 2 on the bot side. Will be bursted down from the side of Area 77. Lord will crash into that inhibitor. The base has been open for the War Angels. Now left to defend, trying to pick up the pieces. But Area 77 looking to invade. But can they find this opportunity? Were they able to turn this game around, or do they fall short? Looks like they are going to have to disengage. They still have minions, though, on the top, on the bottom. They don't want to go in for... Wait a second, Chinatsu. She is just going at it at these objectives right now. I think she took it. Did she take... I can't tell because they're stacked up on her. No, she did. She takes the inhibitor on the top side.
Chinatsu says, fine, I'll do it myself. Does not care. There does not need to be minions. I'm taking that tower. And... you know, it's a great defense from War Angels because it was looking grim. I didn't think they could survive another team fight, but that they did. They took care of it. They got the Lord down. It does cost them 2 inhibitor turrets, but you're still in this game. You still have a fighting chance. And we saw what happens when either of these teams still have a fighting chance into these late games.
Yeah, and I mean, right now, War Angels running out of space to breathe on the map. They only have the inhibitor on the bot side, now passing that 20-minute mark. Even though Area 77 lost every single turtle of this game, lost 2 out of the 3 lords, they were able to turn this back around and have the map advantage. They're even up in the economy at 61 compared to 58K from the side of War Angels. Mao having a rough time. The later this game goes, not really able to find those Raging Sandstorms for those clashes. Getting bursted down. Even though the Quicksand's available to regen, the burst damage from Sky, from Chinatsu, is melting her apart.
It is absolutely melting. It is there. It is scary. We're going to have to see how War Angels handles this. Last time, they were able to have the pressure on their side, but this time, Area 77 has now creating the pressure with the 2 sides, pushing the mid and the top. Chinatsu is online. He can make short work of this Lord. War Angels looks like they want to contest, but unfortunately, you just can't get in there. You got a Carmilla waiting for you at the choke point. If you try to go in all together, well, guess what? She's just going to knock you down. Hold up.
Oh, Apsy able to get the Lord. YQ finding X2 Lob, trying to evade, trying to get the retry still, not working in War Angel's favor. Now needing to get out of there. Heart Guard onto Chinatsu. She's ready to go in to deal some damage, but does not have the BMI, does not have the Blazing Duet, so we'll have to disengage, but the objective goes to Area 77.
It did go to Area 77. Now we're crashing in on the base. X2, it felt like she really just wanted to try to go for this Lord. She understands what it looks like in the team fight, but now you're not here for the defense. Ooh, Carmilla finds 2.
Yeah, Falling Star Moon dropping down at Cutie. Does fall. YQ able to get the kill with the Falling Star Moon. Does a tornado going out, but not going to hit any members of Area 77. Base Crystal quickly burst it down. Area 77 taking us to a game number 3 against War Angels.
That they are. Congratulations, Area 77 Angels. It looked very grim at first, but they were able to pull through, and it just really shows these teams have fortitude. They are handling the pressure well. Both teams have been behind and then able to turn it around in the late game, and absolutely impressive. I love to see the draft coming out from Area 77. I'm glad that draft worked out because Carmilla is such a strong pick, and you got to see it in full action. As we take a look at these charts, Chinatsu.
Yeah, just overall a great game, but MVP definitely going over there to Chinatsu. I mean, how could you not give Chinatsu the MVP on this Claude? This is why I feel like Claude's just not prioritized enough. The survivability, the late game damage, to be able to close the distance or go back out to safety is huge when it comes to late game. And that's what they kind of thrived on for the side of Area 77. And their backs were against the wall. Majority of that game, I mean, look at it. It was 8-1 right there. You were looking at War Angels profiting majorly. But then out of nowhere, it's like we saw a totally different team as we passed that 10-minute mark. And that's where we started to see Chinatsu profit. And I was wondering how that would kind of play out, especially having so much magic on their side, and the only one that slips through, the only physical damage dealer they had, was the one dishing out all the damage that they couldn't handle. Maybe they need to build some physical defense up against Chinatsu. It was a little too late by then, though, as you see them push through that mid lane. Just look at the damage output. Look at the synergy past that 15-minute mark for the side of Area 77.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know what else you can do into this link besides run. You know, you really can't do anything if you're linked. Get out of there. If you're War Angels, just please run. Do whatever you can, because if you're linked and Claude hits his ultimate, you're getting hit with 2 Claude ultimates. And that damage is stacking. That damage is doing increasingly more and more damage. And we saw that as the game got later, as the items got built. It just showed how strong Claude and Carmilla comps are. And it ultimately won them the game.
Yeah, won them the game, and now forcing War Angels to a game number 3. A possibility for a reverse sweep as both sides are sitting at match point. A great way to start the MLBB Women's Invitational NA qualifiers, all the way the distance, all the way to a game number 3 with these new faces on the competitive scene. And this is exciting because now I don't know which way this is going to go. I don't know if it's going to be Area 77. I don't know if it's going to be War Angels, because one team falls short, the other profits. But then it's like the coin flips and it goes the other way in the next game. So game number 3, place your guys' votes. Let us know which way you guys think it will go. But nonetheless, a great start for today's show.
How else will we do it but go to a game 3, baby? And you know, these games, they're not quick. They're not decided in the first minute. And matter of fact, it's kind of the opposite, right? So it's good to see that they're, you know, these games are going incredibly late. We're going 18 minutes, 27 minutes. Something we don't commonly see in the NACT. You know, we're looking at a 12-15. But if this trend keeps up, we're going to be in for any more of a game 3 than we saw game 2 and game 1. This is going to be a great one.
Yeah, I don't know, man. I think BTK and GG, they need to look out, because there's some new competition on the scene. Who would have known these players were just sneaking through the cracks? And I'm glad to be able to see it. Glad to be able to cast and participate in this tournament and cast alongside you, Boca, on this amazing series. But let's not waste any more time. Let's get back to the bread and butter of what makes MLBB in North America great. Game number 3, Area 77 up against War Angels. Here we go on the draft.
Area 77 with this first pick, and that Carmilla was scary, so we're going to have to see what War Angels is going to elect to ban. You know, we thought it was Low Yi last time. They didn't ban the Low Yi. They ended up getting the win, though. This time they lost with that Carmilla, and it really just felt like if they didn't have the Carmilla, if they didn't find these links, guess what? War Angels was 2-0ing, and they were going to do it in a quick fashion. So, you know, I wouldn't be afraid to see, or I would love to see, as a matter of fact, a Carmilla just banned right off. I don't care what else is out there. Let's get that Carmilla out. Barat's banned from Area 77 Angels. That's a solid ban. You know, War Angels has wanted to play it both games, so we're going to take that away. Maybe get them feeling a little bit uncomfortable in that early phase.
That's the thing. It's like both of these games, I guess the only similarity that I've seen, which kind of leads to the victory, is the late game damage dealing marksmen. That's really what's starting to shine. I mean, once you get past that 20-minute mark, the 25-minute mark, that's when you see heroes like the Melissa, heroes like the Natan, heroes like the Claude deal massive damage to their opponents. And there it goes right there. They're going to go ahead and ban a focus ban on the Chinatsu, not wanting to deal with her Claude. But they got to respect the Angela too, because as soon as Chinatsu would go in, Emily was right by her side to keep her alive. So I'm expecting that to possibly be the second ban for the side of War Angels. But the problem with this, right, is when you ban the Claude this early, you leave opportunity elsewhere.
Yeah, you do. Opportunity indeed, and the scary part is you're on the second pick. So you don't have the luxury like you did last game to take these meta heroes. So we're using a ban on Claude. Well, that leaves a meta hero open. We use a ban on Carmilla. I would respect it. It's more of a meta pick, but we didn't ban it yet. So we still... I feel like we have to get rid of it, Weezy. Sure, Claude did a lot of damage, but that could have been replicated with an Ixia, with any other AoE marksman. You know, Claude was just the one to do it in that game. It could be anybody else in this game.
That is an excellent point. I mean, the Carmilla, it didn't have an easy start, right? But yeah, being able to use that Curse of Blood, being able to chain those members together, deal massive damage, and slow down members on top of that, did start to shine a little bit later in that game, and I think that could be something they focus on. We are still seeing all the supports on the table. The Mathilda's available. The Rafaela, we've seen that kind of walk through and be selected. The Angela is available. The Faramis is still available, and a lot of teams haven't been prioritized. The Valentina is still an option to be picked up here, but we're not really seeing a focus on the Faramis or the Valentina so far in these games. And that just shows you how far the meta is shifting, how many heroes are just so strong in today's day and age for the competitive scene. But for the side of Area 77, you know what's different about this one? They ban out the Barats.
That they do. Yep, they did ban this Barats, and it is it has been a very comforting pick for War Angels. It's been a very standard pick, and now we're gonna get rid of it. And I like it, even if it's not necessarily like the best ban, or it's sort of poking at War Angels' comfort. Okay, we take away the Novaria as well. That was also scary. We're getting War Angels uncomfortable. You know, they should have won that game. War Angels knows that they won that game, but they didn't. And now we're at a game 3. We're gonna make you uncomfortable. We're gonna take away this Barrage. We're gonna take away this Novaria. War Angels is put in a very tough spot here with this ban 3. Carmilla has still not been banned, Weezy, but Matilda hasn't been banned. Harith hasn't been banned, or Harith was just banned. Moskov is still open. Something is open. There we go. Matilda is banned. But we're going to see a trade. It has to be, right? The Moskov's open. The Carmilla's open. Let's see what happens.
Angela, but I don't know if I take that first because, okay,
Wow.
so the Rogers, so they're going to go for a marksman. I would say I would go for a marksman first, but I would definitely try and pick up Angela next if they have the opportunity. But I don't think War Angels going to give that. They got a Fredrin and an Angela possible pickup here for the side of War Angels, which would secure them a great jungler and a great support to be able to keep them alive. And I think that should be what they do. But again, there is a Valentina, and if the Valentina is selected from the side of Area 77, then technically they can have the Heart Guard from the Angela as well. Now, one thing I didn't like, but I guess it still worked, was the Angela in the roam position and the Lilia in the mid lane. I would have kind of preferred a little bit more of that Angela in the mid to work a little bit better, but it's still, they were able to pull it off. It's very, very impressive. It's not something I normally see on the pro scene, at least from the tournaments that I've casted recently, but things that we have seen in the competitive scene. Okay, so they pick up the Fredrin, and they pick up the Moskov instead. And I think this is back to the point of the Angela. If you pick that up, then you can get countered by the Valentina. So they're still playing it a little bit safe. They still have one more opportunity to pick up the Angela, depending on where Area 77 goes from here.
Yeah, you know, I'm liking them selecting the gold lane first. Carmilla was strong, but let's not get too excited. There are counters to it. And what's that counter? Diggy. If you get linked, Diggy can just pop his ultimate and nullifies the Carmilla ult. It doesn't exist anymore. There's no chance of you getting linked. You're completely safe. So Area 77's Angels understanding that, slowing down, waiting. They do pick up the R-Lot in one hero that is up. That Area 77 Angels they did great with. They weren't best with the diversions. Is Lo Yi. They don't take it. Usually you see it. It's a nice combo. Every time Lo Yi hits her passive, R-Lot's skill 2 gets reset. So he's able to dish out a lot of damage at the same time. Lo Yi doing damage. Guinevere is a great pickup, and it's great against the Fredrin. You can keep him stationary. You can keep him CC'd up. So I like this approach to taking CC from Area 77 Angels. From War Angels, taking that Moskov is going to be strong, strong as well.
Angela could be picked up here. I mean, there's no Valentina. Oh, they're going to go in
Yep.
for the Kufra. Okay, this is going to be a treat to see. We got to see that in game number 1. It definitely helped War Angels kind of push through up against Area 77. The Yujiro was huge on those knockups. And so this is more of a comfort pick then for the side of War Angels. Because, I mean, I guess technically it could profit. There's some dash over there. You have the Roger. You have with the Lycan Pounce. You have the spatial migration from the Guinevere. I don't know if Kufra would have been my first initial pickup against that, especially with the R-Lot with the final slash. And yeah, I probably would have went in for a little bit more support and maybe tried to pick up an XP laner with crowd control in the second half of the draft, like a Ruby or something possibly. But we'll see how this goes. One thing that is for certain, though, is late game damage is guaranteed with the Moskov. Frontline presence is guaranteed with the Fredrin. And die pressure is there with this Kufra, and it did work in game number 1. And like you said, if it's not broken, don't fix it, right? So that's what War Angels' plan is going to be. But look at Area 77, the R-Lot, a hero that has been meta time and time again for a couple of reasons. Being able to have the final slash for the great crowd control, being able to profit off of the CC from your team. You have the Guinevere rushes in with the Violent Requiem with the knockup. That'll give him that demon gauge to be able to get additional dashes in for some possible hits. And they have yet to even know if we're going to even see this in the XP lane. It still can be slotted in the roam position.
Yeah, absolutely. And it just shows that War Angels wants to go with those comfort picks. we saw Area 77 Angels banning that Barat, banning that Novaria, taking away some of the comfort. Even the Esme here we're seeing banned out. So they want to remove this comfort. War Angel sees a comfort pick still open, that Kufra. Moskov, I do love the Moskov, and we have seen why it's meta in the MPLs, in MPL ID, MPL PH. He is being picked up, he is being prioritized. And the reason being is he's so good at taking these towers, but while he's splitting, while he's clearing these waves, that Spear of Destruction, he can throw it across the map, and guess what? He's at the Lord fight, so he can be 2 places at once. So it's sort of like a low yi in a different way, right? A nice teleport and a repositioning teleport as well. So I'm liking to see that this Moskov was picked up. Looking at the bans for War Angels, low yi ban makes sense. You don't want to give him the low yi Arlot combo, and also the Angela. That Angela was scary. It kept Claude alive. It did its job. We don't want to keep this Roger alive. We don't want him to sustain, so please don't take the Angela again. We're going to ban it away. War Angels going with another comfort pick. We saw her pick Nana in the previous game. Played decent with it, found some great sets, found some great ults. So they're going to go ahead and elect to play it again. So yeah, it really looks like War Angels trust what maybe that Carmilla Claude combo was just a bit too much and sort of knocked their socks off in a way.
And then I like this. I feel like the Nana's okay. It does some decent damage, and also you have that passive to be able to get back to safety. Worst case scenario, I mean, there's a heavy dive-centric combination from the side of Area 77 right now. The Arlot can initiate, the Guinevere can initiate, the Roger has the mobility, can rush in with the like and pounce. Speaking of heavy hitters in the mid lane, though, another pickup. This is going to be the Lilia. We got to see Sky use this in the last game and profit on it in the mid lane. The Florian will walk this time. Last time they had the Angela. This time they get the Florian since the Angela was banned out. And that's going to be the final roster for the side of Area 77 for game number 3. Now, I like what they have, right? They have sustainability, they have crowd control, and they have early and late game damage checked off the board. So I think they're good to go to be able to jump into the Land of Dawn. We're yet to see the final ban pick for the side of War Angels, though. I mean, they have the dive capability as well with that Kufra. It could be good against the Roger when he tries to rush him with the like and pounce. It could definitely catch some members off guard, but it's going to be a little challenging just because the Guinevere is very mobile. The Arlot has a lot of crowd control to kind of profit on himself to get back to safety. So we'll have to see which way this goes. We're still yet to find the XP lane for the side of War Angels, and they're going to limit, get even more dive capability and frontline capability. That's a lot of frontline, and that's great for a Lilia because she'll be able to melt down not only the Fredrin, the Kufra, and also the Terizla if left unchecked. And we'll have to see how this goes. But guys, like we said, this is the final game going the distance. Game number 3, Area 77 up against War Angels. Who do you guys think will win our very first series in the NA qualifiers? And Boca, what do you think so far? Which draft do you think kind of looks a little bit stronger?
You know, I'm going to have to give it to Area 77 Angels. I really like the way that they created their comp. They have the Guinevere jungle, it looks like, that's confirmed. Guinevere jungle to sort of respond to the Fredrin, right? We have the Roger, that was a prio pick, and it's a comfort pick that we want. It was banned out in the past 2 games, but we get it now. So I'm curious to see how it's going to work. The Florin, we saw how scary it can be, but this time Area 77 Angels got it. So they have a great amount of sustain, but they can also dish out damage. You have this Lilia against 3 bulky targets, so she's going to be able to slow them down. You have this Roger, who in his Hunter mode is going to be able to do true damage to these frontliners. So let's get into it. We got Area 77 on the blue side, War Angels on the red side, game 3.
That's right, the coin has been flipped yet again in the Land of Dawn, going the distance, but only one team will be able to push forward in the upper bracket. The other one will be knocked down to the lower bracket to fight it out again today up against the loser of match number 2. We'll have to see how which way this goes, but like we said, let us know what you guys think about these 2 teams and who you think will claim victory. Right now, though, we are going to be looking at a lot of meta from both sides, a lot of answers. The Moskov up against the Roger. Love to see that combination of heroes. The Lilia, not as primarily picked up on the pro scene as it used to be. Up against the Nana, both of them can definitely deal out that instant burst damage left unchecked. XP lane is going to be this Terizla up against that Arlot. Arlot, who's a lot more mobile and definitely has crowd control in his kit, more in his favor with the combination of heroes who can provide that demon gauge for him. Who was playing, had a little bit of a hard time in game number 2. But with this, Terizla has the anti-immunity to crowd control. When you use that execution strike, you can definitely profit.
Yeah, absolutely. And one thing I do want to note is the battle spell taken for the Moskov. You do generally see a Moskov take this Inspire, but it's a very scary battle spell to take when there's an Arla and a Guinevere on the other side. If Guinevere even finds one jump, unfortunately, this Moskov is not long for the world. However, if she doesn't, the Inspire is going to give you that damage, give you what you're looking for in that team fight. So I like it. It's sort of an all-out approach. We understand it's game 3. We're going to take these risks. We're going to get that extra damage out. We're going to try to dodge the Gwyn knockup with the Moskov dash. So I like the confidence from War Angels. It's good to see that they still have that confidence even after that heartbreaking defeat in game 2.
And now turtle play on the way. Apsy going to go ahead and pull the aggro. Has level 5 now. You are yet to see Yujiro getting that level 4. Almost there for a possible setup. There it goes. Both sides ready to initiate. We're expecting a big knockup from Yujiro. Look at him, wrap it around, winding up for the setup. Not going to connect. Hit with a final slash from YQ. X2Lop able to get the turtle for War Angels. Out of there. Spatial migration out to safety from Apsy into the mid lane. YQ very low, forced to use that flicker, but everybody will be able to get out. No members will fall, but War Angels taking the first turtle.
Man, what a tactical team fight from both teams. War Angels does come on top and secure that turtle, but at the same time, while they do that, Roger was able to push in some of the gold plating. So we do see a small gold lead forming from Area 77's Angels, and nobody dying in a team fight is, it's kind of exciting because you feel like some people should be going down, but they're all playing so safe because they understand what is on the line here. It is game 3. Whoever loses this loses the series. And we've gotten so far just to get here.
Yeah, and game number 2, War Angels was on a path to destruction for like the first 5 to 10 minutes. They had majority of the objectives. They were up 8-1 in terms of kills, and I thought they would have had that game completely with a snowball fashion. But after that 10-minute mark, we got to see Area 77 come alive. You got to see the Claude profit over there from their marksman, Chinatsu, especially with the sustainability over there from Emily on that Angela. And this time around, maybe an opportunity to do that yet again. But early game so far with that first turtle is going to give the experience boost to the side of War Angels. And but they're still down. 7 still slightly ahead. I think that's because Chinatsu, he didn't go in for the fight. He stayed on the bot side, left unchecked, and he chipped a little bit of that gold plating off the bottom. You can see some of it chipped down in the mid as well. But speaking of damage, speaking of things being chipped down, need to get away. Final slash connecting. Retribution going out as well over there. But neither side will fall. Mao recalling back to safety.
Mao is definitely recalling back to safety. And the ultimate, a little too ambitious from Fredrin. Hadn't taken enough damage yet to really get that black shield out. And unfortunately, this is where you'd want it. He's not going to be able to have it. And you can't really even contest this turtle because you retreat to escape. So thank goodness he gets out. It's not a fight you can take. Sure, it's coming up in 5 seconds, so maybe they can now, but the damage is already done. He was there a bit too early, a bit out of position. It might take a miracle
big
steal.
knockup. Yeah, you're going to see the Violet Requiem. Apsy able to get a kill, finds Mao. You are going to see YQ take down Yujiro as well. 2 members falling for War Angels. Area 77. Just when you think the game's not in their favor, they turn it around, and now a chance to be able to take this turtle away from War Angels, to be able to even out the playing field. I think they should be able to get it not in a position to contest, and a great objective in their hands.
Absolutely, great objective and a great team fight. We got our first 2 kills, Weezy, going in favor of Area 77 Angels. 5 minutes into the game, so it's a very, very safe build up to this later game. And honestly, both teams sort of understand that they've been taking those roles. We're following a trend here where in game 1, the Melissa was the star of the show, and in game 2, the Claude was the star of the show. So in game 3, we're going to be keeping our eyes at that gold lane. Can that Moskov get to late game? Can he get some good damage out, or some good spears, some good pressure? Or can the Roger begin to be bursting down these heroes?
Yeah, I mean, the crowd control definitely working in favor for the side of Area 77 right there, and that's what we talked about. When you pair that R up with that Guinevere, both of them, they synergize well with their skills, right? The Demon Gauge, the Violent Requiem for the knockup, to be able to allow him to dash in more. Speaking of dashing in, Violent Requiem on one member from the side of War Angels. Yujiro caught out of position. Shinatsu able to find his first kill of the game off that alley-oop. Yujiro now 2 deaths in.
Absolutely, 2 deaths in, and this is why I really loved Area 77's draft. It's very precise. You have your option for pickoff. Opsy goes in, hits the dash, and if anybody gets caught, Roger finishes them off, or Lilia's there to help deal the damage.
Yeah, I was asking the chat which one did they think they would win. Everybody wondering which way this will go. But one thing's for certain, both of these teams putting up a really great fight. Back and forth. Oh my goodness. There it goes. Violent Requiem for the knockup. Yujiro down to about 15% HP. Has to go back to the base for some regen. The Roamer not going to be able to set up on this initiation. Ekacutie, though, ready to rush in. Did just pick up that DHS to be able to soak down the high HP hero, the high HP pool from the heroes on the side of Area 77. Now 3 kills in. You yet to see War Angels find a kill on Area 77.
Yeah, and we just got a quick little look at the items. Roger was sitting at 5,400 gold. He is a little over 25% of Area 77 Angels gold, and it showed in that previous fight right there. Roger was melting the Fredrin like it was no tomorrow, and it seems that War Angels really loved that Barat's pick because X2 does not feel too comfortable on the Fredrin. Every time he gets his stacks up, ooh.
2v1, Vinyl Slash, YQ holding on for dear life. Emily pulling up, but not in time. Apsy will be able to get the turtle, though. YQ will fall. Tahinas is going to be the one to get the kill, but Sky in the mid lane, even facing up 1v1 on X2 Lop, able to take the turret.
Yeah, absolutely. That was a great job from Arlot surviving that long. Was able to help Gwyn secure the turtle because there's so many members trying to focus on this Arlot. And at the same time, we see pressure from Sky, from the Lily of all people, pushing in the mid turret. So opening up the map. Area 77 Angels playing this very, very clean, very precise. Not too much damage is going to come from that pickoff on Arlot. We see Moskov was able to finally push out that bottom turret, but there was already responses from Area 77 Angels. They were able to take that mid. They were able to take that turtle. So they're keeping on a solid pace. But we have seen the team that keeps a solid pace in the early game. We need to ensure that, they can hold on to that and maintain the momentum. Keep calm, continue what you're doing, continue what has been working for you. Look for picks with this Guinevere, and don't overthink it. You're already so far into the game. Ooh, nice set from Terizla.
Yeah, trying to rush in, trying to overpressure him with the numbers. But with Mao, when she's running this Terizla, it allows her to have the anti-immunity to crowd control, which is where it kind of works in her favor. If you guys want to focus on me, as long as I use that execution strike, you're not going to be able to get the setup you're looking for. And that's her game plan. But wait a second, Apsy going in, trying to get the final touches. Not going to be able to find the kill. Mao brought back to safety, and now War Angels pulling up to the bot side for a possible counterplay. Apsy wants blood. Missed special migration, hit with the knockup, hit with the Tyrant's Rage, and now need to get out of there. Bouncing ball too much to handle. Tahinas will be able to shut down Apsy with the assist over there from Yujiro on this Kufra.
That is a huge pick. It buys them time, and look what is coming up in 5 seconds. The Lord. And when you lose your jungler, you're not going to feel too comfortable taking it. I think War Angels needs to understand it was a great pick. Great setup from the Kufra. Great follow-up from the Moskov. I love the way he used the spear, cleared out the top lane, and then immediately comes bot. They do want to pressure this Lord. I don't know about this, Weezy.
Yeah, final slash in. Tahinas takes down YQ, checking out of this hotel early. Area 77, 1 member shy up against War Angels right now. Both sides very low, though. May want to disengage. They are down YQ, though, so they don't have that final slash. They still can sit there and contest, though. With that mid turret being pushed in, Area 77 can definitely invade onto the side of War Angels a little bit easier. I would say that's definitely more precious than losing that bot side. So I think they still won overall on the map. But right now, you are going to go ahead and see Apsy start to work this aggro of this Lord, trying to bait out War Angels.
Yeah, absolutely. He's starting the pressure. Wants to kind of maintain the presence of around the Lord. Keep them keep them honest. No sneaky lords going on here. One thing I would like to see, we do see Charizla is cutting the lane top. That is a great strategy. Doesn't completely take the wave, but that's a good trim. So that way the minions, well actually Arlot's taking the minions, so it's not really going to matter. He doesn't clear it all the way. We should be probably putting Moskov in the top lane because he has the Spear of Destruction to get to the team fight as fast as you need him. And if you pair it with a Cooper set, they're going to be stunned for a few seconds. So that Spear of Destruction should hit 100% of the time. So I'd like to see him creating pressure in the top side. War Angels understanding, though, this Cooper and Moskov pair with the insane CC is going to be what gets them the win in the game.
Yeah, Yujiro very low, though, needing to get out of there. A lot of members low in the bush. Natsu able to get a kill, though, finds Yujiro. That is going to be the roamer for War Angels. X2 Lop takes down Emily. A double kill, finds X2 Lop. That is going to be Chinatsu getting that kill. 2-for-2 trade for both sides. Pressure in the mid lane still being pushed in from War Angels, wanting to take this tier 1 turret to Heinous, able to claim it.
I mean, there we go. A great team fight. Going 2-for-2, especially when you're behind, is something you're going to take. And, you know, Area 77 does have to reset. They will eventually get the pressure on this Lord. I wonder if Frederick will make it back in time. We'll have to see. This is going to go down pretty quick, actually. Yeah, I think
they're going to go ahead and try and take it. I don't know if they'll be able to contest. Not in position. Absi will be able to claim it for Area 77, but War Angels still taking the fight. Absi finding executed. Marksman will fall for the side of War Angels. More members low, needing to get out of there. Passive has been procced into Heinous. Absi able to get a double. Takes down Mao Mao on the Charizla. The second death of the game for her so far. Absi 3-1-3. Lord going to Area 77.
Absi playing very impressive on every single jungle pick we've seen them on. You know, at first it was the Carmilla, and now it's the Gwyn. She's finding the perfect sets at the perfect time. Kufra is doing everything in his power, hitting some great Tyrant's Revenge, but it's just not enough, unfortunately, especially when you're behind in the pressure. You know, you lost your jungler, so I don't really agree with going for this Lord fight. As we take a look at this fight again, yeah, Absi just burst down Moskov. If you're ever caught, you're just dead, unfortunately. And the fight's just pretty much over from that. Nana's passive's procced, and Mao Mao is dead. He's far too low to get out.
And speaking of getting out, getting in to the base, Area 77 will push through as the Lord, taking down the inhibitor to 50% in the mid. Violent Requiem for the knock up. Sky for the kill, finds Mao Mao. One member falling for the side of War Angels. A flicker out into the base from Yujiro, baiting out a couple of those battle spells. And you are going to look at the inhibitor falling for the mid lane. Area 77, major advantage at the 14-minute mark.
Absolutely, they do crack into the base, and that's sort of what you want with the first Luminous Lord. If you can't end the game, let's get something cracked. Let's create the pressure. It is in the mid lane, so the pressure is going to be felt the least. That's usually the lane that everyone can sort of take care of, and you're sort of fighting over when those lords come up. So it's not the worst for War Angels, but it's still a win in Area 77 Angels book. They're going to take that any day of the week. But do not count them out. I've seen these Tyrant's Revenge. X2 in the previous fight did use his Black Shield properly and got some insane damage out for it. Tyrant's Revenge.
Yeah, the Tyrant's Rage for the setup, but a lot of damage on the way. Praises Wrath dropping down from X2 Lop. Final slash from YQ as a response. Absi finding X2 Lop, the jungler, for War Angels, and now need to get back to the base. Yujiro trying to sustain herself. Bursted down by Chinatsu on the Roger. Fourth kill of the game for her on fire. Emily finding Ekacutie. Sky taking down Mao Mao. Tahidas in the base by herself against the 5-man team of Area 77, looking to push forward in the upper bracket with the reverse sweep against War Angels.
GG's to Area 77 Angels, and way to keep in it. After a 27-minute first game, it was a loss, and that is so heartbreaking no matter who you are. Even in your ranked games, if you play a 27-minute match and you lose that game, it is so heartbreaking. But they were not heartbroken. They fought back in game 2 just when it seemed like it was over, down 10-1. Carmilla pulls out an insane ultimate, and they bring us to a game 3, and they use that momentum to close it out.
Yeah, using that momentum at its finest. Area 77 Angels. Who would have thought it? It was there, able to push through in the heart of the battle, stopping War Angels from being able to close out that game, who was at match point. All they needed was one more victory, but losing 2 in a row back to back is a challenge. They're not done, though. This is knockout day, but they will be knocked down to the lower bracket. We will be seeing them later today in our 3rd series, but still a treat to watch. Very late games for all 3 matches of our 1st series today. Who would have thought it would have went the distance past that 20-minute mark? So we see a couple of the replays from these engagements.
Yeah, we got some excellent action, and it was only Series 1. We have 3 more. It is not over yet for War Angels, and I'm so glad to hear that there is a loser's bracket because they deserve a second chance. They played that game 2 amazingly, but unfortunately it just was not enough. So I really want to see them rally, take this time, review these games, take a look at what happened, and how could we close that game out a little bit cleaner and taking this series 2-0. If they can do that, I'm certainly looking forward to seeing them later on today.
And it's crazy because all of these teams have coaches, which is definitely a step in the right direction. So I'm expecting, even throughout all these games, the teams to get even better and scale through the times because their coaches are definitely in the background, right? They're taking notes, they're watching it just like we are, and they're adjusting their strategies. So we should be seeing, again, even though War Angels was knocked down to the lower bracket, I expect them to be even stronger in their next showcasing today, and that's what we'll be looking forward to watching. But the highlight, the spotlight, is on Area 77's Angels with a major victory for our 1st series of the day, rising to Radiance.
GG's to Area 77's Angels, and well put. They played an amazing series. The battle is not yet done. We're going to find out in a bit here who they will be facing. It's either going to be ReignFall or it's going to be Masked Foxes, a team we'll have to check out. But for now, Area 77 Angels get some rest. It was a well-deserved win, especially after that game 2. So, GG's to them.
Yeah, GG's to them. Definitely a great start inside of MWI as we do pan back over to our amazing casters list. Let's go ahead and take a look at our amazing host, Liz.
What a series, guys. I really thought the first game was going to go to a 77. And then War Angels pulled up. And the second game, I really thought they could have closed it up. But we saw the Carmilla. And talking about the Carmilla, it seems like they're really adjusting to the meta super fast. They're watching the MPLs, and they implement that into their own strategy.
I'm happy to see it. I mean, to be able to go with the meta. This is the first Carmilla game that I've actually had the pleasure of casting this year on the pro scene. So it's definitely a treat from a caster standpoint. I know Boca over there, like I said, he's a pro player. He's top 8 in North America. I think he's even shaking over there after seeing both teams perform today.
Absolutely. And we can learn from these teams. They played at a top tier level. They understand the game. And these are players. Some of these players have played in the NACT, and these coaches have coached in the NACT, so they have the proper guidance to bring us these great series. And it was an excellent showcase of the Carmilla and why it is so scary, because even when you're that far behind, it just takes one good link, and you win yourself a series.
Yeah, and imagine Carmilla with Chip. I mean, I think Carmilla is kind of used to counter Chip in some situations, but I mean, I would hope to see a Chip. And on that note, we have an interview with Area 77 Angels.
Hi.
Hi, YQ. How are you doing?
I'm doing good, thank you. How are you doing?
I'm doing great. Excellent performance. Congratulations, first of all, on that victory. Now, I want to know so much about you guys. So, how did you guys form this team for Area 77 Angels? We know Area 77 has been a team for 2020, but then you guys are kind of a new team, right?
Yeah, we are generally a new team because Area 77 was founded in like 2019 or 2020, and then we just was introduced because of the MWI competition for 2024. So you could probably imagine that it was a very short notice. So we had like around 2-3 months to get ready for everything. And during the process, there was a lot of roster changes and other difficulties, but eventually we were able to pull together a team. So I'm happy we were able to come to this.
You did so well. And how did the adjustment kind of form? Because I expect that a lot of players had to fill the roles, like fill the jungle role, or did they start from playing jungle, or were they all adjusting to that team?
Oh no, so we actually have an issue with one of our members where she unfortunately couldn't make it to the Saturday match, the first one. So we actually had Karen or Apsy swap out to sub in for jungle the first day. And she's actually originally a marksman player, so it's really hard to take on two roles. So I really commend her for that.
Definitely. And who's the team leader for the Angels?
It's Trinatsu.
Are you the
so
team
our
leader?
marksman. No, I'm not. But it's Trinatsu, the marksman. So she played Roger and Claude. Yeah, she's our team leader.
And
But
wow,
then we also
the
have
Claude game
Smelling
was
as our Smelling as our manager. So,
yeah. And who does the draft within your team? The coaches?
So we have Coach Tan. And then we have Smelling as well helping us out. So.
And now we heard that your team actually has 5 players who speak Mandarin fluently. So do you guys communicate in Mandarin or English during the broadcast?
Yeah, maybe you guys will hear our VC later, but we communicate a mixture of like English and Chinese. So every member on our team, including like everyone, Apsy, Karen, Shanatsu, Sky, Emily, Saku, like everyone is Chinese. So sometimes our comms are Chinese and then sometimes they're English. So yeah.
We're super excited to hear those comms. And for the comms, I'm just curious, are any of you guys like toxic during, especially like after the first game? Because that was a kind of a, I'm just curious.
Oh, no, actually, I think being toxic, it's kind of like the first thing you think about when you lose a game because it's immediately the anger, who did what wrong and what happened, we could have done better. But I think that's kind of the wrong mentality to have if you want to go forward. Like, you have to kind of have a constructive mentality and not let losses be, I guess, the obstacle to stop you from winning more games. So, yeah.
Well said. You heard her, guys. Don't be toxic in game. Once again, congratulations on the victory. Yeah, and then we look forward to see you guys play in the upcoming series.
All right. Thank you so much for talking with me.
I like it, guys. Don't be toxic.
That's right. Cool, calm, and collective. I love to see it. Very quick on her feet to be able to answer those questions, too. I think that was one of the smoothest interviews we've had so far, and that just showcases how well...
They're confident.
Yeah, they're confident. It shows in the gameplay, too. Even when I was not expecting them to be able to pull things off, they did. Full of surprises, and look forward to seeing them as they progress through the tournament.
Yeah, absolutely well said. Very, very well spoken. She was, very, very strong in those games. And you heard it here first. Don't be toxic. 27-minute match loss. If you can still have the mental fortitude, you deserve the win. And that they did. So, GG's to them. And excellent interview.
Absolutely did. And for you guys, upcoming series, ReignFall. Is it ReignFall? I just know them by the queens. And versus Max Foxes. So don't go anywhere, guys. We're going to come back in a short break.
Well, I'm me, and there's no one I'd rather be. You can sit around and wait and see. For a moment, I'll be standing free. So hurry up and wait for me. Got a bag of chips by the sea. The sun is blazing down. I've got my smile now. Here's the thing. Your chips will really make me sing. Come on, relax and have some chips for me. Chill out, lay back, I'm right where I wanna be. We've got time to take it easy. You always tell me to speed up, but slow down. I've been kicking my feet up and just going to town. A bag of chips in hand, I got nothing planned, yeah. Good treats by the sand, you know I wanna chow down. Oh yeah. So when you ask me if I'm gonna stay, I'm promising you I will. 'Cause there's one thing we gotta do. Come on, relax and have some chips with me. Chill out, lay back, and right where I wanna be. We've got time to take. And I'm all that I wanna be.
I am the apex of myth and machine. The Kraken! Just another kaiju to fall upon my spear. You face Perseus! For New Olympus!
Alright guys, I hope you guys enjoyed that little break because now we have the most anticipated team make their debut on the MWI stage. Joining with me are StephWeezy and Bocaroscoe. Let's go guys. Are we looking forward for this series?
I am. I can't wait to see which way this goes. Not only to see some familiar faces, but also to see the brand new faces on the competitive scene as well between Mass Fox, between ReignFall. Like we said, a lot of people have been waiting for this match. Some of those that are fans of course, Nicolette from the champion team, BTK, who was running in the mid lane, now going to be running in that jungle position, possibly.
Jungle.
We'll see how it goes. I think that's one of the bigger things that everybody's hoping for. But I'm just hoping we get a game number 3 like the first series today that went the full distance, and hopefully that we can manifest that into reality.
Absolutely.
And Boca, take us through a bracket.
Yeah, absolutely. So taking a look at the bracket, currently A77 with the 2-1 over War Angels now moves into the semifinals, but War Angels, after that hard-fought loss, is not out of it. They are just going down to loser round 1, so they still have a chance to make it up and do the dream, the Cinderella story, all the way up through the bottom bracket.
For sure. And looking at their performance just now, they can definitely have a long run in this show.
Yep, but they are going to have to bring their A game because from the first series, man, these teams are not playing around. Even the interview, just cool, calm, and collective. Like we said, very focused. down to the T, and that's what we want to see on the competitive scene. And like I said, these teams, they're showing up, and they're definitely not disappointing. All of them with coaches by their side, with analysts by their side as well to help in the victory.
Yeah, absolutely. And, you know, we got to see two very strong teams, but now we have two teams that we haven't seen. Some familiar faces, familiar for me as well. I've played versus them in the NACT, so I know they're very strong players. Over on ReignFall, we got Sayori and we've got Nicolette, two very, very strong mid laners. Sayori taking that mid lane role, and it looks like Nicolette might be taking that jungle role. I know she can do it. We all know she can do it. So I'm looking forward to see it, but I'm also looking forward to see what the other competition is in this tournament. We thought A77 Angels is strong. Let's see how strong these teams are as well.
Yeah, we saw A77 Angels were the strong team, and then even the chat, there was like a voting thing, and then everybody voted for A77 Angels, but we saw how strong War Angels were able to put on that fight, and that fight went really long. So Weezy, take us through the ReignFall lineup.
That's right. As the rain falls and the crowd goes wild. That's right.
Yeah.
The familiar face is back on the screen. Ladies and gentlemen, XP lane Jewel, Nicolette. Once the mid laner for BTK, now the jungler for ReignFall in the mid lane, Sayori. Seen him on the Nightfall, now making another appearance here again, still in that mid position. Ashley, back from the Wasians again on the pro scene. And Panda, who competed in the NACT spring season, fell a little short in the qualifiers, but definitely a heavy competitor.
Yeah, absolutely a heavy competitor. And, you know, these players are all experienced. It's something else to mention. You know, Ashley has been in NACTs previously in the top 8, and Panda has been close to that top 8 spot every time that she's joined the NACT. So it's so good to see all these strong players come together and create a female team to represent NA as a whole, and to see how strong they are.
For sure, and guys, I'm one of the simps in the chat. Just looking at the lineup, you got everything that you can imagine in this lineup. Just the different styles, the Asian baby girl, man.
Oh my gosh, the Clippers are gonna go wild off of
Clippers
this one.
are gonna clip.
Well, we're not ready for cams yet. No, I'm just kidding. It was definitely gonna be a treat to see. Okay, yeah. Anyway, back into the game. Great competition. Like I said, they are ready to bring their A game. They have a secret weapon, Nicolette. Though a lot of simps are out there, you know, for their looks or whatever the case may be, the execution and skill is there as well, and it's just as fierce. And that's what we're going to be looking forward to seeing today from all of them. It is going to be a new position, though. I wonder, how does Nicolette kind of fare in the jungle compared to the mid lane? If it's the same type of synergy we see, though, then she should have no problem. There's an additional team who is going to be on the scene here shortly, though, who we've never really seen before. At least I personally haven't, which I'm excited about it. So let's go ahead and take a look at the Mass Fox, the second competitor in the scene, who is going up against ReignFall.
Yep, so we've got Moonpie in the EXP lane, Bea as the jungler, Yelly Rar as the mid laner, Saren as the roamer, and Tanfia in the gold lane.
Definitely also a very strong team, because if they're able to make it to the open qualifiers, guys, they have very high rankings, because we had a lot of teams join in to this tournament, but they're selected based on how well they're performing on their ranked games, how well they're selected through a process. So as long as they made it to the top 4, you know they're strong.
Yeah, and that's what I want to see, right? Some excellent gameplay from both sides. All of them, like we said, coaches by their side to help them in the draft as well, which is going to be a treat to watch. The first series of the day, Area 77 up against War Angels, went the distance all the way to a game number 3. Technically, with this roster, Moonpie, I feel like, is the only one that I've really heard about on the competitive scene. But then there's a lot of new faces that we're going to have to kind of take some notes on as we progress through today's series. But nonetheless, I would kind of say Mass Foxes is considered the underdog in this series. Definitely a lot more to prove. But definitely helps them to have that element of surprise to keep ReignFall on their toes.
Yeah, I agree with that. Definitely is the underdog just because of how decorated ReignFall is and the players on ReignFall. We haven't really heard of these players from Mass Foxes. Moonpie has been in the MLBB scene for a few years, has played competitively as well, played on Aether Explicit, and now runs her own tournament community. So she has the experience. I'm sure she also is able to pick a very strong team, but ultimately we'll have to see what they can bring in store to give us another shocking story versus ReignFall.
Yeah, and they have a very variety of in their composition. Just reading their description that's posted in a community post about this team, they actually come from college students, university students, as well as moms. So it's a combination of everything. It just shows you how strong the girl power is.
That's right. And today it's going to be tested in the land of the dawn, and only one will be able to push forward. So as we are waiting for the teams to jump in, I would say something that's been interesting so far, at least from our first series, is the level of hero pool from these players who are new on the competitive scene, but they're pulling out things that we see on an MPL level, right? We saw the Carmilla in the jungle. We got to see things like the Barats walkthrough, which is heavily prioed. We got to see the Moskov, who's now stepped into the scene as one of the main marksmen, utilized excellently. So overall, it's going to be a great series.
Yeah, absolutely. And it seems like we're going to be getting into draft very shortly, and I'm excited to see what these teams will bring to the store.
And
Alrighty, Steve, we already got a first ban here. Lo Yi banned out. Something that we thought we were going to see in the last games. It did not happen, but ReignFall is saying, nope, we saw the damage it can do. We don't want it right now. We don't want to prioritize it. We're banning it out immediately. Mass Foxes with a pretty typical response when you don't have priority. You want to get rid of the Matilda. We've learned a lot in NA about banning Matildas, and followed up with an Edith. That's something I don't normally see in the prio bans, but I guess assuming that you have the priority pick, you can sort of ban out and pick out what you want. So that could be a ban towards a counter of a hero that they want, but we'll have to see more information as this draft unfolds.
Could be a couple of research too. Maybe it's a comfort pick for the side of Mass Fox. Honestly, interesting enough, the Edith, back when we were in ACT, when we would see like the top two teams compete, BTK and Gaming Gladiators, the Edith, when they fought in the upper bracket, was the deciding factor in who would win each match. So it definitely has a heavy push in terms of being able to use it at your disposal when available, but I don't know if it would have been prioed super early. But time will tell. Like we said, Mass Fox is the underdog, so you don't really know what to expect. So it's either possibly a comfort pick, or like you said, maybe banning out something that's a counter to one of the heroes that they plan on selecting for the side of ReignFall. Still some options on the table, though. The Moskov, yet to be banned out. The Paquito,
wow,
taken off the table. This is honestly interesting because I don't even know if this is considered a comfort pick bans, or if they're just letting all this meta walk on the table to overwhelm maybe the decisions of Mass Fox with second pick in the draft.
Yeah, I'm thinking it's a bit of both there, Weezy. You're right on the money. So this feels like comfort picks. You're banning a Paquito and an Edith, something we don't normally see in the first ban phase. It's typically unheard of. There can be options, like maybe if you're prioring Exborg, but I don't really see that. And I think it's more of a comfort pick on the side of Mass Foxes. So that doesn't mean that ReignFall has been doing their research. We have to see more from them, but we do see Harith is banned. That is a very strong ban, and one that we can all agree on, because Harith has been so dominant in recent performances. I don't know if we're even going to see him today just because of how strong he is on this current patch. But I'm curious, with these bans that they placed, what are they going to pick first? And it's a Fredrin. You can't go wrong with Fredrin.
Barats, though, Moskov, both of them available. Barats, Angela, available. Valentino could be a ban pickup, though, to counter the Angela, so I don't expect the Angela to be picked up. I say Moskov and Barats, safest option. Even if not a Barats, a Moskov and an Akai could work. Honestly, though, they don't necessarily even need to pick the jungler right here, because they already know the Fredrin is locked in that jungle position, so they could just profit and pick up a marksman and get their mid lane prio if they really wanted to. I mean, the Florian's on the table, the Vexana, both of them been some strong pickups in the mid lane, which we have yet to see the Vexana yet. We saw the Navaria picked up, but not the Vexana so far. Whoa! Okay, so this is gonna be a Roger jungle, Moskov in the gold lane. That's actually some high IQ drafting. This is why I said expect the unexpected when you're going against the underdogs.
I do agree with that. Expect the unexpected. We see Panda locking that carry rather quickly. It is interesting that they want to go Roger Jungle this early. I don't mind it. You know, it can definitely work, and we're gonna see like how well their jungler can really snowball on this pick. But it's so early and picked with the marksman. It takes away the chance that, you know, Panda could pick this Roger up or pick this Moskov up, but now they can create some counters. You do pick up the Valentina, very standard pick. The draft from ReignFall feels very standard in its meta, and that's kind of what I'm expecting when they're, you know, coached by Midnight, who is known for drafts like this. It is very well put together. At the same time, it's just nothing out of the ordinary. We're going to win on the field, and we're going to give ourselves the best chance with this draft. Masked Fox is, you know, I want to predict what they're going to pick here, but they've already blown my mind with the two opening picks.
I don't mind the Yuzong here. I think the Yuzong's okay. I mean, it's the first Yuzong that we actually get to see in the MWI, which is surprising that it hasn't been selected so far. We got to see a CC in the XP lane. We got to see an Esmeralda in the XP lane. We got to see an Arlot. But this time we get the Yuzong, and I think he's just great in every aspect, right? He can get to the back line. He can find that Valentina. He can find that carry when left unchecked and defended. But you are going to give that Black Dragon over there to Sayori. So Sayori technically can use the Black Dragon as well to get back to safety, to go in and initiate. But keep in mind, she is squishy. She is the mage. So you have to be kind of pick your poison. The only thing about Yuzong, though, is it takes a selective hand to be able to pull them off. It takes somebody to know when to engage, when to disengage, and you have to get it just right. If you go in too early, you're going to get bursted down, especially from that carry. If you don't land on that backline hero and hit that Petrify, and they have a Purify, they're going to melt you down as well. So that's some things that will have to be looked at from the side of Masked Fox, but I do like that option. Now, you are right about the Roger being picked up super early. I mean, it's showcasing, it's making them very squishy. You have the Roger, you have the Moskov. They need more than a Yuzong, because yes, he has a little bit of crowd control, but he does not have enough to be able to sustain a Roger and a Moskov all by himself. So I'm expecting a hard CC roamer, possibly from the side of Masked Fox, but keep in mind, draft pressure is there for the side of ReignFall picking up that Valentina.
That they do have the draft pressure. I do agree with the Yuzong pick being picked in that third slot, because one thing that we have to look back at, and that ReignFall didn't really show us why they did it, they banned out two EXP laners. They banned out the Edith, they banned out the Paquito. Sure, you can run the Edith roam, we've seen it run roam, but it can also go EXP. So we banned out these options for it, but we still haven't picked up an EXP lane ourselves. Picking up that Yuzong, I would have liked to see them ban out like the Lapu Lapu, just sort of limit the options on the XP lane. That way, you know, we've already banned two of them. Let's ban another one out. And the Arlot's ban on the other side. You know, these are flex heroes, but at the same time, if they need an XP laner, let's get rid of the Lapu Lapu, just sort of give our Yuzong a strong laning phase. But they don't do that. They end up banning the Angela, which is a strong ban, and also the Minotaur. Those can be very scary. They both have high sustain. One of them has a little more CC, which is even scarier. Minotaurs are certainly very, very strong. Surprised it didn't get picked up yet. Let's see what they do end up picking with this priority and with this ban style. They still need a roamer and they still need a mid laner. I'm looking at, honestly, I mean, you need some sort of beef here. So you got to go a beefy roamer, maybe like a Grok. But at the same time, if you don't want to, you can just go Nana and then wait to see what you pick towards the end.
Yeah, they're definitely trying to wait last second to pick their roamer up. The Nana, we got to see a little bit of a showcasing in the first series with that selected over there from the side of War Angels. Now making another showcasing, this time for the underdogs, Masked Foxes. And it's been a big factor in a lot of these team engagements. The Melina Blitz, the passive to be able to get out as well, to safety when you are very low, can definitely be the saving grace that Masked Fox needs. And also, it's not really, I guess Melina Blitz still can be profited by Sayori. So that is something they do have to watch out for. And that's why the Valentina is such a strong pickup. But again, they need more crowd control. I don't feel like even the Nana is enough for the crowd control up against ReignFall. CC was who I would have expected. I was going to say either a CC or a Terizla response to the Yuzong. Now they can rotate around together. I think the CC can actually rotate a little bit faster than the Yuzong can, but when that Black Dragon comes out, he should have an easier time being able to find that backline. Grok, you kind of mentioned that being a pickup, an option, a roamer for either team. has been selected for ReignFall. It's good to be able to initiate with that wild charge, drop down those guardian barriers to be able to block off MassFox from taking the neutral objectives, and it should be something they can kind of focus on. But there goes the final pick. Kufra, again, we're just seeing a lot of Kufras today.
Yeah, that we are. And I ultimately love this draft from ReignFall. What a great way to end the draft. You know, they go a double marksman on the side of Masked Foxes. They need some sort of front line. They take away the Grok option, and Grok works so well into a double marksman comp. He's going to scale off of his physical defense. He has, you know, very high physical defense. We have 2 marksmen on our side. And honestly, our only magic damage is Nana right now. CC as well. I want to see this CC pick up Vengeance. Let's see if she does it. Against double marksman, I feel like Vengeance is the call here. They don't have a lot of CC. You have a Kufra, you have John Petrify. Sure, you have the non-transform, but you're mobile enough to get around that. So hopefully we get to see this CC pick up the Vengeance and just be an absolute nuisance, not only to this gold laner, but to the jungle Roger.
Yeah, and we're going to have to watch out for this jungle Roger. It was selected first in the draft for a reason, but again, it kind of shows your cards early, and sometimes that could be a mistake. But time will tell as both these teams ready to fight it out. Our second series of the day for MWI 2024 NA qualifiers. Will it be ReignFall or will it be Masked Foxes?
Yeah, it's only time will tell. A very standard opening from both teams, and something that you're going to want to see. Ooh, a nice little poke from Kufra there, doing his job well. But we see opposite sides, actually. Roger electing to take the blue buff first, heading straight to the red. And Fredrin actually giving up Lithoprial. Wow.
Oh.
Sharky taken really low.
Oh, Ashley able to get the kill with the power of nature wind up. A good start for the side of ReignFall. And now putting some pressure back. Now going to go ahead and try and contest, even on the orange buff, being very aggressive so far. Now, MassFox needs to be careful. Like I said, they're the underdogs. ReignFall, they have a lot of seasoned players, some vets on their side who will take advantage of these minor opportunities. You give them an inch, and they can definitely take a mile.
Yeah, that they do. They've played in multiple different tournaments, and they know how to play very well. And as you see, they overextend just a little bit too much, and Moskov gets picked off.
What's Sharky? Wait, hold. Okay, we got a request for a pause because I'm confused. Because, yeah, it has to be a technical difficulty because that's 2 times we've seen Sharky just run straight into a turret and keep running into the enemy turret and burst it down. So I don't know if that was like a lagging issue, maybe, because I don't see anybody on the pro scene just doing that intentionally. I don't think there's a Nana feed strat out there just yet. But nonetheless, this gives us some good time to kind of talk about both these amazing teams with everybody out there in the audience, and to be able to kind of chat with the pro players such as yourself, top 8 in North America. The Kufra pickups. How do you feel about the Kufra so far as one of the rumors? This is a little bit, I feel like this is the most I've seen Kufra picked up this year in a tournament.
Yes, it is. Absolutely. And it seems, I mean, it's been doing its job. I think it's 1-1 right now, or 1-2. Did War Angels pick it up all 3 games, or was it just 2 games? I think it was 2 games.
2 games.
So
it
went 1-1, but that's still an absurd amount for a hero that we don't normally see as often. Typically you want to play it against anti-dash heroes, but you know it did its job. He has some very scary ultimates with it, some nice 3-man sets, some nice knockups, and even there it looked like they had Panda caught. So you can see that it can do its job for sure. Though I might be a little basic here, but I would have liked to see the Grok. I would have liked to see something bulkier. Kufra generally runs well with a tank jungler, and you have a Roger here. So who is going to be clearing these bushes for Kufra? Kufra wants to dive. He wants to hold that bush and dive into the towers. You don't really have that with this comp. You have to use Zhong. Maybe you want to use Black Dragon, but other than that, you're relying on this Kufra to frontline.
Yeah, and that's the thing. Like, they last picked the Kufra because that Valentina was on the side of ReignFall, picked 3rd in the draft over there by Sayori, which kind of had them questioning where they wanted to go, because they couldn't even, like, when you pick that Roger up first alongside of Moskov, you're already very squishy, and the enemy side knows you're going to pick up somebody that's more frontline capable or oriented in that roam position. And you're not going to pick up a support like an Angela. You're not going to pick up something like a Mathilda when you have very squishy marksmen on your side. You need somebody to actually be up front, get the sets, And right now, that's going to be the job of Saren and Moonpie to be able to rush in there to create those plays against ReignFall. Speaking of ReignFall, though, I mean, you are going to be looking at the Yuzong up against the CC. Both of them, I would say, a little bit more in the ordinary category of what we consider meta internationally. I think Yuzong, even in the MENA region, has been prioritized heavily from MENA and also Europe. It's such a strong pickup. The Moskov stepping into the MPL scene out there for Indonesia has definitely been very strong. It also snuck into the cracks of MENA as well. And it's a great pickup over there for Mass Foxes. And like I said, they're the underdogs, right? I mean, I kind of expected ReignFall to kind of really have a solidified, strong draft. Not to mention, ReignFall's coach, it's Midnight. So it's literally the coach of the Grand Champions from BTK. So, yeah, they definitely have a secret weapon behind them. And that's where you see that excellent drafting. But a great draft still coming out from the side of Mass Foxes. The Kufra, like you said, a little shaky, but we'll have to see. Is this the game plan? Does this actually work out, between these two amazing teams? Definitely can't count the underdogs out.
Definitely can't count them out, especially after casting that last series, Weezy. We can't count anybody out. So we're going to have to wait and see how this draft plays out. But we do see Yuzhong is picked off in the bot lane. That's not something you want, especially when you're already down 3 kills. Momentum going back in the favor of ReignFall. Something that I want to touch on a little bit on the draft of Mass Foxes is that if this Grok sets the Moskov or the Roger, neither of them have a Purifier. So those are your damage dealers. You got to keep them safe. And I'm really wondering how you're going to do it. I hope Mass Foxes can show us how they're going to do it, how they're going to pull this draft off, because this is a very unique draft, and it's something we don't necessarily see every day. And I like stuff like that. We were known in NACT Bloodhounds drafting against the meta and drafting a bit, not so rudimentary, but they're doing sort of the same thing by picking what they're comfortable with, and I do want to see them succeed with it.
Yeah, and the thing is, right now, ReignFall off to a good start, right? Like you said, they're kind of more the crowd favorites right now, just because they have a lot of seasoned players on their side who's kind of dominated on the pro scene. And they're able to take the first objective. They got the first turtle on the board for them, up by a massive gold lead with that 4 kills pushing forward. Jewel is going to find Moonpie. These kills are just climbing for the side of ReignFall. Mass Foxes needs to kind of reevaluate their strategy right now, because, I mean, this is a big lead for only being 3 minutes in.
Absolutely a big lead indeed. We're talking close to 4,000 gold in 3 minutes, 3,500, 3.5 minutes. It's getting kind of scary, and we saw Yuzhong get picked off twice. Something you genuinely don't want to see when you're Yuzhong. You want to play safer in the early game. Wait till you got some items, you got some sustainability. People like to gank these Yuzhongs early because they know how weak he is.
No, speaking of ganks, speaking of setups, big Times Revenge, a Tyrant's Rage on the Sayori. Takes her down about 45% HP. We'll be able to recall back to safety. Ashley, some great positioning over there on this Grok so far. You saw her drop that Guardian's Barrier on the top side, trying to delay the minions. And Panda being very aggressive on this carry. Carry, who does have the Purify, doesn't have a Flicker. So can definitely get caught out of position if not careful. But that Purify will come in clutch, especially up against Moonpie, when she decides to initiate with that Black Dragon on this Yuzong toward the team fights.
Yeah, absolutely. We're going to need to see how these team fights, pan out. We haven't gotten to see them yet because there's been a lot of pickoffs on the map, already 5. But, eventually there will be a team fight. There will be a fight. I think it's good that Mask Fox is electing not to do it. They're bringing their jungler down bot. They're going to trade this turtle, hope that they can pick off the CC. Even if they can't, they're applying pressure, but they're applying safe pressure. They're not going to get picked off playing these twos. They know they have information that most of ReignFall is in the top side, so trying to do what you can is sometimes the best thing to do. And absolutely, dropping this tower is 100% the right call. You're behind. You have to huddle. You just got to play safe and hope that the other team makes a mistake.
Yeah, and right now you're seeing all the objectives on the board taken by ReignFall. Able to take the turret on the top side. Able to take the 2 first turtles in the last 5 minutes, and now trying to put some pressure possibly into the jungle for Mass Foxes. A siege into the tier 1 turret. Big concealed play with the wild charge. Does not connect though. Ashley need to get away. Lycan pounce on the way. Bea trying to get the kill. Down goes the turret in the mid lane. And now more pressure as Nicolette frontlining a lot of that damage with this Fredrin. Nobody will fall out of that engagement. But yet again, another trade in favor for ReignFall.
Trade in favor for ReignFall, indeed. They do get the tower, but you saw like how scary this can be if a mistake's made. You know, the wild charge goes a bit wide, and looked like Ashley's gonna go down. She doesn't go down, so it's not a mistake, and they just pick off Moonpie again, unfortunately. But yeah, you know, the mistakes can be made, and there was close to a mistake being made there in the mid lane. So there's always a fighting chance. Unfortunately, you're 6,000 gold behind 6 minutes in. ReignFall is just really showing excellent macro skills and understanding of the game, and they know when to punish you. As long as they keep it up and they keep their punishes sort of safe and just an average punish, like they're just gonna snowball into this game as they already have.
Yeah, and that's what we're seeing right now. A snowball, complete domination within the past 7 minutes of game number 2, our second series of the day between ReignFall and Mass Fox making their debut. Trying to hold on, trying to push forward into the semifinals. The other team will be knocked down to the lower bracket. Now, Mass Foxes, in order to turn this around, they got to start playing more as a collective unit. They got to start rotating and trying to take some objectives. Right now, they're down by 7,000 gold, and it's steady, just climbing. Look at Nicolette already rotating onto their creeps in the jungle, not giving them any breathing room. But on the bot side, it looks like they're looking for a little bit of opportunity as Tamfia on this Moskov. No, oh, hold on. No, it's going to decide not to go down there. A wise decision. You can tell she wants it, but not going to be able to go there. Big wild charge down the mid lane, though, from Ashley for the double knockup. Not going to lead to any kills.
Not going to lead to any kills, but did provide some nice pressure. Keeps this map control that they have created. ReignFall is in the pace to win this game, and they are doing everything that they need to be doing. You know, invading the jungle, denying the farm, freezing the waves out, and you know what? They set themselves up. They don't even take the turtle. I love this call. They wait for the 8-minute Lord, and this is something you should do when you are 6k ahead. Let's speed this game up. Let's get this objective. We're comfortable taking any team fight because we're so far ahead. Let's take it with a Lord and let's push into the base.
Yeah, looking like some superstars out there in the land of Dawn so far. Now going to lead to a possible kill. First kill for the side of Mass Fox as they take down Jewel. A little bit of overextension while the side of ReignFall was taking down this Lord. Still not an overall a decent trade. I would still say that definitely works in ReignFall's favor. But right now, you are starting to see Panda scale up on items. 7,000 gold compared to the Moskov on 4K.
Ooh. Yeah, Panda scaling extremely well, and that's something to be worth noted because late game carry is a very scary carry. So ReignFall already pushing in mid. This is excellent play. They wanted to get that explosion off. They're not going to get it because the minion was cleared out, but they wanted to pressure this, and I love the way they're playing this. They understand they're so far ahead, so let's just go ahead and barrel it down mid.
Oh, big wild charge from Ashley. Panda, scary carry. Got to hit that hashtag. Now rushing in for a kill, takes down Saren, gets a double, finds Moonpie. Lord at 25% HP, base crystal taking a little bit of hits, but bursted down goes the Lord from the side of Mass Fox, still trying to hold off against ReignFall. Look at the Guardian's Barrier denying them entry to defend the inhibitor on the top side as it drops ReignFall. One more inhibitor to go through and a base crystal for a possible fast finish up against Mass Fox for game number 1. The inhibitor on the bot side slowly being pushed in, but down it goes. Only the base standing. Mass Fox on a possible final stand. Do they push out the base? I think they're going to go in for it. Very confident to take this fight. Here comes the minions, but no. A wise decision to disengage, and this is looking scary for Mass Foxes.
I really do have to give a round of applause to ReignFall, playing this perfectly. You know, when you get the first Lord, your whole goal is to get the outside turrets, because the explosion is going to clear out the Lord minions. But they end up taking every single turret, every single inhibitor, and they get a couple smacks on the Nexus. But you know what they do? They're 12k ahead, closing in on 13k. They could win any team fight, but they said, let's Just get the Lord in 47. Let's play this safe. Let's give them the respect that they deserve, and we'll end this properly. In 40 seconds, we're going to get this Lord, and then we're going to do our final defense with an advantage.
Yeah, and not just an advantage, a major advantage. They may be able to close this out if they're careful. I mean, they've been hitting every objective on the dot. I mean, look at their turrets. Not a single one has taken any damage. That is the finest insurance you can buy in the land of Dawn. And they've got full coverage up against Mass Foxes. Like you said, over a 12K gold lead, almost at 40,000 gold, only 11 minutes in. A wise decision for that early 8-minute Lord play, waiting for the Lord to spawn in. And now, speaking of Lords, we'll be able to take the next one as well. Not even going to create the opportunity for Mass Foxes to take this, and another chance to be able to get the early finish.
Yeah, absolutely. Early finish indeed. Before the 12-minute mark, no need to wait for the charging Lord, because the Lord can't charge anymore, Weezy. We're 11 minutes in, and we got no inhibitors to charge into, so we're going to go ahead and take this advantage. 13K seems like a feasible amount, and a feasible lead to go ahead and win themselves a team fight and crash into the base. And yeah, seriously, excellent play so far from ReignFall, hitting every single timing, playing every single gank perfectly. One small hiccup from the EXP laner, but it wasn't even bad. She was back before the Lord even crashed.
Ooh, speaking of crashing, a lot of damage on the way. Black Dragon going down. Vengeance being procced by Jewel. Members very low for the side of Mass Foxes, trying to hold him off the base. Crystal, 5%, 0. A flawless game number 1 for ReignFall, shutting down Max Foxes.
GG's to ReignFall. Very well played from them, and that is a scary team, and that is a scary carry. Yeah, very, very scary team. Seriously though, like they played that perfectly. Something that we didn't really expect to see after watching Series 1 being so long and going the distance and lasting 30 minutes. We get a complete opposite, and we see how strong these NACT players are. Every single one of them has played in the NACT and has reached that top 8 mark, and now they want to represent NA for the women's tournament. And that they're doing, and that they're showing us.
You know what's crazy? I feel like these 5 players on ReignFall, they could make top 8 NACT. Absolutely. With the way they performed in that game, could definitely be a problem. Maybe to manifest that into reality, get a full female team on the way for the NACT fall season. I know the audience would love to see that. We'd have to create a name. I wonder if they keep ReignFall. That would definitely be hilarious. You know, it was funny. We made a joke on during the break. We said they could have even been the Bloodthirsty Queens with the way they're performing today. But so far, it's been a really good matchup between both sides. Mass Fox definitely a one-sided story. They need to find an answer and find it fast, because they're not giving them any breathing room, and they're not making any mistakes. Again, like we said, that was a flawless game.
Yeah, absolutely flawless game. And going back to your point, that could be an NACT team. That is a bunch of stellar players put together, and I'm glad to see them playing together and showing that, this is the caliber that the women's teams can create. These are all respected players in the NA MLBB community, and players I've gotten the honor of versing, and they've taught me a thing or two in the mid lane. I can promise you that, both Sayori and Nicolette. So they're very strong players. Glad to see them together, and I hope to see more of this and to see what else they can do with this team. Let's see some different drafts maybe in game 2. Take this as some time to practice a draft that they've been working on, or work on some different synergy levels. It
was crazy because the bans were very interesting in the first game, right? They banned up Akito. What was it? An Edith was banned out as well. Not what we would have expected to be banned out super early, and they still were able to profit and get everything they wanted within that draft. I will say, I think it's a synergy thing when it comes to Mass Foxes. You can definitely tell the synergy and the objective prioritization was leaning more toward ReignFall for game number 1, and I'm hoping this can go the distance as well. So definitely don't count them out yet. But speaking about counting things, MVP, the player that mattered the most for the first game, their debut, Sayori from Nighthorde. Now over here for ReignFall in the mid lane. Dominating. 1-0-6. Not the highest kills, but a very fast and fancy game. Just overall, some great execution.
Yeah, and with those 6 assists, showing her presence on the map, she made some great rotations. And a key moment was shutting down that Yuzhong early. They picked him off right before the turtle. The Yuzhong was now behind, and that was created and set up by Sayori. So big shout-outs to her, well deserving of this MVP, and let's hope to see more from her in Game 2.
Yep, that's what we're expecting to see. And, hopefully the other side, Mass Foxes, with their debut, brand new faces on the scene. Like I said, they were kind of considered to be the underdogs. I love to see the underdog stories, so I don't want to count them out just yet. I mean, if anything, if we've learned anything today, just when you think a match is going to go one way, just when you think a team has a series on lock, it turns back around in the other side's favor. We saw a reverse sweep in the first series for today, so we'll have to see. But there's a lot of things that have to be checked off the list for Mass Foxes in game number 2. The first thing is going to have to be drafting. The drafting's definitely going to have to be huge. We saw that Cooper pick. They prioed the marksman, Roger, and the Moskov for game number 1 up front. And we kind of agree that's not something you normally see, and it makes you very vulnerable because it kind of says you're squishy, and it says that you have to have a crowd control roamer in the second half. And that was where we kind of seen ReignFall kind of put him in that trap. So starting in game number 2 for the second series, with first pick going to Mass Foxes, maybe they get a little bit more of an advantage in the draft.
Yeah, absolutely. We'll have to see what they elect to prioritize with this first pick. And it seems like they don't even want to touch the Harith. The Harith is just banned out. I would have liked to maybe, ban something that you didn't like from last game. Maybe Sayori's Valentina. Take a ban and sort of, when you have this priority, take advantage of it, because, ReignFall doesn't want to give up Harith. And unless they have the research that maybe, they don't have a Harith player, you could ban that Harith maybe a little bit later into the draft, maybe a pick 3 if you absolutely don't want to play it, but you force it on ReignFall to ban that. But when you're banning the priority for them, ReignFall gets to elect what they want to ban now. And showing what Midnight showed us last game with that Edith and Bakito ban, it frees up an option for sure to ban either of those right now.
That is an excellent breakdown right there. And Moskov still could be a threat. If left unchecked, definitely need to take him off the table. Or Mass Fox will be able to select that up first. I wonder if they go in for... I mean, Roger technically is still available too. And I'm starting to wonder, do you prioritize the Roger first or do you get the Moskov? And sometimes when both of these options are available, you kind of see a team going more for that jungler. Like we've seen a Fredrin prioritize first in the draft. The Barats still a strong option on the table. But there it goes again. ReignFall taking out this Edith pickup. I wonder, it has to be maybe a counter pick, a comfort pick for the side of Mass Foxes. And that's possibly why they're taking that off the table. Because, I mean, when the XP lane, they ran a CC for the side of ReignFall. And I feel like a CC would be okay against an Edith. But, time will tell. Nonetheless, like we said, a lot of boxes have to be checked for Mass Foxes. But with them being first in the draft, they have a couple of things they can do, right? They can pick up the marksman prio up nice and early. They can get that Moskov or the Roger. Whatever they play for comfortability, that's what they should kind of lock in first inside of the draft.
Yeah, absolutely. And they do elect to ban the Matilda, another priority pick, but it shows that they are probably wanting to pick up this Moskov or Roger. They both have their ups and downs on being picked first. Roger can be flex. As we saw, they have a Roger player in the jungle, so it doesn't necessarily need to go into the gold lane, so you could offer that flex if it's a bad matchup. But, Moskov has just been so strong in the meta recently, and I know they picked Moskov last game, and they didn't have the best game with him, but you didn't give him a fighting chance. He needs a front line. You have the damage with the Moskov, you have the rotation, the split pressure, great all-around hero, but give him a tanky front line, give him a sustainable jungler, and, sure, the Roger can deal the damage, but you already have it, so give that Moskov a chance, and if we see it here, we better see a tank jungler moving forward with it.
Yeah, we should be able to see either a frontline jungler like there goes the Fredrin. We kind of talked about this too. It was kind of like with both marksmen being available, maybe they just go in for their jungle prio first and kind of see what cards ReignFall will show here. But this gives them mage prio. The Valentina still can be picked up by ReignFall. They could get the Moskov as well. I think both of them would be great. Honestly, I would probably even just take the Roger here with the Valentina. Because then technically you can, they're going to go in for the Lilia instead. Interesting. I mean, I guess It's not the worst option. It's good. It can counter the Fredrin. It can burst down those fighter composition heroes. There goes the Roger that we were talking about, though. Still three-dimensional drafting. You don't know if the Roger's going to be in the jungle. You don't know if the Roger's going to be in the gold lane. And I still think it's a high IQ play from ReignFall.
Yeah, absolutely. These are some solid pickups. You pick up the Lilia to be a nuisance to this Fredrin, and you know, they don't even have to select their jungler yet. I was expecting them to pick up maybe a Barats there, just a very obvious counter pick, but you don't need to take it yet because they took their jungler so early. You can take picks that you want. They want this Roger, they want this Lilia. Let's make sure we get it before they do. This is a good response back, though. I do like the Vexana into Lilia matchup, especially pre-4. She's able to poke down this Lilia, and that skill 2 is so hard to dodge. It is a nuisance, and it does so much damage from Vexana. So these are both two very strong poking heroes. Irithel is not something I expected to see in the gold lane, at least this early, Weezy.
Yeah, it's not something I expected, but it's something that I have seen internationally be picked up as a safety option, right? It has high mobility. It can deal a lot of damage toward that mid to late game, and hard to kill. So I think it's more of a safety measure. I don't know if it was worth not picking up the Moskov, though. That's my only gripe on it. Maybe the Moskov just didn't really work the way they planned in game number 1, because they did have Moskov in game number 1 for MassFox, and they still were not able to get any of the looks they were hoping for. So maybe going in for this Irithel, a little bit more survivability, could kind of work in their favor. It is going to be Barats picked up. You know what's crazy? This is still three-dimensional drafting, because the Barats technically can be in the XP lane. The Roger could be in the gold lane, and they still could pick up a jungler if they want to. And then they could just decide if they want to go in for crowd control for a roamer, like the Minotaur, which just got banned out, or a Grok. Even a Kufa, if they really anything. They could go in for crowd control there, or they could go in for support. The Rafaela is still available on the table, would be able to keep the Barats alive, and that just shows you the difference when you have a coach on your side solidifying the drafts.
Absolutely, and a coach as astounding as Midnight is, he's led BTK to that 4-3 victory, just the other day in the grand finals, and now leading ReignFall to set up potentially for a 2-0. This is a very strong draft. We do see some more bans come out. We see the Minotaur and the Carmilla. Typically, as a mid laner, when I'm playing Lilia, I don't like to go against the Rafaela, but they do have first pick here, so they might take it. It pairs very well with the Barats. Rafaela can cancel out that slow. Lilia is all about that Ice Queen 1 slow. So, and honestly, that Irithel will be quite quick with a Rafaela. So, I mean, I don't know if I want to burst that either. Yeah. We'll see what they elect to pick here. I got a feeling it might be the Raf. You've got your nice tanky front line, the Barats, and a lot of the supports are banned out. So there's no really other counter support that they're going to pick against this Rafaela. They just have to go hard set. MassFox is taking a lot of time with that last ban. I like it, the Charizla. They don't have an EXP lane yet. I mean, it could be the Barats, which, it would not too surprised to see it. But the Charizla offers that sort of group CC that they need. And look, yeah, they wanted to take the Rafaela there. There you go. Charizla would have been a good option because you went a support roam. You don't have the real set. Sure, she has a stun, but Charizla was a great initiator pick for ReignFall. So that's a good ban from MassFox. Let's see what they cook up in these next 2 picks.
Yeah, it's interesting because I would have let the Charizla. I wouldn't have banned the Charizla there. I would have just banned the Rafaela. I mean, like we both agreed, that was a very obvious roamer, the best optimal roamer they could have picked in this situation. And that's going to be very hard to kind of deal with. Like I said, that's a lot of mobility now added to the side of ReignFall. Also, Rafaela can slow down the side of MassFoxes as they engage and keep the team alive. So this should be Barats inside of the jungle. Still could be flexed to the XP lane. Nisathar, though, getting a little creative alongside the Florian for the side of MassFoxes for game number 2. Definitely not afraid to showcase some new heroes on the scene. That should be Minsathar in the XP, yeah, it'll be XP, Minsathar, Florian, Rome. Okay, so Minsathar XP, I haven't seen it in a while. I wonder how that's gonna kind of fare off. We're yet to see the XP laner. That's the only thing about this is we don't know what the XP laner is yet for ReignFall. So that's kind of a little interesting to slot that Minsathar there.
Yeah, I want to see what they will pick. I think they're okay with whatever the counter matchup is, because when you pick this Mincetar, you want it to cancel dashes. And taking a look at ReignFall's options, Barat's ult counts as a dash. So if you can ult him, Barat's can no longer hit that suppression ult. Lilia's ultimate also counts as dash, so Lilia's ult no longer works. Roger's ult counts as a dash, so Roger's ult no longer works. We're gonna pick up the Esmeralda. I have not seen this lane. I have not seen a lot of Mincetar. On paper, it is actually a very strong pick. I like it. We'll have to see if it actually works in the Land of Dawn, but yeah, only time will tell with this.
You know what I always call this when I see these? I call it the X Factor. It can work out really good or really bad.
Yeah, absolutely.
But yeah, with the King's Calling, to be able to kind of nullify a lot of those skills could be something that MassFox leans on as the drafts are in. And the teams are ready to go into the Land of Dawn for a game number 2, the battle to move on to the semifinals. The other team will be knocked down to the lower bracket. Still going to be seeing them fight it out today, though. Both sides ready to rise to Radiance. Let us know which way you guys think the coin will flip.
Absolutely. Game 2 and potentially our last game in the series if ReignFall keeps playing the way that they are playing. Hopefully MassFoxes can put up more of a fight and we can see some life out of them, but only time will tell as we start up. We've got ReignFall over on the red side and MassFoxes on the blue side.
That's right. And right now, ReignFall, a very fast game number 1, a snowball. Didn't lose a single turret. Only had 1 member fall that entire game. A flawless objective play style. Game number 2, a lot of things on the board having to be checked off from MassFox. Pressuring the early game, not allowing these turtles to go over so easily to ReignFall. But if you do allow them to go, find the trade elsewhere on the bot side or on the top side. Either lane could be a possibility. Speaking of pressure, that's what we like to see right there, right? Some early game focus to the side lanes, dealing some massive damage over there to the Esmeralda on Jewel.
Absolutely, and especially picking like a pick like Mincetar, you want to get him ahead there against the Esmeralda because it's not a common pickup. We don't know necessarily how well he's going to work in that 1v1. So good to see him already getting some pressure, and good to see Masked Foxes moving around the map. That was a great early XP gank. Lowers down the Esmeralda's health and keeps her honest and says, hey, you know, we can still make some rotations. We can still make some scary plays. We've got a pretty scary comp. This Vexana can deal a lot of damage, and this Florin can provide a lot of sustainability.
Yeah, speaking of sustainability, you need to be careful on the top side. Panda, quickly, numbers not working in the favor. Nicolette, though, finding Moonpie on the bot side. The 2v1, too much to handle. On the X Factor, what do we say? Could work out really well or really bad. And right now, just not working out in MassFox's favor. Needing to be careful on the rotations over there from ReignFall.
Absolutely. An excellent rotation from Nicolette. 10 seconds before the turtle's up, goes ahead and picks off the XP laner, so they will no longer be level 4 for this turtle. It's just it should just be a drop from Masked Foxes, but excellent rotation from Nicolette and excellent objective management. As you see, this turtle's already down. We've created pressure on the map. We're winning out EXP lane now. And, you know, now we can go for a little bit of an invade. We're feeling confident. We're up 1,000 gold this early into the game. We can go for the invade. It doesn't work out. She doesn't get it. But, you know, it's still, it's good to see this confidence coming out from ReignFall. And well-deserving of it after that game 1.
Yeah, put a lot of pressure down there to Moonpie. Need to be a little bit more careful, especially with Nicolette's rotations. Not going in for the top side, but just trying to catch the XP laner off guard. And it's worked in their favor so far. You are looking at a 1,000 gold lead already for the side of ReignFall. 4 Purifies on their side to negate the crowd control. You have Moonpie over there with the King's Calling on this Mincetar that we will have to watch out for. Definitely cancel out a lot of those dashes, a lot of those ultimates from the side of ReignFall in these team fights. And it looks like they're prepared to go the distance as they're already rotating heavily to the top side. Quick mid-trio synergy from ReignFall that is keeping Masked Foxes on their toes.
Yeah, absolutely keeping them on their toes. And yeah, this is certainly a sort of a death trio that's been roaming around the map. This Barat, Lilia, ooh, Panda.
Ooh, rushes in with the Lycan Pounce. Gonna force Masked Fox out of that turret. Trying to find an opportunity there. Not gonna be able to find it. First turtle did go to ReignFall though, so they definitely have the objectives still in their favor. Similar to game number 1, like we said, they were able to take majority of the kills, majority of the objectives with little to no penalty. But it's not too far out of the ballpark right now for Mass Fox. I think on this next turtle, we'll really get to see if they can kind of go head-to-head and try and even out this economy.
Yeah, absolutely not out of the ballpark. They're doing much better in this early game than they did in the previous game, keeping it honest and playing a little bit more reserved, which I'd like to see. Still trying to have pressure. This is a nice 4-man gank in the top side, but yourself, hightailing it out of there can show what, how fast she is when she has her sprint and ultimate up. Just hightailed right out. Sure, she has to give up the tower, but at least you don't die, so you can continue to farm. Tower doesn't even go down. They do get the full gold plate, but it's not the worst. And this turtle, you can already know it's gone. There's nothing you can do about it, but I like to see the response that Bea is doing with the Fredrin, taking that blue and looking for a play bot, and look how they all are all grouped up bot. They can't do anything about the turtle, but they're answering bot and might be getting a pick.
Yeah, Jewel will fall for the side of ReignFall, but they are going to see Sayori there to try and defend. Do they get the turret? They do! So they find the trade-off from that turtle, and this is what we said. These are the things you have to do to maintain yourself in this game, to not allow the snowball to happen like game number 1, and that is the trade that you want to see, and definitely worth allowing that turtle to go to ReignFall. But speaking of trades, now going to still take the advantage. Panda taking the tier 1 in the top lane.
Yeah, Panda definitely taking the tier 1 in the top lane. Mass Fox is doing what they can to keep themselves alive in the game, and it is enough. It's keeping the gold lead very honest. But with a team like ReignFall, Sayori, that's a good use of the Purify ultimate there. With a team like ReignFall, if they see a crack, they're gonna go for destruction. And Panda saw that with that top tower, took it immediately once she realized that no one was really around to defend that, and they sort of had a great position to take care of it. Masked Foxes, I feel like they have more of a later game comp. They want to look for these team fights, so you're gonna look to fight around Lord. So I like them sort of playing back. Wow.
Yeah, you're seeing them siege the opportunity for the tier 1 in the mid lane. Another turret falling in ReignFall's favor, now up by 2-0, or 2-1 in terms of turrets. The bot one did fall on that turtle play trade-off for Mass Fox, so definitely something working in their favor. Panda now trying to create more opportunity. We saw Panda on the top side take the turret, now going to work on the bottom. I mean, look at the positioning, even from Ashley, right? In that bush, ready to keep Panda alive if the side of Mass Fox does rotate down there for the contest. And this is what it comes to, that guerrilla warfare, that cool, calm, and collective surgical gameplay that separates the good from the great. And that is what makes the difference in being able to get these early finishes. And that's where ReignFall is kind of dominating over Mass Foxes so far.
Absolutely, and take a look at what ReignFall is doing. They understand they have a full red side to farm. They're going to pressure in. Ooh, Ashley a little low there. Should be perfectly fine. They end up taking this red, and they wanted to delay taking the turtle. Mass Foxes does a good job of reading that, and is going to try to take the turtle. We'll see if Nicolette wants to reset this, wants to take a fight first. They will elect to take the turtle. So they, last game they did wait for that 8-minute Lord. I don't think it's the right play here, just because the game is still relatively close. We're only looking at a 3,500 gold lead 7 minutes in. Last game we were looking at a 3,500 gold lead 3 minutes in. So this could still go any way. It could still take one Vex on a set. We saw her do amazing damage to Ashley, but ReignFall taking this a little bit reserved here.
Yeah, big play into the top side. Detna's welcome. Nicolette is going to find Moonpie on the Minsathar. One member falling for the side of Mass Fox, and now the opportunity to take the tier 2. Panda will be able to claim it for ReignFall. May be able to get another kill out of there too. Bea not able to sustain herself. Nicolette getting the kill on the Spirats in the jungle. Now stampeding through 4 kills to 1 against Mass Foxes.
Yeah, absolutely. And just a little side note in that team fight, they already finished her Ice Queen wand when Fredrin was half HP, so there was just no way he was escaping once that item was locked in. Moonpie with a nice little hook there.
And the King's Calling, trying to negate a lot of those ultimates. Not going to stop ReignFall at all. Just going to run through that and take down the tier 2, stripping Mass Foxes down to their inhibitors 8 minutes in, and they've only lost 1 turret and 1 death in the process.
Yeah, seriously, this game felt a lot closer than the previous game. but it's just been a slow chokehold, just slowly taking away these towers. And it's only 8 minutes in, but it just, slowly chipping away at each and every tower to now we're at 8 minutes in and there's only inhibitors left. Lord's up in 30 seconds. We've got a 7,000 gold lead now. So absolutely fantastic play from ReignFall. They're keeping up this pace and potentially looking at this 2-0. And, I want to talk about their X Factor again. That Minzatar did look a little scary when he hit the hook and then went into the King's Calling. But the thing is, it hasn't been working too hot. He's 1-3-1. The best counter, they picked it to counter these ultimates, but he can't counter the ultimates when he's dead and he's out of team fight. And that's what we've seen a lot. A lot of pressure on that XP lane early. He was never really able to get online, and so now he's not really able to take these team fights. He's not as tanky as he'd want to be, and ReignFall are just gonna be able to take this Lord with no contest.
Yeah, and this is similar to the first game between both these teams. Able to kind of push through these objectives like hot butter. Right there is ReignFall not having really any struggle to be able to get what they came for. Masked Foxes, though, the synergy is just definitely not on par with ReignFall. But like I said, they're the underdogs, so it's a little expected. Wouldn't say it's too surprising. Like, there's a lot of seasoned vet players on the side of ReignFall, and it's crazy how well they're kind of performing together, because a lot of them are from multiple different teams, right? You have Wasians, you have Ashley, you have Nighthorse, Sayori, you have BTK, the champions from the NACT Spring season, with Nicolette. Nicolette not even running her comfort pick, letting Sayori run that mid lane and deciding to go into the jungle and still executing just as well. Masked Fox is in a position where now they're going to have to fight for dear life, trying to not allow ReignFall to open up the base, as the inhibitor turret is going to fall. A lot of members dropping very low. Panda opens up the doors to a possible early finish, a possible sweep, but Masked Fox still putting on a fight right now, trying to defend, trying to push them out the base. The Lord still holding on. Panda finding Moonpie with the Lycan Pounce, gets a double, finds Saren, Tamphia, Sharky, and Bea. 3 members left for the side of Masked Foxes, trying to hold off ReignFall. Can they push through the base, though? Already taking some damage. Panda going in! So Sayori's going to get a kill. Panda's going to find Bea. Bea's going to take down Jewel and responsible, but a wipe out as Panda takes down Sharky. ReignFall has done it again with the fast finish. 11 minutes, 30 seconds as the vets push through the base crystal. ReignFall, a clean sweep to victory, up to the semifinals, takes down their competitor, Masked Foxes.
GG's to ReignFall. Excellent gameplay over these past 2 games and just fantastic rotations. This, we said it in game 1, but I want to refresh it again. This could be an NACT team. They played up to par. They played up to expectation, and these players have all played in NACT for different teams, but seeing them come together and bring all these great players together is just absolutely amazing, and to see what they can do. Masked Fox has had some great macro ideas, some great rotation ideas, but ReignFall was just always one step ahead. In every single mistake you made, they collapsed on it and they took advantage of it.
Yeah, it definitely took advantage, as you are seeing the replay on the screen. A lot of highlights to kind of break down. Like I said, yet another flawless game over there from ReignFall, just dominating with a lot of seasoned players that have kind of earned a name on the competitive scene for North America time and time again for our NACTs. And it's amazing to be able to see how quickly their synergy is forming. And this is only their debut for MWI 2024 NA qualifiers. Right now, Masked Foxes, though, they're still not out of the ballpark yet. They still have another shot to rise to radiance, as they will be knocked down to the lower bracket. We will be seeing them actually face up next for another shot at victory up against War Angels, who lost in that reverse sweep up against Area 77. Is, like I said, a lot of fast finishes, a full wipeout. That's a really good way to kind of debut. And I know a lot of these teams now are kind of keeping their eyes peeled for ReignFall.
Yeah, absolutely. Even I myself, I don't know if I want to verse them in ranked 5s anytime soon. This is a very scary team, and they are proving it. With this 2-0 finish against Masked Foxes, we're gonna have to see how Masked Foxes and War Angels fare up against each other to really see how strong ReignFall is in this tournament. I still do feel like they're favorites. I really saw no mistakes. I saw maybe slight errors, but we're all going to make errors in Mobile Legends, and it looked like a top contending team in North America. So I'm curious to see how they'll play later tonight. We will see them again, but before that, we have War Angels versus Masked Foxes. So both teams that gave it their all and gave it a good fight. Masked Foxes had some slight chances versus ReignFall, not as many as War Angels did. War Angels, probably feeling robbed of that last series, looking to get revenge. So they're gonna, try their best versus Masked Foxes.
Yeah, we didn't get to see this one go the distance. I was hoping all game threes today, but ReignFall, definitely not disappointing. Somebody to have to watch out for. Like you said, they have the capability to possibly be an NACT team if they keep at it. But let's go ahead and swing back over to our caster's desk. Let's go ahead and get our amazing host, Liz, back in the building.
I mean, what a series. It was kind of expected because all of these members on ReignFall were on the pro team in the NACT, and then seeing them on one team is definitely a dream come true. So let's take a look at who the MVP was for that series. And it will be Sayori. She was in pretty much every team fight for the first game, at least.
Yeah, that's twice in a row Sayori gets the MVP. And both of them, she only had one kill. That just shows you how quick these games are when your MVP only has one kill and it's your mid lane. It's kind of crazy. Yeah, it's not really, it's kind of hard to even pick the MVP when it comes to that, because overall, I would say the MVP is the synergy from their entire team to be able to stay on the objectives, to be able to get most of what you came for with little to no problem is where we're seeing ReignFall kind of shine. But again, Sayori over there from Night Horde, now showcasing on ReignFall, a vet in the NA Pro scene, and definitely somebody to watch out for.
Yeah, absolutely. Someone to look out for.
Go ahead, Boca.
Yeah, absolutely someone to look out for, and excellent mage and well deserving of this MVP. Played stellar, she didn't die in either game, and something else to mention was her gold per minute. Average mid laner's gold per minute is going to be 550. She's 100 over par. Those were quite stomps of games, but to see her scaling up like that, making great rotations, is just something I hope to see more of.
Absolutely. And for Warax, they still have a chance. They still have a chance with the last series, but before then, we have an interview with ReignFall. What's up, Panda? Good to have you here.
I'm kind of nervous to be here.
No, but Panda, like I think I played with you back in 2020, so you've always been like a killer jungler. What made you swap to gold lane for this MWI?
Okay, so it was a little bit wonky at first because nobody was volunteering to go gold, and it was like such an important role. At first we wanted Apple to go because people wanted me to jungle, but Apple didn't want to, so I was just like, I could go gold if I need to, and they were like, okay. And Apple's jungle is not bad. She's really smart, so we just decided to put her on jungle and put me on gold.
Absolutely. I mean, we know she has the mechanics, and then we know she has that that rotation. So definitely, and your goal lane was epic as well. I mean, that was a scary carry according to StephWeezy. And for the actually going into, if you make it to Riyadh, are you going to go jungle or gold?
It's 9 out of 10. It might be jungle, but if Apple shines better at jungle, then I could go gold from the future on.
And it's very flexible with their team because you play a lot of assassins. So we got the assassins as well as the tanks. Guys, look out for Panda.
Oh, thank you. At first, I was jungle though for a little while until we started to shift things around, and it worked out better for us. So we just decided to go with this lineup.
Yeah, I mean, chat even knows that you're one of the best fannies and the best girl fanny in NA. So we hope to see that if you guys do make it to Riyadh. Now, how confident are you guys in beating A77 Angels next?
I could say that we are very confident since we practice and stayed up every night just to review our games from January till now. So I'm pretty sure we're confident.
Wow, that's the commitment. And have you guys scrimmed against any of the guy teams right now in NA?
Guy teams? We have. We never scrimmed any girl teams yet, but we have scrimmed a lot of guy teams, and we learned a lot. And thanks to Midnight, our coach Midnight, he was willing to teach us for hours and hours, and it was a really, really good jump start to have Midnight.
And how are the results for the scrims?
Results? At first, it was horrible. It was horrible. We got demolished. But we didn't give up because we knew we're not gonna win firsthand. So we were just really disciplined enough to keep trying. And my leader, my captain, Ashley, she motivated us to keep going. I feel like she deserves a lot of credit for staying up every night, just learning with us, and also getting advice from Midnight.
For sure, and I'm sure we get to talk to Ashley tomorrow. And anything else you want to share to all the viewers who are supporting you guys?
I just want to say, please thank our team. I mean, not thank our team, but support our team for the finals. We're all very, very excited for this, because we've been waiting for this for quite a while now. And we all love you guys, and thanks for all the people that were already supporting us and cheering us up.
And there you go, guys. Congratulations on that victory. Best of luck to your upcoming series, and we'll see you back again.
Okay, thank you.
I have faith in them, guys.
Yeah, I mean, hey, they played well. Honestly, it was the smoothest game we've seen so far. Definitely one of the stronger competitors to have to watch out for as we progress through the MWI 2024. They still have to compete today, though. You know, they still have another series. The semifinals will be going on, our final series of the day, so I look forward to watching that. It is going to be up against Area 77 as well, so that will definitely be a treat. Area 77, who got the reverse sweep up against War Angels. So a lot of good teams stepping into the scene in the MWI.
Yeah, absolutely. And what a well-spoken interview. That was awesome, and she really painted, how hard that they've been working. And I have them on my friends list as well. I've seen them up late at night and working hard and in these tournament lobbies doing these scrims. So, really kudos to them. It is showing, that hard work is truly paying off.
For sure, and a lot of discipline as well. And also, just want to know, like, even though 2 series it was a swipe, we didn't see any of the recalls spams in lobby in the base crystal. So that's something that you gotta give credit to. Well, once again, a great series. Just a short break, and we'll be back for our losers round 1.
Sand rises when I give the word.
に抱く空は青く無垢に僕ら見下ろす残る傷跡それは経験と成長重ねた印一人ず頼りない声もぶつかること恐れないで心の奥さらけ出して超愛した僕らが世界を変えるかき鳴らせ愛のセオリーつ高らかに響かせ面と向かって手でハモって未来へつなげとにかく散々な過去だって乗り換えてるからさあれがって泣いて強がって本当に強くなれこの人生に送るよこの歌を Gonna be a star Time has come and here we are It's our utopia Let's play the big symphony I'm gonna be a star Time has come and here we are It's our utopia Let's play the big symphony どんな夢を描いて胸を躍らして僕らどこへたどり着いたのか決して忘れないそしてこの情報熱取り一つ伝えたい Easy 僕はあの戦い方全ての逆境も闇も新しいメロディーへと変えて世界の不調和を処理していく
There's power in music, I just can't explain it. The overwhelming sensation. You don't wanna fight the temptation. Sit patient as we change the nation. The drums, the keys, all connected. Blowing like currents, the vibes so electric. Burning just like a comet. Destined for greatness and no one can stop us.
I know that leads to heroes I know we can change the world. It's time to shine. And the melodies wasn't it out loud. Check it out, I know that leads to the color county. He can send me the better. I don't think you are yet tonight. Don't know how to die. Don't know what I know. That's now he wants to go at it. 내가 그 세계에 못 찾았나. He don't know you. 나 시대 그 I know that leads to the color county. He can send me the better. I don't think you are yet tonight. Don't got some time. I got that. Then we can get together. 내가 얘기 못 또 알았대. 시원하게 going still say you. Still say you. 그녀도 no doubt.
All right, guys, War Angels versus Max Foxes. Who will continue their journey in this Open Qualifiers? Joining with me, StephWeezy and Bocaroscoe. We're down to the third series, guys.
That's right. 3 series in now. I can't wait to see which way this goes. We got to see a all the way distance, all the way to a game 3 for the first series of the day. Series 2 was a sweep, and now here we are at the third series of the day, the lower bracket battle.
Yep, as we take a look at the bracket, we see in the semifinals of the upper bracket A77 and RFL. Now we're going to be going through the lower bracket. We have War Angels versus Masked Foxes, 2 teams that we wanted to see more of. You know, War Angels gave a really, really strong showing. They could have been that victor in that round 1, but, you know, unfortunately just, you know, didn't meet the criteria in a few of the fights. And Masked Foxes, we didn't really get to see much of because of how well RFL played that. ReignFall just played at such a high level that, you know, I don't think any of these teams were ready for yet. So let's see, you know, how Masked Foxes pairs up versus War Angels to, you know, see how this bracket's going to go.
Definitely. I mean, they played at the highest caliber for ReignFall, so Max Foxes, we gotta give them something. Like, they can really prove themselves with this series, but unfortunately, one team out of the 2 will have to go home.
Yeah, that's actually a really good statement. This is knockout day, right? So now officially, this is the first time that a team will be sent home with this series right here. Will it be Mass Fox, fresh off of getting swept over there by ReignFall? Like Bocaroscoe said, one of the more stronger teams. But let's take a look at the teams, though. Let's go ahead and pan on over to War Angels, see who's on the roster for them, and see who these heavy hitters will be. As we saw War Angels go up against Area 77, they took game 1, lost in a reverse sweep. Momoa in that XP lane, X2 Lop definitely dominating over there for them as well. Inside of that jungle, mid lane is a possible problem if left unchecked. Tihinus, Yujiro running in that roam position, and Eka Cutie as their gold laner.
Yep. Names we saw earlier, and some very dangerous names now. We saw how strong Eka Cutie was on those Melissa picks. A pick that we don't normally see, but she seemed very proficient in it and very scary. You know, she was able to shred those lords and deal damage that we didn't expect to see.
Absolutely, and they got the 30-minute matches for the practice. I mean, they got full 3-game series. They got to learn what their mistake was, not being able to close the game, and now they can really showcase their skill against what we just saw Mass Foxes.
Yeah, it's a little bit of a tongue twister. Every time I say Mass Foxes, it's like, new challenge, say Mass Foxes 3 times fast. That's what we're going to do. But nonetheless, that was an excellent point that you made, Liz. Those were the longest games we got to see. The debut for Mass Fox up against Area 77 was a treat to watch. All of them going to past that 20-minute mark. But unfortunately, Mass Foxes, even though they would take aggression in the early game, they'd have the objectives in their way when they'd be up 8 kills to 1 and turrets in their favor. They have a problem closing the game out, and that's where they kind of fall short. But another competitor on the scene. We took a look at War Angels. Now we got to swing on over to Mass Foxes, the other side of the coin.
Yeah, absolutely. We've got Moonpie in the EXP lane, Bea in the jungle, Yellyroar in the mid lane, Saren as the roamer, and Tanfia in the gold lane. You know, we just got to see them play, but we didn't really get to see them play. And this is their chance, and this is a do or die now. We're in the lower bracket. One of these teams goes home after this series. So if they want to show us something, it has to be now. You know, War Angels showed us, you know, a crazy series of a 30-minute match, 25-minute game, and Mass Foxes barely got to dip their toes in the water. The Lords were taken out in 8 minutes, so let's see what they can bring. You know, at least they got some warm-up in for this match.
And I mean, if we see more of the 30-minute matches, which definitely we're hoping for, we really get to see how Mass Foxes, what their hero pool is, what they bring to the table. Because just now, unfortunately, it was a sweep. It was a complete sweep. But this game, I really think that both sides are on a similar. They might pull out a similar performance.
Yeah, and that's what we got to see. Like Boca kind of mentioned, both of you guys kind of mentioned, we have a lot of data for the side of War Angels with their execution, with those long 25-minute plus games. We have a really good idea of their gameplay and their play style. We can't really say the same thing for Mass Foxes, so we'll have to see as they kind of jump in there. What is their play style when they don't go up against a team like ReignFall who doesn't give you any room to breathe? Maybe this will be their chance to kind of showcase that to the world.
Yeah, and for you guys watching at home, we have a second giveaway worth 899 diamonds. So once again, type in hashtag MWINA in the chat to join the giveaway, and only 20 lucky winners will be selected. So if you win the giveaway, our mod will randomly pick winners and add them on Discord to send you the redemption code. So guys, make sure you type that hashtag MWINA, and also when the mod asks you to send your in-game name, make sure you type that in as well.
And there's taxes on it, so there's only 19 available because Boca had to get one just for tax purposes. We had to throw one. No, I'm just kidding. I'm not going to set them up like that. But nonetheless, yes, guys, get your skins while they're available. Like Liz said, 10 amazing ones out there, 10% chance. It's up to you, though, to rise to radiance and claim them while they're available live on stream.
Yeah, absolutely. Claim them now. There's only 20 left. You know, maybe 19 if I can get my hands on one, but you know, we'll see. This time I will leave it for you guys. You guys have been through these series with us, have been through the long journey, so you deserve the 899 diamonds. I'll happily give them to you, but next time, you got to be fast. So.
I mean, A99, that's a pretty epic skin. And what's more epic is draft is ready, so let's jump into draft.
Here we go into the draft for the lower bracket. We're going to see one team fall today, one team climb a little bit higher and have another shot to be able to go to MWI and get out of the qualifiers for North America. Mass Foxes just losing fresh off of a sweep up against ReignFall. War Angels losing, which was once their advantage, turned into a reverse sweep up against Area 77.
Yeah, absolutely. We're going to have to see what Mass Foxes can cook here. They are in the priority pick. We did see, though, that they slotted to ban out these priority heroes. They didn't want to play the Harith, but they're banning out the Low E here. I like that call. War Angels, actually, I don't know if they were playing it, and they didn't even want to ban it. That was Area 77 Angels that liked that Low E. But it's a scary pick, and if you don't want to play it, you probably should ban it just in case. You don't, they might not have the full information. War Angels might have been practicing it while the other two games were going on, so you never really know. War Angels responding with a Roger ban makes sense. Mass Foxes really liked that Roger. They wanted to open up with it. They felt very confident with it. So I like the way the draft's going. It seems pretty standard. This is the first draft so far with no pocket bans. We haven't seen any pocket picks banned out, but there's only 2 bans, so we'll see what happens.
Yeah, we'll definitely see what happens. Moscow still on the table. Mathilda, oh yeah, supports are still up for grabs too. The Angela still needs to be taken down here. So far, we've been seeing 1 or 2 things happen in the draft, right? It's either Fredrin or Barats locked in first, or we go in for the Marksman Prio instead. It's kind of been the repetitive pattern all day today between all these teams, and I expect that train to continue rolling for this series as well. So with that Luyi off the table, with the Mathilda, I would say in terms of marksmen, you could pick up first the Moskov for the side of Mass Foxes if they do want to slot that in. If not, they can go a little bit safer. They can pick up that Barats, or they could pick up that Fredrin. Both of them great in the jungle. I would say the Barats probably a little bit better. The only reason being is the Barats can also be flexed into the XP lane. It's a little bit more smoother than the Fredrin in the XP lane. I don't think I've ever seen a Fredrin in the XP lane, at least so far in the competitive scene. Would be something fun to watch, though. I mean, today's been interesting. We saw Minsathar come out of nowhere from Mass Foxes, and that was our last pick in the draft for game number 2 up against ReignFall. So they definitely know how to be creative.
Certainly know how to be creative. We'll see if they have anything in store for us this time, but the eyes are on the first pick here because they're in the first pick slot. Let's see what they want to prioritize. 2 marksmen's already banned from War Angels. That's the Roger and the Hera. 2 solid bans. Dropping out the Barats. It's a pretty standard ban. It could open up for a Fredrin. It's a standard pick in the beginning. But the thing is, it's a lot of marksman bans. I would feel pretty enticed to go marksman if they go for a 3rd ban here. They ban the Fredrin. I'm very enticed on a marksman now, Weezy.
It has to be. It has to be the Moskov here. It's just it's the only answer. That's what I would do. I mean, considering they kind of put themselves in a little bit of a hole, because now I'm wondering, what are you going to pick if they pick the Moskov? Are you going to pick the Irithel? Or are you going to pick a Natan? Or are you going to pick maybe the Melissa sneaking back in here, who we saw a little bit earlier today? Could be a possibility. But alongside that Fredrin, who's been banned out, is the Barat. So neither of them will be picked up here. Like we said, so far, every single team has either picked up the Fredrin Barats or a Moskov Roger type combination. Anyone still on the table out of that group? Still not going to be selected. Okay, so we're going to break the chains today. Lilia. But this is crazy. A first pick Lilia. I guess it's guaranteed early game. But you give up a trump card. You give up something you could have kind of prioritized to not allow the other team to have. And that's going to allow them to pick up that Moskov.
Yeah, absolutely. Picking up the Lilia, it's a great hero. It deals great damage. But you said it perfectly, Weezy. They pick up the Moskov instantly. It's not even a thought because those marksmen were banned out. And the junglers are banned, so there's not really much of a priority. I get it. Maybe it's a comfort pick for you. But, this is what War Angels liked. The Novaria was banned in the last 2 series. They liked the Novaria. That's their bread and butter. I don't even know if they were looking at the Lilia. I feel like that Lilia was a bit rushed, especially when we banned off the 2 tank junglers it plays so well into. Baratz is not on the board, Fred's not on the board, and now they can play counterpick. Raphael is still up. It's still not picked yet, but I mean, we'll see what happens.
You know who else is on the board? Angela. Angela could be slotted here for the side of war. Oh, man. But I guess technically Mass Foxes, if they could pick up the Angela right now and slot it in with like an Akai or something. Oh, they're going to go in for the Minotaur, though. Okay, I didn't even realize we haven't got to see Minotaur at all. It's always banned out. So, yeah, I guess that could work. I mean, you already know there's not going to be a Valentina to really worry about, but we'll have to see as we kind of progress through this. I mean, you could still pick up something to avoid a lot of that crowd control. They could pick up a Martis here for the side of War Angels if they really wanted to, and then they don't even have to worry about that Minoan Fury coming in from the Roamer on the side of Mass Foxes. There's a lot of opportunity in this draft for War Angels to grab. I think if it was up to me, though, I would probably pick up the... If you don't pick up the Angela, then I would pick up probably a Martis here, just to be able to negate the crowd control and have the early game pressure to be able to kind of snowball through Mass Foxes. But we'll have to see. I wonder which way to go. Do they go in for their support nice and early? Because if not, you're going to see this Mathilda. You're going to see this... okay, so you're going to see a lot banned out for the second half, the X-Borg. So they want to go in for the true damage.
Yeah, they do want to go for the true damage here. You know, Mass Foxes, they started off with a Lilia pick. It was a bit questionable just in the priority of how they picked it. But I do like these picks together. The Alpha is very strong, and the Minnow is very strong. But a pair that is extremely strong, and we've even had trouble against, is the Alpha and the Angela. That's what I really would have liked to see instead of the Minotaur. But, you know, this gives you a great setup because... You know, right now, if we get to this late game, which the Moskov wants to, you know, how do you suppress them? How do you hold them down? This Minotaur is a great answer. A nice wide range to ult them up. He gets knocked up. Alpha finishes him off. You know, hits him with his ultimate. So it's a very solid core draft, and they can go a lot of ways. For War Angels, pick up the X-Borg was a bit interesting. I don't know necessarily how I feel about it. It's not a bad, it's not a good pick. It's a very meh pick. It can have its options.
It's the X Factor.
Yeah, right. Yeah, X-Borg X Factor. Yep. The Diggy ban. You know, I would have liked War Angels to pick up the Diggy in that pick 3 because they already had so much CC. And it's immediately banned by Mass Foxes, so that just makes sense. So that's telling me that War Angels probably wants to go a tankier roam. You already have this Moskov Novaria. You need more frontline. You have sort of a bruiser with the X-Borg. He'll be able to frontline. He's going to have 4 lives when he gets that immortality online. But we'll have to wait and see. Responding with the Yu Zhong ban. Now, Moonpie, first game, picked up that Yu Zhong. Couldn't really get started, unfortunately. Just a lot of pressure in her lane. But it looked like it was one of the comfort picks for her. She was, you know, open picking it with a ton of other options open. So... Overall, a pretty standard ban. So it's like the first comfort ban. And then the carry. So carry's telling me that they want to get something tanky here. Right? That's an anti-tank marksman. So we'll see what they end up picking up here.
Yeah, you know, they may pick up a Grok here if it's not banned out. Especially going up against that Minotaur. If you hug that wall, you can negate the crowd control. And then you can still initiate with a good wild charge. And then you don't have to even worry about the alpha charge as well, the knock up over there from his ultimate. So I think it would be a good answer to pick up that Grok. There goes that Kufra. Kufra, I don't know, he's just been a hot commodity today. I just love how much meta shifts in these tournaments as you kind of progress through these series. So yeah, a couple things on the board still, right? War Angels yet to find a roamer. We're yet to know if this X-Borg is going to be in the XP lane or if it's going to be in the jungle. I personally, I don't know. I'm kind of mixed feelings about it. Like you said, it's kind of that meh, that X Factor pick. I feel like in the jungle it could shine, but also it could be the downfall. When an X-Borg falls behind in the jungle, when you don't take that first turtle, if you get invaded, if anything goes wrong in the early part of the game, it takes a long time for him to get back online. And that's the only kind of issue I have with the X-Borg in the jungle. I kind of prefer it more in the XP lane. Maybe in the XP lane, though, because we just seen the Carmilla walk through. This is the second showcasing of the Carmilla. We got to see it before, and it did profit. So, you know, I think War Angels was it War Angels that took the Carmilla? No, it was Area 77, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, Area 77 took it. So this is the first time we get to see War Angels slot this in. Now, is this going to be that Carmilla roam though? Or is this going to be that Carmilla in the jungle? I think jungle would be better just because, like you said, I feel like they need a little bit more crowd control in their favor. I think the Grok would still be good. I think the Carmilla is good because it's magic damage. So the Navari and the Carmilla together is great magic damage. I think they just need a little bit more physical. And they should have a solid draft against Mass Foxes.
Yeah, absolutely. Carmella's a really good pickup here. It's nice and sustainable. It has a great wave clear, and we got to see the strength of it earlier. It looks like Mass Fox is closing out their draft. Charizla, Brody, very standard. A lot of CC in the core with the Charizla knockup, the Minotaur, the Alpha. A lot of airborns on the side of Mass Foxes. War Angels, I think you brought up a amazing point about the Grok, the CC immune bush checker that can really help you. And against a Brody too, it's also a nice pick. So it'll have great initiation for you. It'll be CC immune against 3 people with CC. So we'll see what they elect to pick. And also it can pair well with the Carmilla. So ultimately I don't really see what else they could pick here, especially with the comfort pick Kufra gone and the Diggy gone. I think Grok's your best choice.
Yeah, it's going to be a risky gamble. I mean, if they do go in for something like that, Angela, if they really want to go in for support. Oh, there goes the Martis!
Wow.
We talked about this earlier. So this is going to be the Carmilla in the roam position. It's the first time we get to see the Carmilla running in the roam for MWI NA qualifiers. Man, I would say between all these new faces and some of the more seasoned vets, they're definitely showcasing their creativity as we get further and further along in this series. Martis, though. In the jungle, we talked about anti-immunity to crowd control, and he is one of the best to do it. With the mortar coils, can definitely be a problem, especially up against the heavy CC-oriented composition from Mass Fox. I mean, you made an excellent point on a lot of their heroes having the setup capabilities, right? You have Minotaur, big knockup with the Minoan Fury. You have Alpha with the Alpha Charge. You have Charizla with the Penalty Zone. And then you also have Brody, who, in my opinion, is one of the best in terms of survivability, because he has that corrosive strike to be able to get that stun and then be able to kind of backflip to safety. And then you pair it up with a flicker to stop a team from being able to dive you. He's able to kind of survive through a lot, especially when teams try and rotate to that bottom side. But with the Martis for War Angels, the whole plan with the Martis is to kind of negate the CC and create that early game pressure for the side of War Angels to kind of profit on this. Ladies and gentlemen, we are now jumping into the third series of the day, the lower bracket of MWI NA qualifiers. Mass Foxes on the blue side, up against their competitor on the red, War Angels.
Yeah, let's see who can take this. Both backs are against the wall, but we do have a series ahead of us. Now, this Carmilla getting slotted in the roam is something usually that we would think we would be seeing, but it's just been working so well in the jungle. And I can see it working in this comp. You know, the Martis, every time he hits someone that's linked, is going to be dealing true damage if he ults them. And then also, if he knocks them up, everyone else is going to keep getting knocked up with Martis's consistent CC. So I see that the synergy idea there. It is a great idea. And Carmilla is mostly used for that ultimate. So she will have a lot of options to roam around the map and find more ultimate potentials, but we'll just have to wait and see what they're cooking with this.
Yeah, we should see both junglers clash it out here near the top side. Both of them started on the bottom side of the map, so they should be kind of clashing toward that mid and going toward that turtle at the same time. Now, you know, Martis is very eccentric in the early game. He comes alive when those heroes are very low HP near him to be able to hit that decimation and start bursting down everybody with the swiftness. And that's something Mass Fox is going to have to watch out for. Speaking of Mass Fox, we have yet to really kind of see what their team brings to the table. We didn't get to see a strong showcasing in their debut up against ReignFall. Was it just a fluke? Do they have some hidden gems up their sleeves to kind of showcase to the world today? And that's what we're going to kind of be keeping a close eye on as War Angels. We got a good taste of their capabilities, their what they excel at, and also what they can kind of work on. And when it comes to War Angels, they're good in the early game. They're bad at maintaining their lead, though. And hopefully they kind of did some revisions since their last game and kind of perfected their craft. But last sanity going in, Bea will be able to get that turtle for Mass Foxes, and they're able to get a kill as Sharky will take down Yujiro.
Already a great start for Mass Foxes. That's as good as it's going to get. You know, you get a pick and you get a turtle. and now you can just go back and start farming again. War Angels seemed a little hesitant to contest that, as Martis was still taking the blue, and Xborg ends up ulting in, going for that miraculous steal. Wasn't able to get it, but again, we still have a lot more game to play. Not too much of a lead in Mass Fox's favor, but it is a lead, and let's see how they hold on to it.
Yeah, you're already seeing some great pressure on the bot side. Momo on this Xborg up against Moonpie on the terms of the tree damage can definitely be something you have to watch out for. And Xborg's great at being able to kind of sustain himself in that XP lane, able to get that Faraga armor back just by using those fire missiles. But on the top side, Alpha Charge in, not going to be able to hit the mark. Bea missing X2 Lop on the setup. A Manoa Fury! A little bit of wasted utility as well. This is a time for War Angels to kind of capitalize. They should rush in right there. I mean, you have an Alpha Charge used and the Manoa Fury knockup. Both of them kind of falling short. But nobody will fall in that engagement.
No, nobody will fall. And that was a beautiful ultimate from Yujiro and the Carmilla. Linked 4 of them together. And they paired it with the Novaria so that when she uses her link, it gives you a little bit more range. And then if they're all linked, you have easier targets to hit. The hitboxes are increased when Novaria ults you. So you can see the idea there. They're not ready to fight yet. You have a late game Moskov, you have a late game Novaria. We know War Angels. Really the only one that's going to be helping you in the early game is this Moskov.
Yeah, and speaking of early game, both sides trying to find an advantage. Bea will take down Yujiro as they seize the opportunity to strip down the gold plating on the tier 1 turret for the top side. Astro Echo going down. War Angels trying to deny them. There goes the Martis play, though. Arrest him with the decimation. X2 Lop finds a kill. You see another kill as well. Saren will fall. Tahinas, the one to pick that one up. Sharky, Saren down for Mass Foxes in a possible counterplay on the way for War Angels.
War Angels showing us life we knew that they had. Martis comes in there, gets a quick kill, and now starts up on the objective. And even when War Angels is behind in this early game, they get really scary in the mid game. This is where they start picking it up here. You see, we have Yujiro very far overextended, but yeah, it just gets picked off instantly. But they're playing this aggression, trying to steal the buff, and I like the playstyle. I like the way that they are picking up the pace a bit at this 5-minute mark. When they get their first items, they're looking for more things around the map.
Oh, Eka Cutie, Spear Destruction in to the bot side. Didn't want Moonpie to take that turret. Will make her pay. But she was able to get what she came for. But now, this should be enough time for possibly Eka Cutie to try. She's going to go for it. Looks like she is. And I don't think they'll be able to make their time. So overall, the trade is one in favor for the War Angels.
Absolutely one in favor. And, that's the thing with the Moskov. A Spear of Destruction. Sure, Moonpie does get the tower. That tower does live on a sliver of health. But, it will go down eventually. Moskov's going to continue to push this lane. He could probably sneeze on it and it's going down. But, this versatility with how Moskov can be in the top lane, clear it out completely, and then Spear of Destruction all the way down to bot, and you're just caught out. He's nowhere near you, but you're caught out if he hits you with this spear. So it's very scary, and as he progresses and gets more items, getting that kill is good because it gets him more farm. But as he gets even more items, he becomes even scarier, and you'll never want to get hit by that spear, in about 4 to 5 minutes here.
Yeah, just good awareness of what's going on across the map from Eka Cutie. And the total opposite lane rotates down there as quick as possible to try and deny it. But you did see Mass Fox able to take down that turret. Down goes the turret in response to on the, like we said, the minions able to make quick work of that. Nobody even really needed to kind of, you can just sneeze on it, and there it was. I think that the minions just looked at it and it got bursted down. Right now, both sides having one to two turrets. Mass Fox having the map advantage. Pressure now in the mid lane. Curse of Blood may go out over there from this Carmilla. Not in the jungle position like we usually see. Now in the roam position, spearheaded by Yujiro. Already found 3 early deaths, though. Definitely needs to be a little bit more passive. Doesn't want to be kind of the feeding train that Mass Fox can lean on.
Yeah, absolutely. And, War Angel's sort of taken a step back there and not contesting that turtle. Mass Fox has understood that they could burst it rather quickly, so War Angels didn't really get a chance. They were on resets. They were farming their jungle. That's just great awareness from Mass Foxes. And Mass Foxes has actually created a bit of a gold lead here. We're talking, 2.8K in 7 minutes. Nothing astronomical, nothing we've seen War Angels come back from much, much further below. So, there's certainly still a lot of game to be played. But, this is good to see, the life that we knew Mass Foxes had. They didn't really get to show how strong of a team that they were in the previous series, but this time they are definitely going to.
Yeah, big Minoan and Fury in the mid lane from Saren. Yujiro falling again, 4th death of the game so far. Massive Astro Echo. Curse of Blood goes out as well. A possible decimation on the way with the Motor Cores. Bea is hit with an X2 Lop, able to shut her down. 2 members falling for Mass Foxes. X2 Lop will fall though. Tampia able to get the response play. A 2-for-2 trade in the mid lane, but Echo Cutie still there trying to possibly push. Does have the Inspire. May actually proc it here. They're very low. I wonder if he's going to actually go in for it. She doesn't go in for it. So she is going to disengage. Right there, you are going to see a 2-for-2 trade from both sides. 5-5 in terms of kills.
There we go. Taking a look at the gold here a little bit. We see the gold laners are relatively even. 5,600 on Moskov, 5,700 on Brody. So they're farming at the same pace. Moskov has 2 items already online, the DHS and Corrosion. He's looking for that golden staff to finish the Trinity, and that's when he's really, really scary. So, Moskov, he can deal damage right now, but give him 3 to 4 more minutes, and he's gonna pop that Inspire in the mid lane. He's gonna go for these aggressive plays, and as you see, this is what Echo wants. She is just farming all the way around the map, taking any farm that she can find. At the same time, getting prepped for this game we've been having. 9.5 minutes in, you can't really tell who's winning. Weezy.
Ooh, Echo Cutie, Sharky will be able to shut her down with the power of Glooms. Now, giving him a little bit of advantage, especially shutting down the gold laner. That's a high value target. Echo Cutie was moments away from kind of being the recipe for disaster for Mass Foxes, and that's exactly who they wanted to take down. That was like the most optimal outcome for them right there. And now going to shift focus over into the Lord Pit, but War Angels there for the denial, trying to take the fight. Big knock up the Minoan and Fury. Saren very low. Moonpie able to take down Yujiro. Last Sandy goes in. Mamal takes down Saren. X2 finds Moonpie. 2-for-1 trade. Sharky find X2 make that 2v2. Bea finds Momoa, but Tehennis takes down Sharky. 3 members down for both sides. Bea will be able to get the Lord for Max Foxes, and out of the Lord Pit she goes.
Whoa, what a close fight that was. And if that Spear of Destruction hit, that would have turned the tide. And that's just how scary this Moskov is. Just off respawn can come back in. But it just an unfortunate positioning from the Moskov. And this is why I do stray away from running this Inspire. It's a high confidence pick. Moskov with Inspire is extremely scary. But all it takes is that Alpha waiting in a bush on your rotation. He knows you're farming. Catches you out, you can't do anything. You're locked in CC, and this comp you're against is high CC. We've got the Minotaur, we've got the Alpha, we got the Charizla. So if it's not the Alpha knocking you up, it's the Minotaur. If it's not the Minotaur, it's the Charizla. They have options, and they also have the Brody stun. So very scary, but again, if you can just position a little bit safer, let this Carmilla sort of take the bruising, take the damage, and take the CC, this Moskov can definitely be scary and be online.
Yeah, Tampia is going to pick up that Wind of Nature too. We'll be able to negate some of the physical damage in these engagements, especially up against Echo Cutie on that Moskov, stacked up with that Inspire, already having the DHS, already ready to kind of burst down the beefy composition of Mass Foxes. Tampia did pick up the Blade of Heptases for that initial burst damage on contact as well to kind of work in her favor. Does have the orange buff stacked up to deal even more damage in these engagements. But right now, War Angels forced on the back end, forced into their base, and only holding on in 1 tier 2 on the top side. Minus that, they're down to their inhibitors.
They are down to their inhibitors, but overall, a good defense. You have one of your towers still up, and the damage isn't that bad. We're talking 4K lead, 12 minutes in. It's still a lead, but it's not as bad as it could have been. They did very decent damage control. Echo Cutie getting on that Lord fast, clearing it quick. As long as they deal with that bot side, everything is good. But I mean, man, we're 12 minutes in, and I'm leaning towards Mass Foxes, just the way they're maintaining the map, the way they have a chokehold on the jungle. They are doing really great, but you never know you know, we've seen Carmilla's come back from much worse, and it was earlier. So you know, that comp is still scary. It just takes one ult, and Carmilla's been finding these ults. Even in the last Lord fight, Carmilla found a 4-man link, but unfortunately, Eka Cutie is dead, so the damage is not there. You have a bunch of burst damage, you have a Novaria, but you don't have the continuous damage that you want with that Carmilla. It's up to Eka Cutie to pop that Inspire and dish out as much damage as he can when this Carmilla finds the sets.
Yeah, we've yet to see it too. I'm kind of waiting for this engagement to happen. I'm waiting for that Inspire to be procced. You are going to see Eka Cutie pick up the win in nature, though. So Tanfia and Eka Cutie, both of them having the win in nature. Tanfia, though, catches Moa in that bush. Takes a lot of damage right there with the fire missiles. Moa definitely starting to hit a little bit heavier. Now focusing into the mid lane. Possible 3v2 on the way. Sharky does initiate a little bit of contact, but not going to lead to anybody falling. Both sides still going to kind of disengage and try and find their farm, trying to create that opportunity as we are seeing this Luminous Lord spawned in.
Yeah, this is going to favor War Angels the longer that they take to do this Lord. Mass Foxes kind of realize the situation. War Angels does not want to fight, and they're going to shred this Lord. You got a true damage alpha. This thing's going down in seconds, so Mass Foxes with a smarter choice. No, okay, they didn't get the steal. Oh my goodness. Wow. That was close though. That was very, very close. That would have been a whole different story. Yeah, but you know, Moskov wants to keep farming up. He wants to get, you know, 5 items. So they're playing this smart. They're playing this reserved. The thing is though, this Lord is luminous. It will crash, and that you're at least losing one inhibitor here in a perfect scenario.
Yeah, and speaking of scenarios, right, we were asking the question in the beginning of this match, how would Mass Fox kind of do? They had a really hard series up against ReignFall, but this looked like a totally different team entirely up against War Angels so far. Actually, the ones leading in this series, and this is where you start to see these teams kind of scale as we progress through the MWI series. But with this Lord, Luminous on the bot side does crash into the inhibitor. A chance to open up the base up against War Angels. Massfox looking for the opportunity. Down goes the inhibitor for the bot side alongside the Luminous Lord. Will not be in play anymore for the side of Massfoxes, but they still are going to try and claim more real estate. Minions are quickly falling, though. I don't know if they're going to even have the opportunity to take another inhibitor right here.
Yeah, there's no chance taking an inhibitor anymore. It's just a reset. There's no more minions. But you got in. At least you cracked the base. You created pressure. And this pressure is exactly where you want it. It's on the opposite side of the Lord. So the far side. Now, they do have a Moskov to answer it. So it's not really going to matter too much. So as long as he hits these Spear of Destructions. And he has a lot of support with that when this Novaria is going to ult. So she'll be able to get him into these fights rather quickly. But it is a win for Mass Fox. A 7K lead. They have been slowly just growing their lead over the past 16 minutes. And with the Lord coming up in 60, I don't really feel like War Angels are in a position yet to even fight for this Lord. And I think they know that too. You have 4 members just huddled at the mid lane. Even the Moskov having a little bit of fun. He's spamming some recalls because, you know, he doesn't have any minions to farm. Mass Fox is playing this clean.
Hey, Liz said that we didn't see any recall spams. That was a lie. I just seen like 40 recall spams from War Angels right there.
Yeah.
But as we are still seeing them fight it out. Some great sportsmanship from some of North America's finest all female teams. 16 minutes in, though. This is looking like a repetitive pattern for the War Angels. Most of their games always pass that 20-minute mark. I think that's just like their standard. They just don't play for the early game. Their technique is just to play for the late game and profit. And I mean, this is what you see when you have a Moskov, when you have a Navaria. I mean, the late game, that is when they come alive. The problem, though, is X2Lop on this X-Borg. I mean, on this Martis. Martis, oh my gosh. I think they might have hurt us. Yeah, we're definitely going to have to talk about this in post-game stats. We need a recall spam. How many times does a team recall spam in a match? Maybe do an MVP for that. But speaking of objectives, speaking of stats, another Lord in the taking for Mass Foxes without a contest by War Angels.
Yeah, so it seems War Angels still is not going to be walking out of their base. They're going to wait for Mass Foxes to overstep and make a mistake. But it's up to Mass Foxes to show us that they won't make the mistake and that they're going to properly sink these waves in and you most likely end here. I feel like at some point you have to end, and it should be with this Lord. If not, get all inhibs and make it scary, because at some point this Moskov becomes online, and that's all we can talk about right now. And look what he's doing to that Lord. That Lord's going down rather quick.
Yeah, the Lord quickly getting bursted down. Inhibitor will fall, though, in the mid lane. Another objective for the side of Mass Foxes. One more inhibitor to go through before the base is completely vulnerable. Minions now marching through the mid lane as well. Down goes the last inhibitor. Tamphia going to be the one to secure that for Mass Foxes. And now an opportunity for the class. Last Insanity as a means of defense from Moa, but now hit with the Manoa and Fury knockup. Immortality has been procced. Able to get back to safety with the Faraga armor. Still fighting it out. Still trying to hold off Mass Foxes from closing this game out. Astro Echo connecting to the entire team minus Moonpie. A big play over there from Yujiro on this Carmilla roam, forcing Mass Foxes out of the base.
That was good. They were able to get 2 inhibitors, and they made it scary. They got the X-Borg's immortality down, and they definitely threatened some things and tried to punish in. But the Lord was cleared so fast, so maybe keep that Lord a little bit safer on this next grab. That way, you're able to end the game and have some extra minions, crashing in on the sides. Because if they have that extra wave, it definitely looked endable there. Carmilla used her ultimate early. Novaria used her ultimate. X-Borg had lost his ammo. He had to go back to base. So they didn't really have a lot to defend there. But because there's no minions, they hold on. So they have another fighting chance. Maybe some more recalls for another 57 seconds until that Lord's back on the map. They know the game. If they're gonna win this game, it's going to be from their base, and it's going to be from a mistake that Mask makes.
Yeah, and that's what they're kind of looking forward to hoping to happen. And it actually may play out that way. You did see the conceal play called out right there. A little wasted utility. You can definitely tell War Angels is having the time of their lives right now with all the recall spams, throwing a little bit of a party at the base crystal. Looks like we weren't invited to that, though. But the Lord is going to be spawning in the next 25 seconds, and one thing is for certain, ground control is in favor for Mass Foxes. War Angels, they have to contest this one. I don't think they can, if they may be able to hold it off. It's a gamble up against a 20-minute Luminous Lord with no inhibitors. It could definitely be their demise if they're not careful. I wonder if they go in for it, or did they try and use the Navarre? Maybe they can snipe with Navarre with Tahinas and Eka Cutie with the Spear of Destruction at the same time and just hope for the best to try and get the steal. I mean, they have 2 heroes with long range to possibly be able to do it, but looks like they're not going to be able to close the distance. They need to throw an ultimate out. There goes the ultimate! But Tamphia, the marksman from Mass Foxes, will be able to claim the Lord on their side for an opportunity on a game winner.
Yep, we're gonna have to see what War Angels Alexa do and how will they defend this. Yeah, it's an evolved Lord. It's 20 minutes in. Even with that true damage alpha, that took quite a while to get. That was 70,000 health on that Lord. So it's going to be much stronger. Of course, you have the Moskov to deal with it. They are comfortable in their wave clear, but the problem is, like, if this Lord locks onto the base, the Brody just tower locks. He doesn't even need to take a fight. There's no more team fight to be taken. You're down to your last leg here, and this fight is probably going to tell us who wins this game, Weezy.
Yeah, down to the last leg. One chance, one opportunity. X2Lot finds Tamphia. Sharky responds back, finding Moa. Moa, one member down for both sides. The Lord at 50% HP quickly bursted down from the side of War Angels, trying to contest, trying to hold off Mass Foxes from closing out this game. And they're able to do it yet again, forcing them out of the base. With Tamphia gone, they lose their push potential.
Yeah, absolutely. And that was a great Carmilla ultimate. And we see it's 21 minutes in. This Moskov is full build. He is dishing out the damage. And it looked like it was much worse for Mass Foxes, actually. But they do end up getting 4 out. But it was very close. A couple members were just slivers of health. So War Angels is doing what they know that they can do. They have this wave clear. This Moskov is shredding these Lords. They want Mass Foxes to group up so Carmilla can hit this ultimate and Moskov just wipes, as we saw. So they have their win potential. They can't really contest for these Lords. It's difficult though. Sure, they do have the snipes, but they have the consistent pressure. Yeah, as we take a look at this fight again, yeah, so many people are caught in that link and they're just slowed down. It looked so much worse for them. very low HP bars, and Eka Cutie, if that spear hits, she's probably sending in that time. So taking a look at Moskov again, he is 1-1-3, just doing the exact same thing. Gonna be chilling at base, and I think we're just gonna be seeing a ping pong. Like it's gonna keep happening. It's that like the game is going to be won at War Angel's base. So when Mass Foxes gets this Lord, they're just got to keep driving it into War Angels, but at the same time they're not really able to end, so it's whoever wipes each other out at this base is gonna end. I either see Mass Foxes just tower locking and getting it done because it's 23 minutes in, 70,000 health on where you can ask for, or War Angels wipes them out at their base, and the timers are so long now that they can just do a victory, maybe do some recall spams down the mid lane and get themselves a win.
Yeah. Oh, those Spirit Destructions every single time. You're just expecting it to get the steal, but falling short. You are going to see Mass Fox take the Luminous Lord yet again in their favor. 5 Lords they have taken so far. 23 minutes in. And another opportunity to be able to push. But the later this goes, the Moscow's just such a strong pick in the late game. Paired up with that Carmilla. Paired up with the Navaria. It's given Mass Foxes a really hard time. Immortality being picked up from Tampa as a last resort to try and close this game out. Look at the Lord already down to 75% HP, not even making it into range of the base crystal yet, and quickly being bursted down. And a gate guard from Mass Foxes. Last Sanity going in from Momo. Good positioning, but hit suppressed. Stunned. Winter Truncheon goes in for the denial. Eka Cutie finds Saren. One member falling for the side of Mass Foxes. That is their roamer. But you are going to see the knock-up drop down from the penalty zone of Moonpie. Eka Cutie gets a double. Finds Bea. 2 members falling for Mass Foxes. Wait a second. Is this a turnaround? Tampia finds Jujiro. A 2-for-1. But now forced out of the base yet again. And the chase is on. X2 Lop able to take down Sharky. Moonpie not able to get away, not able to expand that distance, using everything she can. Last Insanity in, Moonpie out, back to the base on the high-speed chase. 3 members falling for Mass Foxes, forced out of the base of War Angels.
If you're War Angels, the one thing you had going for you there is that all the minions were cleared. There was not a single minion that War Angels could push out with. So but you see what happens when this Moskov and this Carmilla get to this late game. All it takes is one good set and they flip the fight. That could have been good game there. Luckily there was no minion, so Mass Foxes left the tail on the tail. They have all these towers, but my goodness, Moskov is online, Weezy. The spear!
Yeah, the Spirit Destruction. And honestly, I was expecting it to get a couple of those Lord stills, but it just hasn't worked out yet. But Eka Cutie is hitting like a truck the later this game goes. And honestly, this is 3 Luminous Lord plays that Mass Foxes was not able to close out on. And, you know, I was surprised. They've been performing pretty well, but it's like when it comes to closing these games out, that's where both of these teams kind of struggle. They're very even on their execution and their gameplay. Honestly, this is probably the closest series we've had today. And this is only game number 1 between both these amazing teams. I mean, look at the turnaround. Tampia, just when you think the advantage works for them to close it out, Eka Cutie rushing in, able to deal some damage, able to force them out of the base with the power of Mahamoa on this X-Borg in the last Insanity.
Yeah, 100%. You know, War Angels has no inhibitors left, but it is such a close game. You do not feel like they don't have any inhibitors. And you can even see it in their faces. Eka Cutie is just smiling. Like, for the past 10 minutes, that she does not mind farming in the base. Ooh.
Whoa! Bea! Cat out of position. You're going to see the kill will fall. Tahinas able to pick up that 3rd kill of the game for her. Big knock-up, though, with the Minoan Fury. Saren in a little bit of trouble, though. Very low immortality being procced on X2 Lop. Still able to get out to safety. All members still standing for War Angels, but Tampia going to change the narrative. Finds Yujiro. 1-for-1 trade. A jungler for a roamer. Lord still intact, though. Retribution still in favor, possibly. Tampia is going to take down X2 Lop, though, so no junglers are on the table. Tamphia, both marksmen still able to kind of fight it out. Moa need to be careful, though. Need to get out of there using the Faraga armor at its finest, trying to get away, but too many members. The number is not going to work in her favor. Wait a second. She gets away last second with the flicker pay back to safety, but the Luminous Lord still intact in a Spear of Destruction.
Ooh. Yeah, Spear of Destruction goes a little wide, but we're just waiting for it to connect. We're waiting for it to connect on this Lord, Weezy. You know, how many Lords is it going to take to end? And if it never ends, eventually Moskov hits the Spear, right? And that's you know, they're waiting for it. You know, they're both agreeing that Moskov has to steal this Lord eventually with his Spear of Destruction. But yeah, you know, that fight looked so good for War Angels at first, picking off Bea, but you know, Mass Foxes did such a good job at splitting the fight up, getting Ekacutie nice and low so that Brody was able to, you know, finish off the Martis and finish off the Carmilla. So they had no chance of clearing this Lord. But War Angels, on the other hand, do they really care about getting the Lord? They've told you 6 times, no. They don't care about the Lord. They're ready to defend in the base for almost the 30th minute into the game. We're definitely probably going to go to 30 minutes, so we'll see what they have in store for us for this defense.
Yeah, this is what I'm really going to be keeping a close eye on. Where do they go from here? Another opportunity with the Luminous Lord. I feel like we've seen this story time and time again between both of these teams, and it keeps ending the same way. But here we go again. Is the 4th time the charm for Mass Foxes to be able to close out game number 1 against War Angels. Now moving into the base, Luminous Lord already down to 45% HP, 5% HP, doesn't even make it to the base. Crystal Momoa very low though. Ekacutie finds Saren, one member falling for Mass Foxes, and now the retreat. They need to get out of there. Plan not going the way they thought it would. The execution in favor for War Angels. Ekacutie coming alive, takes down Bea. Double immortality proc. Moonpie finds Ekacutie though. Wait a second. The script has been flipped.
Brody's up.
Mass Fox now trying to close it out. Last Insanity, but the base crystal will fall. Almost a 30-minute game. Mass Fox takes down War Angels.
GG's to Mass Fox. I don't know if you saw, but Brody got his last shot off with a singular sliver of HP left. And if he dies there, I think we were going to see longer than a 30-minute game. Sure, we would have passed the 30-minute mark. But look, take a look at it was 15-14, 30 minutes in. This was a very close game. And something that, sure, Mass Foxes had everything. They got 6 Lords. They got every single tower. But you did not feel like it was one-sided. War Angels showing us that they have that fight. And honestly, they were starting to feel deserving of the win. If they cleared that one, I would have been all aboard of the War Angel train, because that would have been mighty impressive. 30 minutes, 6 Lords in, and they still can't end.
Oh my God, I don't think I'm gonna have a voice by the end of today. I mean, you're talking about 30-minute games, 6 Lord plays, not giving us any room to breathe, even on the caster's desk. I can only imagine those out there watching. But I love to see teams go the distance, go the extra mile. They went a lot of extra miles with this one, though. Way over the normal time range. This is almost double the length of your normal NACT match right there. 30-minute game. It was 30 minutes, right? Yeah, actually almost at the 30-minute mark, I believe. You got to kind of take a look at it when it closed out. I think it might have passed that 30-minute mark, though. Nonetheless, so it was Mass Fox. They almost honestly lost that right there. You said a last-second Tamphia right before falling, able to get that final hit off, able to score that touchdown to be able to claim game number 1. And that's just it. That's only game number 1, Boca.
This is only game number 1, and we have a lot more in store for us. And if War Angels fix a draft like this again, where they have an amazing clear, you know, they might be comfortable with this base hug and play style. I mean, it was working well. It's just, the thing is all it takes is for one mistake to happen while you're clearing, especially when you're on an Inspire Moskov. And we saw that. The one mistake happened, his immortality got popped, and he was just dead. He can't purify out, can't flicker out, you know. So there's certainly play to it. You can clear very fast, but at the same time, it's a high risk, high reward pick. And here, the risk was a little bit too great for him. Gets set by MoonPie, and at that point, yeah, Kakuri just out of the game. But yeah, first game in 30 minutes. Oh, I think we're gonna see exactly when it ended. Looks like it was 29. Yeah, 29:46. We were so close to the 30-minute mark, and that's 2 games that we've basically had at 30 minutes. What an action-packed day we've had. Oh, and the MVP is going to Sharky.
Wow. I mean, that's a lot to break down, man. I don't even know where to start. 30 minutes of just intense, pure willpower from both sides. Sharky. You know what I'm noticing? All of these MVPs are going to the mid laners. What's up with that? It's been like almost majority of these games. It's been the mages that have kind of dominated the scene. But nonetheless, some great gameplay from both sides. We wanted to see what MassFox brought to the table. Kind of robbed of that opportunity up against ReignFall with that one-sided story. But with the way they played right here, it's showcasing just how strong they can be with a little bit of polishing. So game number 2. I think a lot went right. I think a lot went wrong. I think they got to work on closing these games out when they have the advantage. Because that was what? Was that 6 Lords? 6 Lords.
Yeah.
To try and end that game. The defense, though, from the side of War Angels is insane. And it's definitely a team that kind of thrives in the late game. So I think maybe for game number 2, if MassFox wants to have the opportunity for the sweep, they got to capitalize in the early game and finish with a fast one. If not, you're going to see War Angels kind of profit on those late game picks, such as the Marksman on the Moskov, such as the Navaria in the mid lane.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, that game could have went anyway. It just goes in the favor of MassFoxes. And yeah, I'm glad to see MassFoxes get that win because they did get to show what they were made of in the ReignFall matches. And I saw potential there. There was many plays where they tried to keep up with ReignFall and they tried to make plays around the map. They showed that here. They were a really dominant team in this game. Sure, it did take 6 Lords. Don't get me wrong. That it was a longer match, but at the same time they got it done in the way they got it done. You know, around 12-13 minutes in, the inhibitors were cracked. Their jungle was frozen. You know, they were freezing out the waves, stealing the farm. So they were checking all the boxes Mask was. Now ending was a whole nother story, and we'll see if they can do it differently this time around, or if War Angels has another crazy clear in store for us.
Yeah, oh man, dude, it was so close. These teams are like so even down the line that it really literally is just a flip of a coin, and it was just a flip of that's it. It's just a flip of a coin. Honestly, I like if Tamfia didn't get that last hit, we would have been sitting over here congratulating War Angels for game number 1. So game number 2, like I said, I think early game is going to be more dominant for the side of MassFox. If they can win that, then they should be able to shut down War Angels. War Angels, I think they understand that they kind of profit more in the late game, and I think that they draft more of a late game orientated composition. And I think they just wait it out. They know if they don't get these Lords, they know if they lose some of these objectives, it's fine. If we play to that 15-20, like I said, every game for War, we have not seen a game from War Angels go under 20 minutes. Not a single one.
No.
So they're a late game team. And you just have to find a way to kind of pierce into that in the early game and close it out. So game number 2, let's see where it goes. I said it in the beginning of today's stream, we wanted to see things go the distance. Exactly what we're today as we jump into the draft for the second match. This is a possible match point, though. MassFoxes finding their first victory and also a chance to get a sweep to knock down War Angels out of the MWI. Do we see that happen, or do we see War Angels turn this back around?
Absolutely, yeah. We're gonna have to see what they can do, but War Angels has shown us they have the tenacity. They don't care if they're 15 minutes in and it's looking grim. They still got smiles on their faces. They're popping recalls and they're gonna be farming. They're gonna be farming Lords for the next 15. Yep. So they're all about these long haul games. And this time they've got the priority in the draft. They've got this first pick. We just saw that MassFox has got MVP with using that Lilia, and they did first pick the Lilia too, as we remember. So banning out this Lilia it makes a lot of sense for War Angels, and it allows them to be a bit more adaptive in their draft and what they're going to prioritize here.
Yeah, and that's exactly what we're going to be kind of keeping a close eye on, right? We've seen the Fredrin, we've seen the Barats heavily focused in the first picks. We've seen picks like the Moskov, like the Roger prioritized early in the draft as well, and they're going to be taken off. You see the Moskov probably next on the ban list, possibly. I don't know if I'm War Angels and I'm not picking up Moskov, you got to ban that because that man was dominating toward the late game. They were not able to push, push in. Or, I mean, they have first pick, so War Angels technically could pick that up and kind of profit this time around more in their favor. Now, this is going to be interesting. Do we let the Carmilla walk again? Do you think the Carmilla's been a problem? Do you think it's worth letting go? I mean, technically, the Carmilla did walk and it lost. I want to say we've seen it win one game and we've seen it lose a game. So I believe it's like, what, 50-50 right now?
Yeah. I guess you can let it walk because it seems that War Angels, yeah, they did lose with the Carmilla, and at the same time, they didn't even want to play it in the jungle, and that's where we want to see that Carmilla. They said, okay, let's grab this, let's grab this meta hero, but we don't really want to bring it into the jungle. We want to pick a Martis, so I don't think War Angels is going to pick it again. It had its chances, and we even saw that, like, she hits some very nice links. It's just the damage wasn't really there, and it also seems like they saw how strong it was in their previous series, and they're picking it now because they want to experiment with it. But I feel like it's if you weren't using it beforehand, it's a bit too late to experiment, and it felt very experimental. We all thought it was going jungle, and then boom, the Martis pick shocked us more than the Carmilla pick, which is crazy, But it just locked in that, hey, this is a Carmilla roam. Now, War Angels setting up for that Moskov again, and I know they will take it in a heartbeat. We thought Mass Foxes were going to take the Moskov first pick. War Angels will take this Moskov first pick. There's no doubt in my mind. You have the Harith ban, the Roger ban, the Lilia ban. So you can't first pick Lilia anymore. But we will see. We will see what Mass Foxes elects to ban out here. If it's not Moskov,
yeah, Echo Cutie.
I can only wonder.
Echo Cutie's been great on the execution too in the gold lane. Like you got to keep an eye on her. Very objective focused, very aggressive, but knows when to kind of pull back as well. So yeah, I'm right there with you. I think the Moskov should walk through here. If not, maybe the Fredrin. I'm gonna go ahead and guarantee them a jungler, especially like the Barats has been taken off the table, and we've been seeing one of those two kind of prominent. We've seen the Alpha slip through the cracks today. It's been one of the more prominent junglers so far as we progress through the pro scene of North America. Kind of introduced over there by MobaZane during the NACT spring season, and it's just been more of a staple since then. But nonetheless, I do think the strongest pick right here for the side of War Angels is definitely that Moskov. The split push capability. Oh, wait a sec. There's a Valentina on the table, right? So, okay. This is interesting. Interesting. I still think Minotaur is a good pick, but picking it first, a little risky because it's easily countered. I mean, Diggy is still on the table for the side of Mass Foxes if they do want to kind of go in for that as well to give the Minotaur even more of a harder time with the set capability.
It's a bit early for this Minotaur pick, especially when you banned out Marksmans. I could have seen the Fredrin being picked here if they were looking for something tanky, but I do like that they didn't first pick it because we saw how strong that Alpha was in the previous game. And Masked Foxes liked that core draft. They went the triple airborne. They went the Alpha, they went the Minnow, and they went the Charizla. Now, Masked Foxes locks in the Fredrin here and the Novaria. Now, we could see a swap. War Angels could elect to go this Alpha and Charizla and just bring out that core again that we saw Masked Foxes use. It was a very solid draft, and it gave them a very solid team fight. So I wouldn't mind, taking a couple notes from my opponents and jumping on that right now.
Arlot is still available.
That is true.
I just realized that walked through the cracks, and if you pick that for either side, it is going to profit heavily. First of all, you got the Minoan Fury from the side of War Angels, which is going to proc that Demon Gauge if you get it for the side of them. But if you get it for Masked Foxes, it synergizes great with the Navaria. It's okay with the Fredrin with the Energy Eruption, and it still can be flexed into the XP lane or the roam position. Yeah, it's still up for grabs. Is they going to go ahead and take up this Esmeralda? This is the third game I want to say we've seen the Esmeralda kind of showcased, and this time it's prioed even earlier, and normally we kind of see it second hand in the draft, but up front it's a bold move. Now there's not really too much shield that the Esme can really kind of profit on right here, but it is very mobile, very sustainable, and it has a lot of capability for the setup for the initiation. So we'll see how this kind of plays out. Brody picked back up. The Brody and the Moskov. We just seen this matchup from both sides. Yeah. Actually, both marksmen running the same exact picks from game number 1.
That they are. And I almost feel like this Esme pick was just like a shot in the air, like, hey, we don't want you to take Diggy, because Diggy's going to supply a lot of shield. Esme does great around the shield. That's what I sort of feel like that's where they're at with it, because if they didn't take it here, they pick Diggy 3rd pick and they just ban the Esme in the next phase. But it's a great thought. At the same time, it's still counterable. You pick the Esme extremely early. She is coming back into the meta. Now, I have seen Esmeralda's jungle. Like, I've seen it played, and it seems to be getting a little bit more traction than the EXP lane. So it could potentially go there, but we saw Mao in her the previous games. She likes the Esmeralda, so this is also a comfort pick for her. Even if Mass Foxes doesn't take any heavy shielding, she enjoys this Esmeralda. She likes to play aggressive with it, so we'll see what they do there. Mass Fox is electing to ban out Vexana. I do like that ban. You have a Fredrin, and you don't want him to get CC'd up. Vexana is very annoying to deal with. And you already have your mage, so this is sort of limiting War Angels. War Angels are already banning 2 mages on their side, Mass banning 2 as well, so starting to limit out that pool. War Angels banning the Kufra. Now, we know War Angels for the Kufra, but apparently I think this tournament, like the secret meta in NA and then for the female region, is this Kufra. These teams love their Kufra.
Yeah, I feel like every region has their thing, and right now for MWI, it's the Kufra love. Arlot though, again, and it's not even being prialed, and I think this should be something that's picked up like almost up front in the draft. I would pick up the Arlot before I pick up the Minotaur as a first pick in the draft any day. But it's still available for the taking, and it can't be slotted though for the side of War Angels anymore. Still can be picked up for Mass Foxes, as they have yet to kind of show their roamer or their XP laner, and I think that may be their game plan, possibly a good ban for the side of War Angels to try and limit that capability, because it's going to synergize, again, really well with that Navaria, really well with that Fredrin, and then if you, like you said, you slot into the XP lane, you still can run a roamer that has even more crowd control to kind of lean in on. So we'll have to see. The Diggy, you did say that Esmeralda on the table, so the shields could be a possible counterplay. Maybe they don't go in for the Diggy, maybe they do. Maybe they're going for the Arlot and the Diggy, and just deal with the Esmeralda as it comes. Could be a possible game plan for the side of Mass Foxes. But at the end of the day, they have opportunities in multiple different places that they can kind of profit on here. Mass Foxes in a situation where they're in match point. War Angels, this is their possible final stand, their last chance to be able to hold on and compete in MWI NA qualifiers before being knocked down. They want to take this to a game number 3. Mass Foxes, though, looking to try and close this out. Do we see another 30? Do we actually see a game go to 30 minutes? I feel like it's possible with both these lineups.
I need Mass Foxes to do me a favor here. If they want to end this quick, they have to pick the Kaja right now. They have to take the Kaja.
Ooh.
I think Kaja only roam option for them right now. It's going to pair well with the Brody. It does well against the Minotaur, can counter the Minotaur, but who cares about all that? Because it's going to catch the Moskov. We need to get the Moskov killed off, or every time you get a Lord, he's just going to clear it. We've already been through this. And Weezy, I love these long games, but sometimes it just feels like ping pong. 6 Lords is all they're doing. It's clearing the Lord. One team clears the Lord, and the other team clears the Lord at the base. And then, eventually a mistake is made. So I want to see a little bit more action, a little bit more team fight. And I think that a Kaja for that final pick for Mass Foxes would do that for them. Yuzhong is a great pickup. It's another lockdown option for this Moskov. But Kaja does the deal. You already have a great front line. You have a nice artillery with the Novaria. Brody is a great burst damage early game marksman. And then I feel like Kaja just adds some pick-off potential to your draft.
It's crazy because Kaja literally just slipped my mind this whole time. And I think he's an excellent pickup here. Ooh, Faramis, though, slotted in for the side of War Angels, first showcasing in NWI. Xborg, again, will be picked up. We got to see a little bit of that in game number 1 with the last Insanity. Still didn't really work in their favor. But now with the Faramis, it kind of changes the dynamic of what the team has, right? You have a lot more survivability with that Nether Realm to be able to keep their team alive in the heart of the battle, and don't really have to worry about it being used against them, since the mage Navaria has been picked up over there by Sharky. Now, Kaja, like you said, definitely a strong roam option for the side of Mass Foxes. Could focus in on trying to take down that Moskov. But now they do have to worry about the Nether Realm, so they have to be able to get that Divine Judgment off and separate Moskov from Tahinas to get that pick off, which is going to add another layer of security in favor for the side of War Angels. But there it goes! Boca!
Yep.
Landing it! Strike! Good stuff. So it is going to be the Kaja. Man, I think Boca's the coach for Mass Foxes over there. He's definitely working something behind the scenes. And now the drafts are locked in. I would ask you, which one do you favor more? But I think we know.
You know, I like the Kaja, but that Faramis, the Netherrealm, is quite scary. I'm a big fan of the Faramis. I'm surprised this is the first game we're seeing it. It took us, 9 games in, to see the Faramis. I still think it's a very strong option, especially when a lot of these teams are prioritizing Novaria. And I'm kind of curious what AoE damage they have to stop this Netherrealm from doing its job. But at the same time, that's for the later team fights. Mass Foxes is playing pickoff. They don't want to take these team fights. You have a Kaja roam. So we're grabbing that Moskov and we're getting Tanfia much further scaled than this Moskov. So that being said, this is a potential decider. One team will be going home today, and potentially after this game, Mass Foxes over on the red and War Angels on the blue side.
That's right. Match point is in the favor for the side of Mass Foxes after that almost 30-minute game, the longest game we've had this entire day, and also the closest game we've had this entire day between both these amazing teams. Mass Foxes, like we said, had a rough patch up against ReignFall, swept 2-0, very fast finishes, but showcasing that they're still ready to go the distance. They're still ready to kind of fight the fight in the land of Dawn, and don't count them out just yet. And we got to see that in game number 1 up against War Angels. War Angels, though, needs to find a way to kind of shut down Mass Foxes. They try and play for the late game. That's really where War Angels kind of profits. But now maybe a slight challenge, especially going up against this Kaja, who we mentioned could go in for that suppression play. Does have that security, though, from this Faramis to be able to keep the team alive in the heart of the battle.
Does have the security. We're gonna need to see it. It basically all relies on the Kaja. It's if he can find these pickoffs, if he can isolate the Moskov. But War Angels understands it, and they actually go for a gold lane gank early. Get Brody's flickers. That's a retry for a flicker. You're gonna take that any day of the week. And Turtle's not even up. Faramis getting a bit low there, so. For this level 4, it's gonna be low for the turtle fight unless he backs now. So he's electing to just get the 4, and nope, he's gonna back. So they should actually drop this turtle, considering that Faramis won't be 4, won't be near, and actually Fredrin doesn't even want the turtle. He wants he wants Xborg's farm. So yeah, Mass Fox is feeling himself, and yeah, it is good to see Mass Foxes sort of having this breath of fresh air after a very strong defeat in the previous match.
Yeah, and Objective, we'll go over to the side of Mass Foxes. Not going to create the opportunity to take the turtle play. There goes Netherrealm, though. Finally hitting level 4 for Tahinas to keep the team alive. Black Dragon, 1 HP escape back to safety. A one-way ticket home for Moonpie. Not the same for Yujiro, though. Bea is going to be the one to pick up that kill. Draws first blood in favor for Mass Foxes. Saren will take down Tahinas as well. That is going to be 2 kills for Mass Foxes and a turtle on their side.
Man, these team fights can really go either way. Mass Foxes secure the turtle, but then we see it looked like Mass Foxes was going to lose the fight. They were all extremely low. Yu Zhang's at a sliver of health. Gets out with his Black Dragon just in time. Kaja gets a reset off. And then they actually find 2. They find the Faramis and they find the Minotaur. So they get the mid lane duo. Kaja no longer has his flicker, nor his ultimate. But once he gets that back online, I'd be quite scared if I'm Eka Cutie right now. And Minotaur understanding the assignment. Now that Kaja has this 4, he's got to just sit here the entire time. His whole goal is if Kaja goes in and they have their ultimate back, he has to protect Eka. So,
The thing is, like I mentioned, the Xborg, right? You either run it in the jungle or you run it in the XP lane. And I always feel it's a little bit better in the XP lane just because if you fall behind in these objectives, it's hard to kind of catch back up. And I think that's what we're going to start seeing here shortly. I mean, look at Bea. Look at the overextension. Position, the Sphere, putting everything on the table to take him down. Does he get out? X2Lop able to chase in with the fire missiles, finds the kill. Bea will fall. They used everything, though, to shut him down, but it was worth it. Nobody falls in the process, and that will kind of even up the farming from X2Lop.
Bea's certainly feeling herself. That was a very aggressive push-up. You know, the team wasn't ready exactly for that wave cut. Bea wanted to go in, kind of take some farm, and, you know, WarAngel's saying, hey, look, we know you won last game, but you know, we still got some fight in us, and they certainly showed that right there. Taking out Bea, just a nice little reset. Not too much happens, but it does even out that gold. You know, we're only looking at a 500 gold lead, and yeah, again, we just following this narrative that these are the closest games we've had today, and it's no matter what. Like, even if a team is behind or the gold lead isn't this close, it still feels extremely close.
Yeah, X2Lop will be able to take the turtle, though, for the side of WarAngels. NetherRealm being proc, Black Dragon hovering around, casting a major shadow, but back to safety again. Echo Cutie will find Bea, one member falling for the side of Mass Foxes. That is going to be 2-2 on the scoreboard in terms of kills, and both sides able to get a turtle, but now an opportunity to seize the tier 1 turret in the mid lane for WarAngels. Minion's not in play, though, down to about 60% HP. Tamphia, though, with the separation, will be able to open up the map, takes down the tier 1 turret.
Yeah, great play overall from WarAngels. Able to take that turtle, able to find a pick on Bea. Kind of catching her out and showing her that she has to play a little safe. Even if you're on the Fredrin, we do have the damage to take you out. Tamphia doing what she can, and that was a really good call to just push out that tower. It trades an objective. They get the turtle, we get the tower. Mass Foxes, they've lost that team fight. It really feels like they're losing these team fights, but they're still ahead 500 gold. So these just small little micro mistakes and micro plays they're making, getting these towers, taking a little bit more farm than the other team is just peaking out right now from Mass Foxes.
Yeah, up by almost 1,000 gold right now. Not a major advantage, but again, you give a team an inch, they'll definitely be able to take a mile if you're not careful. Bea, laser focused on the farm right now. Able to kind of invade and take a lot away from X2Lop right there. You can kind of see Bea's rotations is just a little bit more faster on this Fredrin than we're seeing over there on that Xborg. But I think X2Lop's still doing a good job. Was able to find that kill, able to take down Bea on that overextension. Bea does have 2 deaths of being a little bit more greedy. You are going to see that fleeting time picked up by Saren. We'll be able to use that Divine Judgment a lot sooner in these team fights to be able to open up these engagements. Speaking of team fights, though, Black Dragon on the bot side will force off the side of WarAngels from pushing into the tier 1 turret, trying to even up this map.
We'll be trying to even up the map. Turtle is up, and it looks like Mast is going to be dropping this. You know, Black Dragon was already used, but Bea, doing what she does best, jumps in aggressive, Weezy.
Yeah, X2Lop is going to be able to get the turtle, though, for WarAngels. Bea finds Yujiro, though, takes a member down. X2Lop to respond back with the counterplay, finds Moonpie. Bea by herself. Eka Cutie with the shutdown. A 2-for-1 trade. Mass Foxes loses the turtle to WarAngels.
And it feels like the same story again, Weezy. This Moskov is starting to get online, and when he gets more of these kills, he gets so scary. So we'll have to wait and see, you know, how Mask responds to it. But it was, you know, they didn't get the turtle, but it was, overall, it showed life, you know. That fight was less convincing for WarAngels than it was previously. I really feel like WarAngels kind of set the tone in the past 2 fights, but Mass Foxes showed some kickback there. And Bea, unfortunately, she can't do everything herself in that fight. Gets up close and personal with the team of WarAngels, but just has no follow-ups. She's able to give them, you know, use her ultimate and take advantage of that black shield, but she needs someone to finish that off. And Brody was splitting out top that entire time. So Moskov's in the fight versus Brody in the top lane. You know, you're missing out on a lot of damage there for Mass Foxes.
Yeah, definitely need to be very careful on these engagements, as Mass Fox is now going to look for the opportunity to try and open up this map in their favor. Look at the bottom play. Going to rush into Momoa with the numbers, with the dive. Tamfia securing the kill, and down goes the tier 1 turret. Sharky able to get a turret as well. Both sides still trying to find the opportunity in this game. You are looking at 2 turrets to 1 map priority in Mass Fox's favor. But the mid lane turret was pushed in, though, which means War Angels technically can invade a little bit more than the side of Mass Foxes can. But they are going to go ahead and try and contest in the mid lane. I mean, you're looking at that tier 1 turret down to about 25% HP as the Lord spawns in.
Yep, Lord is spawning in the teams are going to group up around this mid, just sort of kind of try to keep the waves pushed and keep some pressure up. There we go. I'd like to see the Yuzhong in the top lane. I feel like this is why you would pick the Yuzhong. He's able to use the Black Dragon to rotate in and do some scary things with it. In comparison to the Brody, you know, Brody was stuck top the entire time in the previous fight. Now they have Brody, so I'm curious to see what's going to happen in this next fight when it's far more even. You know, the gold laners are still sitting at a pretty even score. The gold lead is only about 1.4k in favor of War Angels, so that's fractional, it's nominal, doesn't matter, and it's ultimately up to this Kaja. The thing I'm keeping my eyes on is Kaja's ult is up and his flicker is up. So you know, right now he's just looking for this any pick-off potential.
Yeah, it's going to look for the opportunity. Right now, though, both sides, again, very even in the way they kind of engage against each other. Still a little bit over a 1,000 gold lead, which is not that bad to be 10 minutes in. It's kind of showcasing that both these sides kind of go trade a lot of these objectives, and it's not a one-sided story. And that's what you love to see, some more even competition between both of these competitors. Mid lane, still holding on to that turret. 3 members from War Angels there to contest. But Bea rushing in, not going to find the opportunity. Another turret will fall, though, on the top side. Moa will be the one to take that down, even with Tamfia up there to defend. You are going to see the Lethal Wanderer go over there to X2 Lop as well. As the turtle in play now, aggro has been pulled, and the Lore Pit controlled by the side of War Angels. And now going in for the contest. You're going to see the Black Dragon hovering around, dropping down with the Furious Drive. Ooh. Petrify, quad knockup. A lot going on. His last sanity out. Bea will find a kill. Moonpie takes down Eka Cutie. X2 will get a kill as well. Takes down Yuzong. Bea finding Tahinas. Moa finding the Kaja. That's a 2-for-2 trade. Oh my goodness. The snipe connecting to X2 Lop. Wow. And now a chance to be able to take down this turret in the mid lane, which means overall, Mass Fox will win the trade.
Oh yeah, absolutely, and what a brilliant Petrify by Moon, and great engagement, because that was not looking pretty for Mast, and it feels like a lot of these team fights were ending that way, but finding that turning point, hitting that Petrify 4-man knockup, turned it in their favor. They were able to kill off the Faramis too, but he spawned back rather quickly, so but you get those stacks off of him, so it's good, and it shows life in this comp. We've still yet to see what Kaj is going to do with this, with his final judgment. You know, I want to see him use it. Sorry, Weezy, we got to play.
Oh, shoot. Momoa bursted down. Torn apart memories. You can see the Noah Fury knockup. Yujiro is going to find Saren. 2 members falling. Tahinas finds Tamfia. A lot of engagement right there as an opportunity has opened up for the side of War Angels to possibly turn this back around in their favor. The battle of Ping Pong Moonpie. With the separation, though, on the top side, does find the trade-off. We'll be able to take the tier 2. Leave them to that inhibitor on the top lane as X2 Lot will find the Lord. Eka is going to get a kill, though. Off-screen, finds Sharky in the mid lane.
Yeah, Eka just threw his spear out into the jungle of Mass Foxes, caught Novaria, and even Novaria with no flicker realized she was dead there. Yeah, Eka takes that any day of the week, just jumps in, kills her real quick, and that's the scary part about this Moskov, is if he can find the Novaria, if he hits her with that spear, she is gone. Her escape is not the best for a Moskov. War Angels really stepping on the gas here, and it comes around Saren, you know, Moonpie's getting low. It's just gonna die off rather quick. But Kaja, you know, Kaja goes for a pick off there. Oh, we got a team fight.
Yeah, both sides fighting it out, trying to open up the base. Sharky finding Moa. War Angels trying to take this to a game number 3. Netherrealm activated. They are down 1 member, though. Both sides still going to possibly fight this out. Minions still in play do they go in for another chance at this inhibitor? Looks like they are going to disengage, try and put more focus onto the top side. But War Angels in a position for a possible Game 3.
That they are, and it's nice because they are able to push this in. They have the gold lead, and this time it's the Moskov from ahead, not the Moskov from behind. So we already saw how scary it was in the late game. He's already getting there. He's about 3 minutes away from that uber late game. All of his items down. So once we get there, I mean, like, this Moskov is it's already online, but it's going to get even scarier. And, you know, it's really up to Saren to find these picks. You know, you picked the Kaja, and in the previous fight, the fight that started this all, and how War Angels got the Lord, Kaja grabs the Esmeralda. Esmeralda dies off, but now Moskov knows he can go in, and he's not going to get picked off. The CC is gone. Yuzhong is top lane, so Kaja really needs to save Divine Judgment, but he just used it topside.
Yeah, you are going to see the 4-man rotation. Mass Foxes rotating together, moving more as a collective than an individual. And that's what you have to do here, especially as you get past that 15-minute mark, as you slowly start trickling into that late game. Appraiser's Wrath down the mid lane. A slam dunk on the 3 members of War Angels. Did a decent amount of damage as well. I mean, look at Tihinus, already down about 50% HP. Now going to go in for the invasion onto the purple buff. Able to claim it. Eka Cutie will be the one to pick that up. Now, we have 30 seconds until this Lord spawns, and I expect a possible clash to kind of be on the way right now. But yeah, with the Moskov kind of revving up now, 4, 1, and 6 has that Inspire. You're seeing some of those items kind of populate on the board as well. You know, even fared off against the Brody. It's 11K over there for the Moskov, just doing a really good job in the economy. Almost 2,000 gold ahead and almost full build as well. It has actually, yeah, pretty much full build as we are now at the 15-minute mark.
He's online, yeah. Yeah, Moskov is completely online. He's 2,000 ahead of Brody. That's where the gold lead has been. Yeah, he is online. He is dealing the damage. And with this Lord coming up, this Lord is going down very, very quick on a full build Moskov. And then, you know, Mass Fox is going to have to siege up for the, you know, for the first time, really, in their inhibitors. You know, we have a crashing Lord now, 15 minutes in. It's going to be rather tough.
Yeah, you're going to see Eka Cutie get the Lord last second. Moonpie rushing in to the full 4-man team by herself. Does get bursted down. We talked about the Yuzhong. This is where it takes a little bit of poise to be able to pull off. If you're too aggressive, if you're not aggressive enough, like you severely get punished for you, not only yourself, but for your team. And right there, another opportunity is opened up for War Angels to take this to a game number 3 with the Luminous Lord marching through the mid lane.
Yeah, absolutely. Luminous Lord marching through the mid lane, and Moonpie down. They should have a straight shot to just crash this Lord in and secure their first inhibitor. And I think that's what they're going to be going for here. Maybe a little bit more, because they're looking ready for a team fight. You know, Eka Cutie's full build. We got the Faramis. He just got his ultimate back online, and that inhib's down. Oh, this is a perfect wave sync, too. They might get a lot more here.
Yeah, gonna try and go in for a possible game ender. The flicker play back to safety from Saren. Moonpie shutting down Eka Cutie. That's huge. Marksman has fallen. Major objective off the table. Saren finds Yujiro. 2 members falling for the side of War Angels. Maybe able to get another Momoa. Finds Moonpie though. 2-for-1 trade. Now War Angels forced to push out the base. They don't have the Eka Cutie on their side to be able to close this off, which means Mass Foxes is able to kind of hold on for a little bit longer.
Yeah, I gotta give it to Moonpie there. That was a great pick-off finding Eka Cutie, and that's what they get. They have to replicate that. Whether it's the Kaja or whether it's the Yuzhong. I guess the Yuzhong can work as well. He didn't even have Petrify up that time, so this time he'll have Petrify. If he's able to find Moskov and just chain him up, that is sort of what they have to be going for. And it gives them a little bit more breathing room, a little bit more pressure, and Mass Fox is not afraid to push up. You know, this Kaja has his fleeting time installed, so he's able to look for more picks, and his ultimate's already back up after finding a pick off on the Esmeralda. He's ready for more.
Yeah, definitely ready for more, but they got to be careful, right? The later this game goes, the longer the respawn timers will be, the harder it'll be to kind of engage. You have to be very wise. As we said, one small mistake could be very costly. As we are now at that 18-minute mark, every single game so far for War Angels has passed that 20-minute threshold. Game number 1 of this series went almost to that 30-minute mark. 29 minutes 47 seconds of just pure micro and macro from both sides, down to the wire, down to a last second hit from Tanfia on the Brody to be able to close it out. Now, this time, War Angels, they kind of have more of the dominant stance up against Mass Fox. They have a little bit more of the pressure in terms of minions in the lanes, and they have a couple more turrets on their side. They're still holding on to all their inhibitors, and two tier 2s as well, where you're looking at Mass Fox only down to 1 inhibitor, which is barely even hanging on there. But the later this game goes, the less and less that's even going to matter, right? It's just going to boil down to the team fights and moving as a collective.
And, you know, I like to see the Moskov defending, but, you know, I don't really like the wave clear on the side of Mass Foxes. So the longer this game goes, the harder it gets. It's really up to this Kaja to find something. I think they understand that right now. They're looking for a pick. Might just like to go on this Esmeralda.
Oh, they need to initiate. This is where you need Moonpie there with the Black Dragon to drop down, but another Lord going to the side of War Angels, but no contest. You see Moonpie on the bot side really just clearing minions that entire time. Honestly, I feel like that was a fight that could have possibly took. Now you're going to have to deal with a revved up Moskov, Executi, with an Inspire, full items as well. Netherrealm to keep them alive alongside a Luminous Lord. It's going to be a little bit of a challenge, especially on a Brody, who's a lot slower with his attacks than a Moskov is to be able to dish out that damage. Winter Truncheon being picked up by Malmoa, planning to probably bait out a lot of the utility, probably even bait out that Torn Apart Memories from Tanfia as they possibly fight it out for a game winner.
Yeah, absolutely. We're going to have to see. I don't know. You know, I typically look at Brody as an early game marksman, and I don't really see him having the same amount of effect of clear when it comes to this Lord. So, yeah, I mean, it's going down. We got 5 people on it, but, I mean, it's getting to the base, so.
Ooh, both sides fighting it out. Saren, very low. Big knock-up. Xulot finds Shark. Torn Apart Members from Tanfia. Mo finds Saren. Double kill from Xulot. Finds Bea. Tahinis finds Moonpie. Down goes the base Crystal. War Angels able to take it the distance. Shuts down Mass Fox's game number 3 on the way.
Yeah, I wouldn't have had it any other way, Weezy, and I think we both expected this, just how close these teams are. Game 3 was inevitable, and, you know, they are going the distance. War Angels, this is a pack of warriors here. I mean, I can see, like, why their name is War Angels. They go 20 minutes every single match, and I mean, even in Series 1, long games, and they're wearing and tearing at their opponents. Look at that Moskov, 37% damage.
Yeah, just overall some great execution from War Angels to be able to turn this around. I mean, it was a very close game in game number 1. Game number 2, I still say it was close, but you could definitely tell the Moskov scaling a lot better than a Brody toward that mid to late game. And I think that's really where we started to see War Angels kind of lean on. And we stopped seeing a lot of initiations from even Moonpie. I feel like on the Yuzong, even on some of the later game plays for the neutral objectives, it would have been a lot better for Moonpie to kind of go in there, rush in, maybe bait out that Inspire from the Moskov, maybe drop down and initiate that engagement. But we got to see time and time again, War Angels just bursting down these major objectives at that 20-minute mark with nobody there to really consist. I mean, look at the separation right there. There goes Moonpie. Takes a minute to really be able to hover around and then drops down, but it's just way too far. That was a good knockup from Moonpie. I think that's what we should have seen closer to the 20-minute mark again. And I think they could have possibly took that objective. It just shows you, you know, where the Yuzong can kind of shine. But overall, War Angels able to kind of show the world that, hey, we still have a fighting chance. Don't count us out just yet. Both sides evened up. This is knockout day, right? Whoever loses this next game will be out of MWI.
Yeah, they're out just like that, you know. So this is a very serious game 3, and I'm glad that it does go the distance to show that both these teams have a fighting chance, and you know they were able to take a map from each other. So, you know, going into this game 3, I can't really tell you who's gonna win. You just don't know. What you do know is the game's going to be longer than 20 minutes, but you don't know who's going to come out on top, because the tenacity from these teams is just something that has been unseen in the NAC or in the NA tournament scene in general. So I'm going to be keeping my eyes on who gets this Moskov next. It really feels like the power of the Moskov. And there you go. Speaking of her, Eka Cutie is our MVP.
Yeah, I mean, the proof is in the pudding, right? We got to see front row seats to what the Moskov is capable of, the new rising marksman on the competitive scene that everybody has been playing and talking about, and definitely something you don't want to take lightly. I feel like every time we see the Moskov, it's like it steals the spotlight in the entire game. Like the Moskov is just dealing so much damage, split pushing, just pretty much getting it all done. A one-man army if left unchecked, and the one that kind of holds that banner in the late game. So well-deserved over there from Eka Cutie. This time it will be a marksman to be able to pick that up. Normally we get to see the mages kind of proud on that. So game number 3. Here we are. Series 3, game number 3, going the distance again, which is promising. That means 2 out of the 3 series that we've had today have gone the full distance, and that's what you love to see out there. And I'm surprised with how well these teams are doing for being a little bit, I would say, newly formed compared to some of the teams that we see that have a lot more synergy and a lot more time behind the scenes. They're starting to scale. The later and later this goes, it just shows you how bad they want that victory.
Yeah, absolutely. I've been impressed with every single one of these teams' play styles and how they've made these plays. It seems very advanced and sort of something that we can compare to NACT. But I do hear that we've got the Game 3 draft up, and we're going to be jumping into it. Mass Fox is with the first pick, but they prioritize to ban out the Moskov. And Weezy, can you blame them?
Yeah, I mean, shoot. If you have the Moskov, I feel like that's one of the main reasons why we see like a 30-minute, 20-minute game, because you're just playing for the late. So you're just really playing it safe and you're finding the opportunity where you can. And then towards the late game, it's hard to really stop. And I think it's a wise decision. I think it's something that should have happened a long time ago. I'm surprised that it's walked so many times today. But Moskov taken off the table. Response back will be the Lilia. You know, the Roger's still on the table. We've got to see that kind of prioritized as a ban, especially this early in the phase. I wonder if that's going to be taken off the table. The Fredrin, the Barats, all of them some valuable pickups from both sides. Even, I would say, the Roamers, the Minotaur. The Minotaur was first pick on the table, which was very surprising for me. You don't normally see a lot of teams kind of go in with first pick and slot up the Minotaur with all the counters still available on the table. But War Angels did that, and they were still able to find a victory.
Yeah, absolutely. And, you know, this Lilia is more of a respect ban, and so is the Moskov, honestly. I know it's a meta ban, but they're saying, all right, we get it. You know, this Moskov is wearing us out. He's taking us to a 30-minute game, making it hard for us to close it out. So they go ahead and ban that out. And I think the priorities are going to be a little bit different. War Angels has been liking to ban that Roger, has been liking to ban that Harith. But with the Moskov gone, we might see some other gold laners come in to shine. A couple I can name off my head, maybe like the Natan. Could see some light here, especially when you have the Roger and the Harith band. It's a magic option for sure. But we'll have to wait and see. You know, Mass Foxes has the choice of what they want to pick, and War Angels as well. You know, I just know that War Angels likes this late game play style. Natan feels like that late game hero that can also have really fast wave clear, but they also like their Melissa, which was late game, something that me and you didn't think we would see succeeding, and it did really well. You know, against A77 Angels, it got the MVP in the game 1, did really good. So they might just go back to their roots and pick up the Melissa now that the Moskov's gone, Easy.
Honestly, I feel like it's just been a lot of surprises today with what has walked and what has actually worked compared to what we're typically used to seeing on the pro scene. And like we said, new meta kind of shifting as we progress through the MWI. So Lu Yi taken off the table. I was just about to bring that point. I was like, do we still respect the Lu Yi? Do we still ban that out? Do we still pick it? You know who's up, though? Mathilda. Mathilda does walk this time around. Does it still work, though? A lot of teams kind of pulled it out in NACT, dominated. There was a whole meme behind it. Drink water, ban Mathilda.
Yep.
And now with that slight nerf on Mathilda, I still think she's a strong option. I would honestly even probably pick up the Mathilda first, to be honest with you. But I wonder if that's something Mass Fox is going to lean on. I mean, we did see War Angels pick up a roamer first, but we haven't seen Mass Fox pick up a roamer that early in the draft. So we'll have to see. There's still a lot of great options on the table, though. They could go in for the marksman prowl, like you mentioned. We've seen things like the Natan, and we've seen things like some other pickups. But you are going to see Fredrin again prioed, which is a little bit of a repetitive pattern. Still decent in the jungle, kind of that jack of all trades. Has a sustainability, has a little bit of range damage with the Appraiser's Wrath. and also has the energy eruption, that walking petrifier that can literally just catch somebody in their tracks and chain them up with some CC. So this is okay. I feel like there's that Mathilda's still on the table. Don't want to take that lightly, and both sides can still profit on it.
Yeah, absolutely. Matilda, she is a very strong pick, and we saw how strong she was in the NACC, but she did get a nerf recently. Now, she's still a good pick. The question is she a first pick? I mean, it's for us to wait and tell. These teams, I mean, War Angels is telling you they're not touching it. They're taking the Kufra as their priority pick in this Esmeralda. They do not care about it. Cooper's been banned in every single game for them, and they won it again. It was what worked for them. They want to go back to their Cooper. So it's up to Masters to see if they even want to pick up the Matilda.
My mind is literally blown right now with the prioritization of the Kufra. It's just stepping back into the mix, and maybe a comfort pick over there for War Angels. But nonetheless, I mean, that's a lot. That's already 2 Magic, right? You have the Kufra and the Esmeralda on the side of War Angels. So we'll have to see what their mid lane option is going to be. The Vexana still on the table. The Navaria, a solid pickup. Even the Valentina, if they want to provide a little bit of draft pressure, can be slotted in here. Angela, though, is available on the table. The Faramis, available on the table. The Mathilda, available on the table. The Rafaela, all the supports available. There goes that Vexana we were talking about, though. It is going to be paired up with the Rafaela for that speed boost. Over to the Fredrin, able to keep him alive. I think it's okay, especially because you don't have to worry about the Valentina pickup to really profit off of your supports ultimate.
Yeah, absolutely. And you bring up a good point that they've already selected 2 Magic, and so I wouldn't be against them. I mean, I feel like they should take a gold laner here. Ekka has just shown how strong she is. But if you don't, I wouldn't be against picking up the Angela. They do go the Faramis. Now, the one matchup I don't like with the Faramis is against the Vexana. Vexana's passive. She does explosion damage every time something dies. Your Netherrealm, every time it dies, it counts as explosion damage. So Vexana is the more typical counter to the Faramis. So, but they did play a good game with it. It keeps them alive, and I think the idea is she can keep more members alive instead of just one member. But yeah, I wouldn't have been against the Angela pick there, and it felt like a game for it against a burst damage mage and a support roam.
Well, one thing's for certain, both sides have heals, survivability to kind of play into. We're yet to see the jungler for the side of War Angels. We did see the Barats banned out. We know the Martis is still available. We did get to see a little bit of that Martis showcasing earlier today. Still a solid option. The X-Borg, we've seen that kind of slotted in the jungle position as well. Still would be, I guess, decent, especially with the true damage up against the Fredrin. So I would say it's not the worst decision. There's definitely a lot available on the table, and I think this just kind of works out because of the way that they're banning so far in today's series. There goes that Melissa, though, limiting the marksman pool from the side of War Angels, really trying to give Ekka Cutie a hard time. Ekka Cutie, one of those marksmen, you have to stay on her like white on rice, or she's going to be dominating in those lanes. She's going to be getting those objectives. So with the Moskov taken off the table, with the Melissa, with the Roger gone, Harith is still available, but then that would be 4 magic damage dealers on the side of a War Angel. So I don't think they want to go in for the Harith. They're really just going to kind of put them in a position where they have to take up a Claude for the survivability. That should be their possible game plan. I mean, they don't want Mass Foxes to take the Claude, because then technically the Claude would, I guess the Kufra would work well against the Claude, but the Claude could undo the Netherrealm. But if you put the Claude on your side, then I think it has good survivability and some great late game damage to kind of lean into Mass Foxes, which we know that's where War Angels kind of shines, is in the late game.
Yeah, absolutely. I think Claude's a pretty solid pickup, and Mass Foxes would definitely want that Claude. I mean, they have a Vexana, you pick the Claude as well. That Netherrealm really isn't going to get much value, and it's just overall a good pick, especially with all these marksmen banned. As we see, Brody, Carey, and Roger banned on the side of War Angels. Melissa and Moskov banned on Mass Foxes. Now, I don't see either of these teams picking up Harith. They do ban out the Natan, and I get it. It's 4 magic damage on the side of War Angels if they take it, but it doesn't matter if you're 4 magic damage, as long as you're clearing that Lord and going 30 minutes. Apparently, War Angel shows us that's how it's done. So banning the Natan is probably the last option they would have had for that late game strong clear. The only other one I could think of maybe is like Ixia, and Ixzia's all right now, but we saw Moonpie's Yuzhong. She still has an option to pick it up. I think it played really well. I know they lost last game, but we saw that 4-man Petrify. We saw what she can do with that Yuzhong. It's just about the follow-up from her team. So I think Yuzhong's a strong pickup here for the side of Masked Foxes. Gives them some rotation, but also they could take the Claude because War Angels went for the X-Borg instead of the Claude here.
Oh, okay. Wow. So we're going to go in for the Leslie. It's the first Leslie game, the entire MWI. It's the first Leslie game that I've seen this year on the pro scene casting. So again, being creative, full of surprises, and keeping us at the edge of our seats right now, wondering which way the draft is going to go. I want to say, wasn't it Masked Fox that pulled out the Minzathar too, right? Was that Masked Foxes? I think it was.
Masked Foxes, yep.
So now pulling out a Leslie, 2 heroes that you don't traditionally see that often, both picked by the same team. They definitely have a creative coach and analyst behind the scenes pulling the strings for this. But on the side of War Angels, they are going to go in for this X-Borg, so they are going to have a lot of magic damage and true damage to kind of work in their favor. There goes that Ixia that you kind of gave credit to. We'll have a little bit more of that CC at their disposal as well. Ixia up against the Leslie. We haven't really got to see these two marksmen go head-to-head in the gold lane for a while now, as both teams ready to go the distance in their final game today, and possibly one of these teams will be knocked down. Will it be Masked Fox? Will it be War Angels? One more shot to rise to Radiance, both of them sitting at match point.
Absolutely, match point. We are here, and it looks like we are going to be in for a long one. Both these marksmen electing to take the late game. So now the Leslie is the typical Claude counter. It's your bread and butter. The enemy picks Claude, you pick Leslie. It's a comfort pick. A lot of people like it versus the Claude, and I think they wanted War Angels to take it. But the thing is, I also like the Leslie pick here just because of that stat that every single War Angels game has gone to the 20 minutes. So what do you want? You want that late game marksman. Let's take, who needs a late game Moskov when you have a late game Leslie that's one-shotting everybody?
That's definitely a great point as we now jump into the Land of Dawn for the final game between these two amazing teams today. A chance for victory, one of them being sent home as the first team knocked out of MWI. Who will it be? Masked Foxes on the blue side or War Angels on the red?
Yep, gotta wait and find out. It's just the beginning of this game 3, but it has been one crazy series and tons of swings and super late game. Lots of lords. I think we've had a total of 10 lords in the past 2 games. So yeah, these games have been going extremely late, and it's my eyes are on the Leslie and my eyes are on the Ixia, and it's really about who gets ahead in this lane and who can lead their team to victory. Now, I think War Angels, if they have the Lord, if they are winning these Lord objectives, well, that's a nice poke on the Kufra already, so great job for Masked Foxes. But if War Angels gets these Lords early, I think that Masked Foxes is lacking again in the clear. They have the Vexana to take care of the minions, but no real damage to get that Lord down quickly. So that Lord's going to take some charges. It's going to spawn some more minions. Now, on the opposite side, if Masked Foxes gets this Lord early, they have the Ixia to clear this Lord rather quickly. Sure, you do have to commit your ult, but you're trading your ult to defend your base. So I do like War Angels' defense better than Mask. So I want to see Mask take on this aggression that they've shown that they have. They love to play aggressive around the map. They love to invade. Bea on this Fredrin has been extremely aggressive, stealing farm any second she can get. So I want to see her keep that up and snowball into this late game. That way they can start securing the first objective, really.
Yeah, speaking of first objective, Turtle on the board. Aggro already pulled in from Bea on this Fredrin. May be able to get this uncontested. You are going to see X2 Lop get there just in time. Steps into range. Grand Theft Turtle for War Angels.
Not what you want to see if you're Masked Foxes, but it happens to the best of us that Turtle was at 20 HP, but X2 just comes in and sweeps it, says, thank you for the leash. I'm going to go back to my jungle. Much appreciative of that, and it starts a nice little gold lead. Kufra.
Ooh, big setup onto the wall. 2v1 situation. Echo Cutie may be able to find first blood. Tampia very low, but the turnaround Sharky pulling up A double kill. Saren finds Echo Cutie alongside Yujiro, both of them falling. And now 2 kills ahead for the side of Max Foxes as they lose that first turtle.
And not like this, Weezy. I'm trying to wonder where Ekka used her ultimate and did it get canceled potentially when she tried to cast it. I see it's coming up now, so she must have used it in a previous fight. But if she had that ultimate there, the Leslie was dead, and just a sliver of health. That's so unfortunate that you lose 2 in the bot side.
Yeah, very risky play. Definitely didn't work in their favor, and something that is kind of even out the economy for Max Foxes. We kind of talked about both of these teams, how even they are. When one side finds something, the other finds an objective to kind of match up with it. Tamphia, very low. 3 rotation to the bot side for the side of War Angels. Now going to be able to push through, strip a lot of this gold plating off this turret, but now matched in numbers from the side of Max Foxes. Big knock-up, though, with the Eternal Guard. Sharky finds one. Tamphia finds the other. Tahinis and Ekka Cutie falling side by side. Ekka Cutie off to a rough start on this Ixia. Tamphia doing great on the Leslie.
Yeah, Ekka Cutie off to a rough start indeed. Now, the one thing I want to take note of is the gold lead hasn't shifted too much. So it's not like this Leslie has gotten too far ahead because Ekka did push in the tower. But yeah, these ganks are just going, unfortunately, a little. It's a little too much for them to chew. The Leslie's getting out with slivers of health. The Kufra ultimate does not connect, so they're not able to kill Leslie. Leslie is just having a fun time with that. She's okay with getting out scot-free. And, you know, it seems that both teams understand the win potential, though, and the win con. They both want to get their marksman's fed. It's just that Mass Foxes are coming out on top in the exchanges.
Speaking of exchanges, X2 Loop trying to get a steal again. Was able to get the first turtle. Maybe able to get the second one. Both teams fighting it out. NetherRealm activated. X2 Loop able to get the turtle again for War Angels. Praise Wrath dropping down. Yujiro getting the kill. Finds Bea. Jungler falling for the side of Max Foxes. And they are going to be forced out of the turtle pit. Moa, though, out for blood. Finds Saren for an additional kill. A 2-for-none trade and a turtle in favor for the War Angels.
Yeah, great trade for the side of War Angels, and a nice spark of life for them in this Game 3 elimination match. They really needed that. You know, they didn't have a single kill on the board, and they finally got themselves 2, and they got themselves a turtle. Shout out to X2, stealing another turtle again. The Retry Gods herself going absolutely beast mode right now.
Yeah, definitely going beast mode. Right now, X2 Lop, the Retrys are on point. Mass Fox is having a hard time finding these opportunities, but still able to kind of find kills to try and find the trade-off. They're still up by 2 kills on the board, and look at the 4, I would say man rotation, but 4 woman rotation to the bottom side to try and proxy this lane, trying to force out War Angels from even being able to step foot into that tier 1 turret, may be able to burst this down to create the advantage, but you are still seeing a little bit of pushback from the side of War Angels. Moa shifting all the way down to the bottom side on the Esmeralda, leaving Moonpie all by herself in the top lane.
Ooh. Yep, finally
but
caught,
bot side, you're seeing that rotation.
Yeah.
Yep, Sharky very low. Ekka Cutie able to get the kill, gets the double. Tamphia and Sharky have fallen. Now 6 minutes, 40 seconds in, 4-4. Both sides even in kills, but look at the top lane. Left unchecked. Should be able to get that Moonpie going in for that turret. It will fall on the top side.
I'm liking to see what Moonpie is doing. She understands she can't rotate down in time, and that was a great rotation from Mao. She understands, you know, where the win potential is. Everyone wants to get this gold lane fed. They finally catch this Leslie. You know, Leslie was starting to feel a bit immortal there, and the Kufra says, you know what, we have to humble this Leslie real quick. Catches her, hits her with the Tyrant's Rage, and then, you know, finishes off after Cutie pops her ultimate. Ooh, Weezy got a fight.
Yeah, Sharky gonna find Moa. One member falling for the side of War Angels. Turtle still in play. Both turtles so far have gone to the side of War Angels, but this may be the opportunity for Mass Foxes to be able to take this objective for the first time in this game. Moonpie taking down Yujiro. 2 members falling for the side of War Angels, and this is what they needed, right? They need to find a way to turn this around. Ekka Cutie, though, off screen, will find Tamphia in the jungle on the 1v1 engagement. That's going to be the second death right there for the Leslie pickup.
Yeah, beast mode from Eka Cutie coming online, starting from an 0-2 start up to 3-2. So she's getting that farm back. Gold is actually in the lead of War Angels even after these fights. So, you know, the gold laner, as long as they stay even, they're both going to be scary in the late game. Sure, Leslie is beyond the scariest marksman in the late game. But you know, Ixia offers some strength. She offers some great wave clear, and if any Tyrant's Rage hits, if Yujiro finds a nice Tyrant's Rage or hits a 3-man set, Ixia's ultimate is going to do a ton of damage.
Yeah, and that's what we're going to have to watch out for, right? Eka Cutie, the marksman menace who's kind of been shining in today's series. But game number 3 right now, it's been a little bit of a different story. Tamfia not doing too bad. I think it's really just boils down to Massive Fox's rotation to try and keep Tamfia in this game, especially on this Leslie pickup. The later this game goes, though, the better it'll be, I feel, for Tamfia. And you want to be able to shut down Mass Foxes before that 15-20 minute mark when that Leslie will really start picking up that damage output. And has that ultimate snipe to be able to give that vision as well and extend that range to be able to lock onto a target. Speaking of Tamfia, though, bouncing ball for the slow. Eka Cutie trying to get the kill. Yujiro will be able to take it, though. Nonetheless, they got the target they desired. Baya in the mid lane, though, will find a response back. Takes down X2 Lop. That will be the jungler falling for the side of War Angels. A 1-for-1 trade, but down goes the turret in the top lane.
Turret does go down in the top lane, so overall a win for War Angels. You do lose your jungler, but there's no objectives up, and he'll be back up before the objectives there. Eka Cutie taking it one step further, pushing in 2 towers. This is the aggression I wanted to see from the gold laners, and I love that. Read the map perfectly, understood that they were on resets, defending mid, and they get another tower, just creating that pressure, creating these small leads 9 seconds before the Lord.
Yeah, right there. You are going to see the Lord slowly about to spawn in. Both sides ready to try and go in for this objective. Baya, a little short on the retry plays compared to X2 Lop, though. When they're both in range, you're seeing X2 Lop have a little bit higher of a success rate to be able to get these neutral objectives. Moa, though, a lot of utility bursted down to Prager's Wrath as well. Baya will be the one to secure the kill. Full barrage going out from Eka Cutie. Finds the kill on a Shark. He gets a double. Finds Saren. That is going to be the mage and the support taken down from the side of Massive Foxes. Last Sanity from X2 Lot will find Baya. Takes down the jungler. 3 members falling. Eka Cutie finds Moonpie. Make that 4. Tamfia left alone. Not going to be able to contest, and War Angels will be able to get this Lord.
They will be able to get this Lord. That was an excellent fight from War Angels. It looked a bit shaky when Mao went in. A little too overextended, just there a little bit too early. But Eka Cutie with that insane ultimate just drilled the entire side of Mask, and then Faramis comes in to keep Eka safe. So they do have a great surrounding support team for their gold laner. And when I take a look at both these teams, I see the Leslie, who is a scary late game marksman, but I also see the Iggy, who's a scary late game marksman. Now I see who's protecting both these marksmen. We have a support on one side and we have a Kufra on the other. So the Kufra can make the sets. The support's going to try to sustain the Leslie, but Leslie's not ready for these major team fights yet. She needs more items, and the worst part is she doesn't have the best wave clear, especially 11 minutes in. So this Lord can be pretty detrimental, Weezy.
Yeah, and War Angels, you know, with Eka Cutie being very aggressive, 6-2-2 so far, stacking up those kills. Big setup, though, with the knockup with Time's Revenge and Rage. Yujiro need to get out of there. Full barrage from afar from Eka Cutie. Saren finding Yujiro, not able to get back to safety. She will fall. That is going to be 1 member down for the side of War Angels. A Lord on the top side, slowly making its way into the inhibitor. A possible siege for the tier 2 in the mid lane may be on the way from the side of War Angels. They could go for this opportunity. Moonpie there for a little bit of that denial. Falling Star Moon will connect. Moa will be able to force Moonpie back into the base, and down goes the tier 2 turret for the mid lane.
Yeah, down a member, but still keeping the pressure up. I'm liking to see this from War Angels, understanding they can kind of keep the pace up. They finally secured themselves a real gold lead, 3,000 ahead. They're actually ahead in kills 2 by 1. So I want to see them just keep this pace, and that's a good first Lord. Honestly, you got all the towers besides the one on the bot side. Of course, the inhibs are up, but since it wasn't a luminous Lord, it's not crashing. That's really what you could ask for, is getting all these towers. So just keep it up from War Angels. Mass Foxes, you got to do what they did and just hold on. Give every ounce of farm to Leslie. Taking a look at her, 7,200 gold. She needs items, Weezy. She only has 2 items, about to finish her 3rd, but it's not enough. Looking at Ixia, 3rd item, going on her 4th, looking like she's going to build that Malefic up next. Her damage is stacking.
Yeah, you're looking at the Berserker's Fury picked up over there by Leslie. Does have the crit. When you're looking at Ixio going in for that corrosion scythe, a little bit of that slow and those basic attacks will definitely hit like a charm. Stacked up with that Hunter's strike to be able to rush in and deal some additional physical pin and add some mobility to Echo Cutie's kit. It's definitely something to watch out for. Endless Battle was picked up by Tamphia, though, so Tamphia should be a little bit more sustainable up against Echo Cutie in these team fights, but we'll have to see how it goes. So far, though, Echo Cutie's had great positioning when it comes to these initiations from both sides. We haven't really seen Tamphia get that right look, get that right opportunity that she's looking for. Does go ahead and pick up a little bit of that anti-heal, though. Could work in her disposal, especially up against that Faramis and that Esmeralda and that X-Borg on top of that. Lord intact, though. War Angels wasting no time on this objective. They will pull the aggro. Bea dealing some damage, but not going to be able to close that distance into the Lord Pit, and the objective goes over to the War Angels.
Yep, excellently done from War Angels. Kept the pressure on the jungle and kept the pressure on the bot side. Kept Moon Pie at Bay bot, and then Fredrin could not get into the Lord Pit. He wanted to contest it, but you can't really contest it. You don't have the best team fight comp right now. A lot is banking on this Terizla, who is stuck bot, and the Vexana. You got to combo them together and just hope you can defend while Leslie looks for these items. As we saw, she's only 2 items in. She still needs more to get that 3rd item, so she needs a lot more time. She needs at least, I would say, yeah, 2 more items. Shoot, just get 2 Blade of Despairs and you're doing good. Her build's pretty simple. But yeah, she just needs that. And Eka Cutie is, you know, they're ahead in gold. They've been getting towers. They've been getting lords. So Eka Cutie has that privilege of having extra items. Now Lord is crashing in, Weezy, and we might see a game-ending push here.
Yeah, War Angels trying to close out this series, trying to move on forward into day 2 for the MWI NA Qualifiers 2024. A chance to be able to rise to Radiance, but Mass Fox's same opportunity is extended to them, but they have to defend and force War Angels out of their base. But if any team can do it, it's definitely Mass Foxes or War Angels with their late game presence. We've seen both of these teams fight back and forth. Like we said, 29-minute, 47-second game just happened between both of them previous to this match. And it was really not one-sided at all. It was back and forth down to the wire, and I think this may be a showcasing of what we see so far. I mean, we're already at almost that 16-minute mark, so this is officially the late game, and this is where Tamphia should start to get the rest of those items, should be able to soak in, have a lot of crit, and start bursting down members of War Angels one by one. And that's where this Leslie may be able to thrive. I feel like at that 16 to that 20-minute mark, that's where we may be able to see this happen. But it's going to also boil down to not playing as an individual. Again, you have to play as a collective. As the higher this game goes, the longer we are in the match, the respawn timers are going to increase. And you definitely want to make sure you have everybody at your disposal to take these team fights.
Yeah, absolutely. War Angels is certainly in the driver's seat here, but Mouse Fox is not out of this. And we've seen it from time and time again. Ooh, Eka Cutie.
Ooh, big bush play. Able to get the full barrage. Takes down Sharky. Bea will fall. Eka Cutie with the double kill. 8 kills in. X2lop finds Tamphia, Saren, and Moonpie by themselves. This may be it. The game winner. X2lop finds Saren. May be able to get the wipeout just in time. Moonpie will fall. Eka Cutie with the legendary kill. All members have fallen from Mass Fox's War Angels, pushing through the heart of the base crystal, able to get the victory, moving on forward and knocking down Mass Foxes out of MWI 2024.
All smiles from the girls over at War Angels, and they deserve it. They put in some hard-fought victories today and hard-fought games, Weezy. This isn't their first rodeo of 20-minute games. And hey, what better to have their first game that's not 20 minutes be the one that wins them the series and pushes them forward, gives them another chance. I believe that they deserved this chance. You know, they had such a great game 1 from against Area 77 Angels, and they really put in the effort there. Ooh, as we can take a look at the stats here, just look. I mean, 36% damage from Ixia and then 15% from the Leslie. Leslie just wasn't ready yet, needed more time, but a brilliant set from the Kufra followed by Ekakyuri's ultimate. It won them the game.
You know why we didn't get over a 20-minute game? There's
Why
no
is that?
Moskov. The Moskov was gone.
Yep.
I think that's the key to it. If you have the Moskov, expect a 20-30-minute match. If not, under that 20-minute threshold seems to be the typical pattern. Speaking of patterns, though, back and forth from both of these sides, down to the wire, spicy engagements all the way through, keeping us at the edge of our seats. But nonetheless, at the end, there can only be one victor, and that is going to be War Angels pushing through, taking down Mass Foxes. But they had a great fight, right? They were able to push through. They got knocked down by ReignFall with the 2-0 sweep. We were wondering, is this team, was that just a fluke? And honestly, I think it was a fluke. I think that with time, Mass Foxes, they have some great talent, and they just got to polish it and progress forward. And hopefully we get to see them compete more in the competitive scene, maybe for the next MWI, maybe in the NACT fall season. I'd love to see an all-female team try and rise to the occasion, because I honestly think they're capable to be able to pull this off. They have some great execution, some great synergy, and it's amazing how fast these teams build synergy as we progress through these series today. But again, a great and hard-fought battle for the side of War Angels to be able to push through for another shot to rise to radiance.
Absolutely, and it is a bittersweet win. I am so happy for War Angels, and I'm sorry to see Mass go. They put up a great fight for War Angels. That series could have went any way, and it just happened that it was War Angels' day. War Angels, Ekacutie with some insane plays and some great maneuvers to ensure that her team got the win, and she really put it into her own hands. So I'm sorry to see Mass go, but at the same time, I hope that they can continue to grow as a team and get stronger, because they had so much potential.
Yeah, definitely had a lot of potential. As we swing back over to our casters, that's joined by our amazing host, Liz.
What a series, guys. I'm very, very proud of War Angels for their tenacity. Bring up 5 30-minute games today. Good job to you guys as well, casting for nonstop for pretty much all the series.
Yeah, honestly, almost ran out of breath. It was like, what, 6 Lord plays in one of the games, almost 30 minutes. That's the longest game we've had so far, a 30-minute match. But nonetheless, full of surprises. Got to see, a Minsathar walk. We got to see Leslie get picked up out of nowhere. We got to see Kufra prioritize as one of the main roams today. We got to see a Minotaur, first pick in the draft. A lot of things that I didn't expect, but nonetheless, been taking notes every step of the way.
Yeah, absolutely. It has been a thrilling plethora of series, and every single one has its own uniqueness to it. And that being from War Angels, we know the uniqueness is 30-minute games. They are the professionals at that. And seriously, tenacity though to them, and props to them for playing these games for as long as they did. All their series were an hour and a half each, yet they were still able to get out of to move forward in the bracket, and we just saw that right now.
And props to the Moskov, and we have an interview with Ekacutie. Welcome, our Moskov god.
Oh my god. Hello.
Hello, congratulations on those thrilling games. I mean, 5 30-minute games. They gave a lot of respect to Bang Your Moskov. Would you say Moskov is your number 1 character?
Yeah, for now.
Mm-hmm. What else do you like to play?
My main is Carrie, Nathan.
Oh, Carrie. Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
But dang, that was a Moskov right there. And I read you guys' bio. So you guys are one of the first full female teams in NA. How long have you guys been training as a team?
I think few months.
Mm-hmm. And then were you always playing in the gold lane before?
Gold lane?
Yeah, for you.
Yeah.
Were you always in the gold lane player?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, how long have you been playing Mobile Legends?
Since 2020, I guess.
Oh, that's a long
I
time.
forgot. Yeah.
It's been like 4 years. Damn.
Mm.
It really shows. And for those 30-minute games, what was going on in the team comp? Like, were you guys, because you guys pulled through, you managed to secure that victory. Like, I feel like you might be shaking now because it's so long.
Communication.
But you guys kept the spirit going. Like, who was when it was a little bit behind, was there anyone cheering you guys on, like one of the teammates?
Yeah.
Was it you?
Oh my god, I'm so sorry. I'm too shy for this.
No, it's all good, all good. Well, now the last question then. What do you think about the Mobile Legends NA female competitive scene right now? Understandable.
Oh my
Good job on that Moscow, and
So
great
sorry.
performance. No, all good. I mean, you guys had like 5 30-minute games, so completely understand. So once again, congratulations on that amazing performance. Do you want to say anything else, or? Okay, all love to
Thank you.
yeah, to Aka Cutie and to the team, and best of luck to your upcoming series.
Thank you.
There we go, the boss god herself.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, like, it's crazy how deadly she is in the Land of Dawn, because she goes crazy on the marks. You would not expect, you see her in person, you would not expect that with how much she's dominating inside of the scene.
Damn.
But that, honestly, that's credit to her. Just an excellent player. She seems like she's full of energy, and they have another chance at success. So that's definitely something to be proud about, and something to kind of smile about. Nonetheless, though, we'll have to see where that goes, guys. It's been an amazing journey so far. 3 series in, 6 hours strong. Seeing these teams fight it out. The NA scene is definitely growing, and it's proud to be a part of it for all of us on the caster's desk.
Yeah, absolutely. And yeah, what a great performance from Eka Cutie. Well deserved of the MVP. Well deserved the MVP interview. Great work with the Moskov and showing us, how you get it done in the late game. So props to her. And we're going to take a short break. But when we are back, we've got ReignFall versus A77 Angels.
We'll be back.
This will sting. You have my word.
Yo, what's the rush? Wait up, will ya? You're welcome. Hey, keep it together. Do you really want to die here?
If I lose control, kill me without hesitation. It is your duty.
Of course.
Time to end this! Don't! I must!
Losing your grip already. How will this end? I wonder.
Blinding!
All right, everyone. It's been a long day, but we're moving along. Last series of the day, winner semifinal between ReignFall and Area 77 Angels. Back to the desk with StephWeezy and Bocaroscoe.
Yeah, it's been an exciting time. Honestly, today's been full of twists, turns, and burns. My favorite saying ever. And that's exactly what we've been seeing today between all these teams. Our first team to be knocked out of the MWI 2024 NA Qualifier was Mass Foxes, but they put up a great fight. They lost to ReignFalls, but then they were able to kind of push forward and find a victory up against War Angels, but not two victories to be able to close out that series. But they had some great synergy and some great execution. You can definitely tell with a little bit more polishing, they're going to be a heavy contender. But now moving forward into the semifinals, our final series of the day, best of three, is going to be Area 77, fresh off of that 2-1 against War Angels, up against ReignFall. The seasoned vets from the NACT forming up, going up against them off a fresh sweep from MFX.
Yeah, absolutely. A70 versus ReignFall. ReignFall looked incredibly strong in their first performance, so we're going to have to see how they hold up against Area 77, who also won their opening match. So the good news is today is that we don't have to say goodbye to any other teams, at least for now. You know, both of these teams are in the upper bracket still. They secured that spot. So I don't think I have a heart to say goodbye to anyone else today, so we won't have to do it. So we're doing all good.
That is true. Area 77 has another chance, or either team has another chance if they move on from the upper bracket. And both teams, I would say, are looking very strong. A77 is a team that's formed, that has way long history in an ACT, and I'm sure whichever player they picked up for their team are one of the strongest in the role. So let's go look at their roster coming in.
That's right, as we are taking a look at Area 77 Angels. Been dominating today, had some great gameplay, had some of the longest matches to open up with their debut up against War Angels. You are going to see YQ after that amazing interview with Liz in the XP lane. Saku will be in the jungle in the mid lane. Sky, you are seeing Emily inside of that roam position, and then Chinatsu, the marksman menace.
Yeah, absolutely. The roster that we saw earlier, and they were stellar. You know, they War Angels brought those games to 30 minutes each, but A77 Angels was the team that won that, and they showed us their tenacity. You know, War Angels looked like they were going to 2-0 sweep A77 Angels, but they showed us that amazing Carmilla Claude down 10-0, down 10,000 gold, and they were able to make that miracle comeback happen with just those two heroes.
For sure. And what do you guys feel about any surprise picks or any strategy that's going to be anticipated in that next matchup?
It's going to be hard. I would say Area 77, they had a very hard game up against War Angels. I wouldn't say it was a one-sided story. It was really a flip of a coin for who was able to get that victory in that one. It could have been anybody's game. But when you saw ReignFall up against Mass Foxes, it was a one-sided story. Like, there was just no debate on who was going to win that series the entire time. And I think it's going to be a different dynamic for Area 77 to jump into today. I don't think they've fought a team of that caliber yet, and it's definitely going to test their willpower, their tenacity, as Bocaroscoe would say.
And let's look at the Area 77 roster, Boca.
Yep.
ReignFall.
Taking a look at ReignFall's roster, a couple names and faces we all recognize: Nicolette, Sayori, Ashley, and Panda, all prominent NACT players, and also Jewel in the EXP lane. So these are all players that we know and love, all players that have played at the highest of the high, been on the best of the teams, now creating an all-women's team to represent North America.
Yeah, and judging by their performance, you guys have mentioned over and over that they have made very little mistakes. Maybe a little minor mistakes, but everybody makes those mistakes. So what are some ways that Area 77 can kind of crack down in the ReignFall?
Well, number one is going to be matching the draft level that Midnight can provide for the side of ReignFall. That draft has to be matched in order to be able to provide a good fight inside of Land of Dawn. It's like half the battle right there that Area 77 is gonna have to bring to the table. Inside of the game, though, objectives. You cannot allow a team like ReignFall to take the early game. If you allow them to get a turtle, you got to get a turret. If you allow them to get a turret, you got to get the turtle. Vice versa, something has to be traded every step of the way to keep on point with a team like ReignFall, because they're not a team that just blinks and lets the opportunity pass by them.
Yeah, absolutely. I think another key moment is going to be, it's going to be decided in the draft. I feel like, you know, Midnight has been doing such an excellent job in his drafts so far, but he's doing very safe drafts. These are very low risk drafts. We're prioritizing the Fredrin first. We're taking the Valentina. We're taking very standard safe characters that create a great foundation of a draft. As for Area 77 Angels, they shocked us with the Carmilla pick. We know it's a strong pick, but they have these picks that can shock us. So I'm looking for A77 Angels to kind of wow us in coming up in the draft here, and to keep that momentum and that wow factor from the draft and put it onto the battlefield.
Great way to put it. From the draft into the battlefield. And I'm super excited to see if there's more wow factors that's pulling from the MPL Indo or MPL PH and put it in the MWI qualifiers to really show us what they've got.
Yeah, I think that's one of the most exciting things today, is just seeing the difference in meta from NACT just to MWI and how much things have changed in just such a short amount of time. And we're seeing some things, you know, walk through and profit, but other things that just haven't, like the Minsathar not really working out, things of that nature. But then other things kind of profiting, like the Moskov starting to slip into the pro scene, kind of credited to the MPL style of things, but now implemented on an NA scene is exciting to see. But nonetheless, all these teams ready to compete it out. Definitely our final series of the day. Let us know which way you guys think it's going to go.
And Boca, take us to draft.
Alrighty. So starting out, we got ReignFall in the first pick priority, banning out the low E immediately, and I don't blame them for that because, again, A77, we only had one low E game today. The rest, a lot of teams have banned it, and I think there's some influence from Sky on that low E earlier. Sure, the diversions weren't the best, the teleports, there was a bit of a communication error, but you don't really need the teleports when you're just shooting out raw damage like that. And those raw damage moments were extremely scary. It didn't get them the win, but the sheer fact that she could cast 2 skills and you're out of your health bar is just absurd. Low E is so strong in this patch.
That's an excellent read on that. You know what's interesting about this? When we saw ReignFall fight it out up against Mass Fox, they went untraditional in their bans. Remember, they were banning like an Edith, a Bakito. And this time around, it's not going to be the same thing. They're going to switch it up entirely. So I guess that was really just some comfort picks, a little bit of research that they did on Mass Fox to be able to pull that out. And maybe it's the same story up against Area 77 as well, just knowing who these players are, maybe some information on the backside, researching their opponents. And it's definitely showcasing today in terms of the drafting. Now, you know what's still available on the table? The late game menace, the Mr. 30-minute Moskov back, possibly going to be picked up this time for the side of ReignFall. I don't know if that's the team. I don't even know if they'd really go for, like, if they get the Moskov, because technically the Moskov will work better toward that late game. But I feel like ReignFall's a team that they don't really want to play to the late. They just want to close it out as early as possible. I mean, they close. I want to say they had like, what, a 12, 13-minute game up against Mass Fox, and that's not really where I think a Moskov would profit. They may go in for something even earlier to be able to dish that out. But time will tell. We are going to see the Mathilda banned out alongside the Barats. Both of these kind of more staple of what we've been seeing today. And I think the draft is looking pretty swell so far.
Yep, and just like that, this is the first game that Harith is left open and Esmeralda is banned. I really feel like ReignFall is going to be aiming for that first pick, Harith. It is a very strong pick, and there is a reason that teams are banning it. But I also like that ReignFall did their research, and they go safe, man. They don't want to take anything too crazy. Sure, like Harith, it's nothing crazy. It's a very strong meta character. It's one of the best gold laners out there right now. But they play it safe. They just take the Fredgen right now. The Barats is banned, so we take the other option. So I don't blame them on that. But I do got to give props to ReignFall as well, banning this Carmilla. It means they did their research. You know, they weren't just laughing and goofing off while all these matches were going. They were watching this series. They saw A77 make that epic comeback with Carmilla. And as ReignFall, the team that we know to have these aggressive leads, they don't want to drop that. Now, A77 Angels, they have other plans. They want to take this Harith, and I think that's honestly the great option because ReignFall banned out this Esmeralda. That's the direct counter to it. Sure, there's Lolita. Sure, there's other options, but the direct counter, the one that's going to one-shot the Harith, it's out of the field. Now Harith has free reign.
Yeah, and I agree with you. I think the Harith is definitely one of the wiser pickups here. We haven't really got to see it showcased at all today. It's majority been focused heavily in the first ban phase, and this time it will be able to have that showcasing of counters heroes like the Roger, the carry, so it could definitely be a threat. The Moskov, it probably could be a threat against the Moskov as well. We are going to see the Roger picked up, though, from the side of ReignFall. This is going to be Roger inside of the gold lane since we do have that Fredgen guaranteed in that jungle position. Arlott, again, still a valuable option for either side to be able to pick up. I think Area 77, if they can snag that Arlott alongside this Guinevere, they're going to synergize really well with the Violent Requiem, with the Final Slash, with the Demon Gauge for some additional damage and dashes. But sustainability will lean in favor for the side of ReignFall so far as they lock in this Faramis.
Yeah, I do like the Faramis pick. I don't think it's too early anymore. It's a great response whenever someone goes Guinevere, and Opsy has proven her worth with this Guinevere. We saw her in the first series. She was, insane. The only thing that was countering Moskov today was that Guinevere, and it was Opsy who was able to knock him up and just keep him stationary long enough to kill him off. So I do got to give props to that. Now, taking the Faramis is good because it's going to keep you safe just in case you hit something nice. The Valentina is just a very common response. So it seems, it's going to kind of even out. I do like the Faramis just because of the Gwyn. But, now we're given the Faramis ult over to A77 Angels as well, so.
Yeah, that is true. With the Valentina, I think it's a textbook play right there to be able to get that Nether Realm to be able to use in the battle. Both sides now have the sustainability. Triple magic, though, for the side of Area 77 so far. Definitely going to need to dish out something with more of a physical capability toward the second half of this draft. Frontline presence is there for both sides. The Fredrin up against the Guinevere. Guinevere still can be slotted, possibly in the roam position if necessary. We have seen that happen more in the MPO type style. We've seen it happen for teams such as Gaming Gladiators in the NACT spring season. And it's definitely something that can be flexed and not to take lightly in the draft. And I'm liking the way this is going so far. Now, we still need to see response for what's going to be put in that roam position for the side of ReignFall. The Minotaur does get banned out, and the Rafaela alongside that. Now, Angela is available. I don't know if they're going to go double support though, because you do have the Fairness. So they may go in for something that has more of a crowd control aspect, but there is still that presence of draft pressure. When you have that Valentino on the table, you have to be very mindful to be careful on who you choose, because you don't want to give that ultimate away for free. Now, there is that saying that when you can pick a lot of ultimates to overwhelm the Valentina to make her have to really think and choose. That's a possible strategy, or sometimes just going in with not allowing any ultimates at all. But one thing's for sure, worst case scenario, Sky will pick up that Netherrealm to keep the team alive in the 5v5 fights.
Yeah, absolutely, and great call on the Angela. You know, ReignFall does ban it out, and you'd think it might be too much magic for A77 Angels, but I could have seen a route where they take CC and Angela here. CC will supply enough physical damage, and then the Angela with the Harith. I mean, Harith already has enough sustain, so that's just something scary. And I'm not even out of the the realms that they would take the CC, and they might just go another support. You know, there's still Florin open. I think Florin would be the best one right now. Given that you have you have 3 life-stealing heroes. Technically 4, Valentina's passive can have lifesteal, so they do have a lot of lifesteal on the side of A77 Angels. Negating that anti-heal would be quite nice. But we got to see really what ReignFall elects to pick here. I like the Minotaur ban as well. I think that would have been a great pick for A77 Angels. Just the double airborne with the Guinevere. She doesn't even have to knock you up anymore to hit the ult. And it's a textbook counter to Faramis. It's just a really good pick. Whenever the enemies pick Faramis, you just want to go Minotaur. So they weren't able to do that this time. Taking the Tina is a safe option. Ooh. But we see an Edith. It's in a Ruby, and it looks like it's going to be Edith Roam, Ruby XP. But these can be flexed. They can be interchanged. So we'll have to see where these end up going.
Now, one more pickup for the side of Area 77. It's going to be tricky, right? I mean, they could go in for the R lot, but again, you're going up against the Edith and a Ruby now, which is going to change entirely how these team fights are going to work out. It's putting a lot of pressure, though, to Panda to really soak in and deal the damage. I mean, you don't really have some heavy hitters over there. I mean, maybe Saliori with the Primal Wrath to be able to rush in and deal some magic damage out of nowhere could be something they can lean on, but most of the damage is going to be coming over there from Panda. But they are very sustainable. You have the Ruby to be able to keep yourself alive. You have the Netherrealm from the Faramis to be able to keep the team alive. You have a lot of crowd control from the Ruby and the Fredrin to be able to make up for some knockups. Speaking of knockups, the Edith even have the knockup. Estes picked up for Area 77. This is a bold statement for this match, for a game number 1 up against ReignFall, to pull out the Estes. It definitely could work out. It's a lot of sustainability, but Estes requires teammates to group together, and you're going up against a Ruby who loves heroes that group together. The crowd control could definitely lean inside of ReignFall's favor if they're not careful. The battle sustainability on the way for both sides, as we are going to be jumping into the semifinals for the MWI 2024 NA Qualifier Rise to Radiance. Let us know which team you think will be able to push on forward for the first seat into the grand finals. Will it be ReignFall? Will it be Area 77?
Yeah, definitely an interesting pickup at the end. The SS, it does make sense, but I think I would have liked the Florin more. You have very mobile heroes that like to dash around. The Guinevere dashes in to engage. The Harith dashes around. So, you know, how many times can the SS have you tethered? So Florin felt like a good option. It negates anti-heal. You have a lot of lifesteal heroes. So it, you know, we'll have to see how this SS rolls. And at the same time, Faramis likes grouped up enemies, and so does Ruby. So let's get this show on the road. Final series of the night, ReignFall versus A77 Angels.
That's right. Both teams ready to go the distance one more time to close out today's amazing show, our 4th series of the day, and all of these amazing players out here showing the world that they are ready to kind of hold that flag for North America in MWI Saudi Arabia, Riyadh, and I can't wait to see who goes over to EWC. But right now, as we are seeing both these teams fight it out, right, ReignFall, they're kind of what we would consider more of the more prominent team that everybody's been keeping their eyes on. Area 77, though, is more of a household name with some good players as well. And you can definitely tell both of them have synergy. Both of them have experience playing together. So I expect some high macro and micro from both sides. And you're seeing it right there. Ashley forced to use that flicker back to safety. A lot of damage output from Area 77 within the first minute. Immunity comes out. Sayori able to get back, barely escaping with her life.
Yeah, this is already great from Area 77 Angels, keeping the pressure up and understanding that there was a little bit of a weak point from ReignFall. You know, Ashley and Sayori wanted to get some aggressive vision out, but, you know, the jungler, you know, elected to play aggressive against them. Able to almost pick off Sayori, almost pick off Ashley. The thing is, we got battle spells for the both of them. So it's as much as you're gonna get right now, but it is pretty important to get that since the turtle just came up. So we're gonna have to see, you know, who gets a priority on this. Looks like Nicolette wants to start it immediately, while Opsy wants to go for her buff. This might just be a drop because it doesn't look like Tina or Cece can really get in there.
Yeah, they don't really have a strong frontline presence to be able to go in. I mean, you have the Guinevere with the spatial migration, be able to get in and out, which could work in the favor. There it goes, Violet Requiem spatial migration. Retry play! Apsy able to get the turtle for Area 77.
Wow. Okay, well, we have a game on our hands and we have a series on our hand, Weezy. A77 Angels coming out with a very strong start, able to secure that turtle. And I mean, that's just how Guinevere is. You knock up the Fredrin, Fredrin can't do anything. He can't retry. You see, Nicolette still has a retry. There's nothing she could do. Unfortunately, she just CC'd for the next 5 seconds. So, well done from Opsy to make that play happen. And the girls over at Area 77 Angels, we'll have to see how this comp is going to scale into the late game. They do have a lot of magic damage. We're talking 4 magic on the side, but the one thing that's concerning me right now in ReignFall's draft is how much damage can they dish out against a sustain comp. You have the Roger, you have a Faramis. A Faramis is more of a support mage, and then you have a tank jungle, a Ruby XP. Ooh, Weezy, we got some action.
Yeah, you are seeing both teams fight it out. Netherrealm procs from both sides. That's a lot of utility right there. Not going to lead to either party finding a kill on the board. Still 0-0. We are, like I said, that first turtle did go to Area 77, a high IQ retry play, and a Violet Requiem from Apsy, making the most out of the spatial migration. Now, that's the thing. They don't have a strong frontline presence for the side of Area 77. They don't have anybody that can really... I guess you have YQ to be able to rush in with the CC. But other than that, it's really like just kind of hoping for an initiation with the spatial migration for these setup plays for Area 77 to catch ReignFall off guard. But ReignFall, they have a lot more like up close and personal picks, right? The Fredrin, who's just running straight at you. The Edith. And I think that's where you should be seeing ReignFall be aggressive, especially this early in the game if they want to take the advantage. And there you see it right there. Just a little bit of that aggressiveness almost costed Emily her life. And there goes Apsy. Spatial migration in with the setup onto Ashley. Violent Requiem as well. Ashley still alive, does have the Primal Wrath ready. No, Primal Wrath is not ready, so Ashley's not going to be able to use that ultimate. Turtle in play, though, both sides still fighting it out. Whoa, as we do get the shift over, it looks like a Franco hit the cameraman right there. So Yori's going to find IQ, though. You're going to go ahead and see presence from ReignFall controlling the turtle pit now. Should be able to take this objective. Area 77 not able to claim this turtle, which means both sides. Wait a second. Apsy goes in. A second. Oh my goodness, Nicolette a little bit smoother on the retry, still able to take it away, but a close call and good map awareness from the jungler for Area 77.
Yeah, absolutely well played. That was a close one for sure. And in that engage, it was a longer skirmish, but we can see like the strength of this Estes. You know, it felt like Area 77 after they got that ultimate from Estes that they were going to win that fight just because they out-sustained. But ReignFall found a great pick. Sayori was able to grab off CC on the side, who wasn't getting healed as much as the other players were. But again, ooh, someone's picked off. Okay,
Yeah, Sayori
just goes down.
Gonna find Emily. Emily will find, drop right there. That is the Estes. Kind of caught us off guard as the last pick for the side of Area 77. Estes, it's the later this game goes, the stronger the heals would be. But ReignFall, they don't look like they're trying to play for a late game. Like we said, they want to end this early, and that's why they have such an aggressive composition. The Roger, the Fredrin, the Edith, and the Ruby, all of them are great in the early phase to be able to kind of bully your way through these objectives, and that's what I expect to see from them so far. I mean, you already see them closing in on that tier 1 turret on top side as that got bursted down. They did lose the tier 1 on the bottom side, though, so both sides still having an equal map advantage.
Yep. ReignFall taking their first lead of the game after these 2 kills on the objective. A77 Angels did a great job securing that first turtle, taking that tower, and creating some early pressure. We need to see a little bit more of it. And like you said, a lot of it revolves around Opsi and how many times can she be on the map and available on the map to make these plays. But it seems like it's all around her spatial migration and who she's able to pick off. Unfortunately, you don't have many targets. It looks like it's going to be the Fredrin, the Edith, or the Ruby, because we got 2 Purifies on the board. We have a Faramis and we have a Roger, so they just both going to be hard to lock down.
Well, speaking of lockdown, Jewel, I don't think she'll be able to sustain herself. Panda on the bot side will be able to clear the turret. Nobody there to contest. And Jewel will fall. Chinatsu on the Harith pickup, who's been heavily banned out so far. First debut in the MWI NA qualifiers. Already off to a good start. Turtle does drop, though. ReignFall able to pick up this turtle, which means they have 1 more turtle up against Area 77.
That they do, yeah. So they do secure it should be the final turtle of the 8 minutes. And Jewel going down there, it stinks. But, you give the kill to Harith, but at the same time, it seems that she gets picked off when the objectives are on the board. So ReignFall is okay with Jewel going down and harassing the damage dealers. So as long as they're securing these objectives, so Jewel is doing her job. It's the EXP lane's job to be splitting like this, and if you got to take one for the team, it's what you got to do. Now, on the side of A77, they have winning potentials. This lead is starting to, it just feels like what ReignFall does every game. It just starts to just slowly creep up on you. And next thing you know, they have all the towers down. So I'm seeing that again, but it's not bad yet. A77 needs to kind of put their foot on the gas, just like this, Weezy.
Oh, they're putting their foot on the gas. Full throttle. As you're going to see the tier 1 fall in the mid lane. NetherRealm activated from the side of ReignFall as well to sustain the team. And now, both sides fighting it out. Nicolette will find Estes. Sky will fall as well. Nicolette with a double kill on the Fredrin, running in the jungle. Ashley able to take down Chinatsu. 3 members falling for Area 77. All 5 members of ReignFall standing strong. But Apsy going in for a setup with the spatial migration. Not going to be able to get the kill. And has to go back to the base for some regen.
Now, that's a clean team fight from ReignFall if I've ever seen one. It really feels like A77 Angels has a chance in every single one of these team fights with the Estes heal, but ReignFall is just dealing more damage and dishing out more damage than Estes can heal, and I'm kind of surprised by it. I would expect, Estes, especially if he's getting 5-man group heals, to be able to help A77 Angels out sustain, but that's just not been the case. So now your winning potentials are slowly falling away, and like I said, Weezy, it was a 1K lead, just a few minutes ago. Now it's a 4K lead. It just slowly creeps up on you, and ReignFall's going to keep it up, especially with this Lord spawning now.
Yeah, as the Lord is going to be spawning in. We know ReignFall is a team that doesn't like to waste any time. They're definitely going to go in for this objective, force the hand of Area 77 to contest. Apsy in position. We did see that first turtle play, though, with the spatial migration. Was able to get the steal, but now ReignFall there to defend, zoning out Apsy from being able to go and forcing out the spatial migration. And that will be able to create the opportunity for ReignFall to be able to take this Lord. That does go to Ashley. This is the one who actually gets it. They did use a Retribution, though. With this Lord in play, though, should be able to take some more of these Tier 2 turrets on the bot side, possibly the top side as well. And if they're lucky, may be able to push it into the inhibitor. But you're looking at Area 77 going in for the contest. Doesn't want to give this up without a fight. NetherRealm activated. Panda able to take down the Tier 2. Big knockup on the way. And now both sides fighting out. Secret Vision, Zaman Force does drop down. Emily joining the party. Nicolette surrounded by Area 77. Needs to get out of there, but Sky having other plans will knock her down. Nicolette finding her first death of the game.
Yeah, first death of the game. The fight, it looks doable for A77, and they just proved that. You know, only one person goes down, but it's a small win. You know, it's less pressure off them. This Lord isn't going to find as much value as ReignFall would hope, being a member down. So, you know, it gives A77 some breathing room. You know, lets Shinatsu keep scaling up. Gives them another chance. But I do got to give big props to Ashley for that awareness at that Lord to find Opsy. You know, before they finished the Lord, they understood that Opsy's done it once. She, you know, knocks Nicolette up and just steals the Lord. Nothing Nicolette can do about it. But if Ashley can find her and hunt her down like they did, they're going to be able to secure these objectives.
Yeah, I mean, that's just great zonage, right? Target prioritization, focusing on the jungler, not allowing Apsy to close that distance with space migration for the Retribution plays. And Ashley doing a great job on staying on top of it. ReignFall not wasting any time, can still play called out. Very aggressive as they want to be able to take down this Tier 2 on the top side. Looking very similar to their showcasing up against Mass Foxes with how quick they're able to dominate and take these objectives and open up the base for their opposing team. And it looks like it may be the same story. Area 77, like we said, they fresh off of going up against War Angels, and War Angels, it was a lot longer of a game, and it was more of an even type trade. And War Angels is a team that didn't really dominate early phase, but really played into that late game, whereas it's the exact opposite for ReignFall. They'll take it super early and try and close it out with a fast finish.
Yeah, absolutely. They find any mistake and they will jump on it instantly. Be aware of you know, when A77's overextending or when they're taking a good fight. There's a lot of times where it feels like A77 was going to win the fight. Their sustain's there, but ReignFall just understands that even with that sustain, it looks like they might have won the fight, but no, ReignFall's going to turn it, and they're just going to straight up win the fight. So it's mad props to them for understanding when to fight and when not to fight, and keeping this pressure up. You know, a second ago, A77 had a decent fight and brought the lead back to 3K, but ReignFall just finds ways to keep that lead going up. We're at a 6K lead now, and it's just been their story. You know, every time A77 finds something or any team finds an up, you know, ReignFall finds 2 ups, and with this Lord spawning 6K lead, I don't think ReignFall is looking to go for another one.
You did see Holy Crystal picked up by Chinatsu, though, so definitely has that high magical power to deal some additional damage. Look at Apsy, though, just hungry for the Retri still, trying to find an opening jewel, though. So much crowd control with this Ruby. Even when Ashley's not there, Jules there to not allow Apsy in there. And there it goes, another objective for ReignFall. Credits over there to the frontline support, helping Nicolette take these objectives. I mean, Ashley with the Edith, and then right beside her, Jewel to make up the difference.
Yeah, absolutely. Great work from Jewel zoning out Opsy, and that's what they needed to do. You know, and ReignFall adapted to their mistake. The one mistake was that Opsy was able to get on Nicolette and steal the first turtle. They realized that, and ever since then, Jewel and Ashley have been doing such a great job at keeping this Guinevere at bay. Opsy really wants to get in and try to hit this miraculous Lord Seal, but she has no chance because she's literally just gunked up. There's a Ruby on her, and there's also an Edith. So very long CCs.
Oh, quad knock up. NetherRealm from both sides has been activated. Nicolette able to take the inhibitor in the mid lane. Both sides fight it out. ReignFall trying to get an early finish, trying to claim game number 1. Secret Vision drops down. Zaman Force, Lycan pounce. The immunity too much to handle. YQ getting the first kill, gets a double. Finds Sayori alongside Panda, and out of the base, ReignFall goes.
Man, it looks so good for ReignFall there, Ashley, with an insane 4-man knockup into her CC combo. But it just shows like how good Estes is at these base defenses. Even though they all got knocked up, Estes pops the Purify and just keeps them healed. So unfortunately, Sayori goes down and Panda gets caught as well. But you know, they cracked into the base. The inhibitor's down. The bottom inhibitor's at half HP. So ReignFall's chipping away. They're doing what they do best, and you know, it's still up to A77 to prove to us why they picked this Estes.
Yeah, that's another X factor slipping through the cracks. And right now, Emily having a little bit of a rough start, 2 deaths in. But the later this game goes, the stronger the heals will be. But again, you're not going against a team that likes to take it to the late game. You're going against a team that likes to close it out as early as possible. And they have the composition to do that. I mean, the later this game goes, the better in favor, I guess it would be for Area 77. But it'll be interesting seeing how the Roger and the Harris kind of scale past that 20-minute mark. I mean, we're getting closer to the 20-minute mark, which means this may be another late series between both of these teams, showcasing to the world their talents. But right now, like you said, ReignFall, it just seems like they're 2 steps ahead of Area 77.
Yeah, absolutely. These fights have been really close, but at the end of the day, it's 7 towers to 1, it's 2 turtles to 1, and it's 2 lords to 0. So it is 5-4 kill line, but ReignFall has just been all over the objective gaming. Sure, they're not getting a lot of kills. SS is keeping you alive, but you know, while SS is keeping you alive, the ReignFall is doing stuff on the map. They're taking care of objectives, and ReignFall is not playing around. They have a great chokehold on this Lord. It's going to be extremely difficult for Opsy to find an angle. But if you can find an angle, it is the breathing room that A77 Angels needs. You know, Chinatsu, like we said, just so I have that Holy Crystal. He's closing in at 17 minutes. Mages do take quite a bit longer to get to that full build, so he's probably not there yet. But once he gets there, he's going to be hitting like a truck.
Yeah, and that's what they need to do is find an opening for Apsy to be able to take these objectives. But the defense from ReignFall on surrounding these Lords is giving Apsy a very hard time positioning from Ashley specifically and Jewel. Like we said, the strong frontline composition is proven to be overwhelming. And like we said, the later this game goes, it's going to be very hard for Area 77 to kind of turn this around. I feel like they just don't have the composition. They don't have the crowd control really in their favor. You really need Apsy to rush in with the spatial migration and get a good Violet Requiem, and then rely on Chinatsu to deal the finishing touches. Sky maybe having the Nether Realm to keep the team alive in terms of sustainability could be a possible game plan. But it is going to be a little bit of a challenge. Right now it's 5-4 though in terms of kills. Very low kill game to be at 18 minutes. And that just shows you that this is more of that objective focused, who can get the turrets, who can get the Turtles and Lord plays outside of just chasing for kills. And that's what you love to see, an objective focused game from both teams fighting it out. But now the base has been opened up. Panda taking the last inhibitor. NetherRealm being activated from the side of ReignFall, trying to keep the team alive. Sayori doing her best. ReignFall, though, taking a lot of heavy hits. Jewel need to get out of there. Primal Wrath activated from the IMU. Sky rushing in. Panda able to shut down YQ. Jewel's immortality has been procced as well. And back out of the base again. ReignFall goes. Area 77 able to hold them off, but loses every single inhibitor turret.
Yeah, they lose the inhibitor turrets, but they are still in the game. And wow, I mean, Ashley is finding some great sets, some great knockups, some great engages. But this Estes is starting to show its weight in gold. As we take a look at this replay, you know, Emily gets extremely low there. They thought they picked off the Estes. So does Opsy, literally a fraction of HP, but they're just unable to finish their targets. And as they're unable to finish their targets, you know, they're trading HP this entire time. ReignFall is getting extremely low and ends up losing one.
Yeah, right now, team fight definitely working more in favor for ReignFall. But like you said, Area 77 able to hold them off twice now within the last 3 minutes from trying to close this game out. Doing a lot better than even Mass Foss did up against ReignFall when they were in this position. And it's starting to showcase that Area 77 has a little bit of glimmering hope to make this work in their favor. Definitely going to take a lot to pull it off, but it's possible as long as they stick together and play as a team. And that's what we're seeing so far. Some great synergy from Area 77 toward that late game, as we are now passing that 20-minute threshold. Both sides at 50K, meaning we're full build. We're full items and ready to go, ready to take these fights. But it's really going to boil down to positioning from both sides. When you're looking at ReignFall, like we said, they have a lot of heroes that can initiate the fight. You have Nicolette can rush in with the Fredrin, take a lot of the hits, bait out a lot of that utility. Ashley and Jewel can get the job done as well. And then you just have Panda in the background, dealing damage, ready to clean up at a moment's notice with the Lycan, Pounce, and Sayori to keep the team alive when all else fails. But for Area 77, they don't have as many opportunities to engage. They don't have as much free room. It really boils down to Apsy getting an amazing setup for the initiation and then the team following up to get the kill, or even YQ rushing in and dealing some damage. But Emily, so far, we haven't really seen a strong impact on the Estes being able to keep the team alive. But can still play called out. Lord, aggro has been pulled. Focus on the Apsy. The crowd control can't move. Panda able to get the kill, finds the jungler for Area 77. Netherrealm has been forced out from them as well. Not in a position to contest this Lord, and it should be free game for ReignFall.
Yeah, man, it's not what you wanted to see. You know, Apsy needed to try to find an angle to get into this Lord, but unfortunately it's not even going to be here for the Lord. Lord's going to go down rather quick as this is the late game. Yep, 3K. Yep, so Lord will be up in 30 seconds, so Apsy will be back for this next Lord fight, and they're going to need her. I'm liking to see how well A77 Angels is defending at their base, but this time is their first defense with no inhibitors now, and we're gonna have to really see, you know, how sustainable can this SS and can this SS keep you? How healthy can he keep you? And when does, you know, A77 Angels wave clears start to fall off? You have the Harith that can deal a lot of damage to the Lord, but you got to pick one. Are you going to deal a lot of damage to the Lord, or you can do a lot of damage to ReignFall? So there's a lot of choices there, Ashley, having a little bit of fun, and we're going to have to see how A77 chooses to defend this.
Yeah, as they are going to engage, can still play called out. Both sides fighting it out. Lord intact. Knock up from the Violent Requiem onto Ashley. Primal Wrath activated. Lycan, Pounce rush in for the damage from Panda. Ashley need to get out of there. Recalls back to the base. Not going to stay in the fight. Wait a second. Decides to go back in. Both sides very low, but you are seeing Apsy go back for a little bit of regen. Spatial migrations in to close the distance. Panda finding Emily. Down goes the Estes. We asked the question, where does it play in here? And it doesn't have a part so far. Janatsu will find Panda, though. A 1-for-2 trade. May be able to close this out, but quickly forced out of the base. YQ.
Oh, the minions.
Good zoning. Minions. Oh, my goodness. The minions. Whoa. Are they about to close this game out?
Oh, my gosh.
Oh, my goodness, Boca.
Whew. Well, that's how they defend Weezy, and it's by just a fraction of an HP bar on that Nexus. And good lord, it held. Now, oh, Nicolette
is going to rush in Shinatsu. 3v3. Predator's Wrath drops down. Netherrealm alongside it, keeping the team alive. Jewel joining the party for the crowd control. YQ unable to get out. Ashley with a Primal Wrath will be able to shut her down. Immortality on Shinatsu. A emote for some good sportsmanship. Sayori taking down Shinatsu. Sky by herself. Emily just spawning in, but it's time on their side. A couple of seconds away from claiming victory. Game number 1 goes to ReignFall, able to shut down Area 77.
Yeah, GG's to ReignFall. Absolutely well played, but also well played to A77. Now, we knew ReignFall was the favorites in this tournament. You know, we know all of these names. They played in the NACT, and they played at the NACT at the highest caliber in these top teams. But for A77 Angels, you know, these are newer names. Some of them that are recognizable, but these are overall newer names, not names that you see in the NACT. And to go tit for tat with ReignFall, with these players that are conditioned and seasoned was absolutely impressive. And a 20-minute game is nothing to scoff at. It just shows that we have a final series on our hand, Weezy.
Yeah, we do. Man, those minions almost closed that game out.
Oh my
I was
goodness.
literally at the edge of my seat.
Yeah.
I don't think I've ever been so hyped for some minions to try and close a game out. But nonetheless, as we take a little bit of a blast from the past, some of the recaps on what made the game led to a victory for the side of ReignFall. But Area 77 definitely had some highlights to showcase as well. Some great defense, but the pressure of the early game was a lot to deal with. Very overwhelming. The power of Estes not working, the Blessing of the Moon Goddess not there for the favor of Emily. Didn't really get the heals she was looking for. I wonder how they're going to transition this into game number 2. Do they still go in for this Estes pick? This is the first debut of the Estes in the MWI. So far, 0% win rate on that. Ruby, first showcasing as well, 100% win rate on top of that. So a lot of sustainability working in favor for ReignFall. They had the Estes, they had the Ruby, and then also some great frontline presence, not only from Nicolette on the Fredrin, but Ashley and Jewel as well. And the synergy from this group of players is showing top talent, honestly, which could really compete with the greatest of those in the regular NACT spring season. I really hope to see an all-female team step into the NACT fall season, hopefully. And any of these teams, I think, would definitely make history there.
Yeah, I agree with that 100%. And if whether it's ReignFall, whether it's A77 Angels, or whether it's all 4 of these teams, we've gotten to see all 4 of these teams, these top female teams, play today, and every single one of them has had potential that we've all seen here. And it's just, if they can keep this up and keep building synergy, I mean, who knows? The sky's the limit for them, Weezy. We do see the MVP was Sayori. I saw something like 38% damage on this Faramis. So congrats to her for securing another MVP.
Yeah, I was going to say, she always gets the MVP. Every time you see ReignFall play, Sayori's name is in the headlines right there, and for a good reason. I mean, the Faramis gameplay, keeping the team alive, and also not only stacking up 6 assists, but able to get 4 kills on top of that is definitely something to be proud about. And like we said, Sayori, one of the more known names on the competitive scene, playing for Nighthorde in the NACT spring season, now playing with ReignFall in that same mid lane position, has been such an impactful player.
Yeah, absolutely. You said it there best. Very impactful player, very on peak with her rotations, knows where she's going all the time. And again, able to output this damage with a support hero is always impressive. Dealing 38% damage with a Faramis support hero. It's meant to keep your team alive, your damage dealers alive. But Sayori's the damage dealer herself. She chooses how much, who the damage dealer is. It's going to be her. She's protecting herself.
Yeah, we got to see. I mean, it's funny. We mentioned this when we first saw the Faramis get showcased earlier today and in some of the earlier series. A lot of teams are sleeping on it. It wasn't banned out and it just wasn't prioritized. But there you go, right there. MVP on the Faramis. Even against the Valentina, it still profited. Wasn't even worried about the Valentina at all. And that just showcases how strong of a hero the Faramis can be. And definitely something that some of these teams should prioritize as we progress further in the MWI.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, favorite of mine is always going to be Faramis and such a strong hero. Looking that he's getting played the further we go into this tournament. It took a little bit for the teams to warm up to her, but Sayori showing us how pros really do it with the Faramis, and it's something to keep in mind for A77's Angels. They didn't see any Faramis picked in their original games, but now we're seeing it. It could be an option to ban out, could be an option to pick, and maybe it's not taking the Valentina to counter it like we thought it was.
Yeah, it's I don't know if it was necessarily Valentina, though. Maybe it was just Estes. Maybe they needed something that had more frontline presence, something that can have more crowd control. But we are going to be jumping into the draft for game number 2 of the semifinals. Area 77 at a point where they need to claim this victory as ReignFall. They're 1 victory away from claiming a sweep and moving on forward for a ticket into the grand finals. Area 77, if they get knocked down here, they'll have to fight it out in the lower bracket tomorrow. And that'll definitely be a treat to see for whoever goes down there. But so far, one thing that's kind of standing out to me from game number 1 is the early game pressure from ReignFall, the objective focus from the entire team. It's hard to not notice that. It's like top, I would say top 4 NA style. With how well they kind of synchronize and focus on these lord plays, these ganks to the side lanes, to be able to take these turtles, to be able to take the orange and purple buffs. It's like every single step of the way, they know which direction they're moving.
Yeah, absolutely, they do. And I've been just nothing but impressed from ReignFall's rotations. But we're going to have to see what the Angels can do. They have a priority pick here. They have the first pick. They're banning out the Barats. And, this time they could take the Fredrin. Nicolette has been very just been, doing her job on that Fredrin, and we'll have to see what Angels ends up, selecting as this draft unfolds. Right now we see a Barat's ban and we see a Lo Yi ban, but the story will tell itself in a couple more bans here.
The Harith, it was the first showcasing we got to see the Harith kind of walk through, and it didn't work.
Yeah.
So I guess it has a 0% win rate so far for MWI.
That's
Maybe
true.
they can change that for this game. This time, Area 77 will have first pick. And, spoke a lot about, the good things that ReignFall had going for them. But there was some great things working for Area 77 as well. Their defense, I think they're really good at rotating around and getting the objectives as well. Apsy was on point, trying to rotate around and take a lot of those objective plays. Even with that Guinevere, even when things were not working in their favor, every single step of the way, Apsy was trying to find that opportunity. And these are the things that you have to do to really step and compete against teams of the upper caliber. And I think Area 77 is a team that we could see hold that banner for North America and definitely not disappoint. So nonetheless, both sides competing it out, giving out their hearts, and definitely let us know who you guys think will take this series. But again, we want to hope this goes the distance, and this is exactly what we're getting between both of these teams holding that banner. And like I said, whoever wins this one officially will earn that seat, the first grand finalist for the NA qualifiers.
Yep, absolutely. Whoever's winning this, luckily no one's going home today. We're done with elimination. This is the upper bracket. So whoever wins this is going to secure their first final slots, but the loser is going to go to another semifinals match versus War Angels, and we're going to find out who the other finals will be. That'll be tomorrow, but for now, we have to decide a victor today, and we have to send someone to the lower bracket. A77 Angels changing their bans around a little bit. We see the Novaria's banned, but also the Brats and Fredrin. I like it because I don't want to put Opsy on these tanky heroes. She seems very mobile and is able to excel in these mobility heroes. The Guinevere, she was bolting around and was able to do a lot and turn some bad situations good. It really was a lot of work from her. We also saw a great Carmilla game from her earlier as well, but Carmilla is going to be banned out. ReignFall showing a lot of respect to that, and understanding that if a game goes to 20 minutes, they don't want to deal with that. So it's going to drop that. ReignFall going to have to change his draft up a bit, usually prioritizing that Fredrin, but not going to be able to this time.
All right. That just happened. So we're going to go ahead and lock the... All right, Esmeralda's first pick. We're gonna move past that one. We'll circle back around for. I gotta process this one for a little bit. But Fredrin is gone. It's been banned out from Area 77. Barats as well. So they're trying to limit some of the jungle capability from the side of ReignFall. Now Guinevere is still a valuable option. Arlot still on the table. Both of them could be picked up right here and be a problem if ReignFall does want to go that route. The Angela, the Mathilda. Both of them walked. The Theramis is still available, and they're not worried about the Valentina response back from the side of Area 77. I don't think the Angela will come through here for ReignFall just because there is that Esmeralda on the other side, but oh, I guess it does. So we are going to get the Angela and the Akai, which is a high IQ play, considering the Fredrin and the Barats are taken off the table. It's just probably another thing that Nicolette's comfortable running on, and it also provides a lot of crowd control and frontline presence checked off the board. So they already got sustainability and frontline presence and crowd control with just 2 heroes picked up for the side of ReignFall.
These are some very strong pickups. We've seen the strength of Angela. I'm very surprised that Opsy goes this Esmeralda first, but it sort of works out because Ashley takes the Angela into it. Now, ReignFall is being coached by Midnight, and it seems that Midnight doesn't really have as much concern as I would for this Esmeralda when the Angela ults. Maybe, they have a different plan around it, and, to keep their laners away from the Esme when the Angela wants to ult them. But a lot of magic being picked up immediately by A77 Angels. We see a Lilia picked up and also a Harith, so... electing to go for a triple magic. We got a magic XP, magic mid, and magic gold. Potentially, could we see either Opsy on this Esme jungle, or do we see her go an assassin carry?
Ooh, this is challenging. Do you think we go Minotaur here? Because they can get the knock-up and then ban out like a Diggy or something. Oh, no, they have the... Oh, they could, though, because Angela could be in the mid lane. Dang, there's a lot of things that ReignFall could kind of pull out here to be a threat. They could even pick up the marksman, so they are going to go in for the Moskov response to the Harith. Moskov, who we've seen, we say it time and time again, normally the Moskov is the one that can kind of win these games out, or at least it's the most impactful player. Even if it doesn't win it, it has the most spotlight inside the entire match. And then you stack that up with the Angela, could be a potential threat. But like you said, the Esmeralda should be played by YQ. I expect YQ to swap that in for the XP lane. It is going to profit up against that Heart Guard when it does activate onto somebody. When you do see the shields activated for heals as well, I think that's when we're going to see the Esmeralda have a really good time. But we still have yet to see who's going to be slotted in the XP lane to go up against the Esmeralda. And so far, there's a lot of options on the table. You can match the mobility. You can go in for the CC. That way you can try and out-rotate the Esmeralda. You can go in for a Thomas if you really wanted to. If you want to just directly counter the Esmeralda, the Thomas could definitely be a wise decision. If you want to get some more crowd control, throw the Terizla in there, and then I think that'll work out. But you do got to keep in mind there is a Lilia on the table. The Lilia could be a potential problem in terms of having a heavy frontline composition. But nonetheless, I think so far both sides have some really strong answers. Both sides have some really strong drafts. But if I had to pick one side, I'm still going to be leaning toward ReignFall because I feel like it's a little bit more three-dimensional on which way this can go.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, the Esme is a fundamental counter to shield, but at the same time, she can't be everywhere, and Angela can ult anywhere. That's the thing. So you just ult the opposite side of Esme. In this Moskov, we've seen it. We've seen it. You know, Eka Cutie showed us how strong she can be with the Moskov, and Panda showed us her, you know, her farming capabilities. She is more than capable to play this Moskov, and it is a very strong pickup here. You know, I like the Harith, but I love the Moskov here. I love the CC it can provide. And even if Angela does end up ulting him, you know, Moskov has that skewer stun, so if Esme tries to get close and personal, just skewer her, dash away. He has a lot of mobility to escape, a lot of mobility to roam around. Spirit Destruction, always a great tool, you know, while you're splitting, to throw it in, maybe at the Lord Pit or the Turtle Pit, no matter what fight's going on, and that way you can rotate into it. So, you know, ReignFall opting to ban out this Minotaur is, I like it, but Angel's already banned out Sayori's Faramis, so we're not going to see that. They also banned out the Tina. Now, she got MVPs on both of these mages, and I think the other one she got an MVP on was Lilia. That's gone.
Kaja. Your Kaja is going to, I think it'll walk through for ReignFall here.
It could.
It's a direct counter to the Lilia. When you have the suppression, the black shoes doesn't matter. You can't black shoes out of a suppression. So I think if they do pick up the Kaja, they already have the crowd control from Nicolette on the Akai. Throw some suppression in there. Throw that Angela in the mid lane. Has good damage, has good utility to be able to, when you jump on one of your teammates, you have the Ice Queen wand. Provide that slow, deal that additional magic damage, and get those kills. And then Kaja, I think, would be wonderful for this draft, especially to grab up that Harith, to grab up that Lilia as well, and it counters both of them. So I think that may be a possible game plan for the side of ReignFall if it does slip through the cracks. But, you know, time will tell. I don't know if this will be Angela in the mid lane, though, because Ashley is the one that's holding it right now. But there's always that opportunity for them to swap. I mean, they have a very high hero pool. A lot of them are flex players, too. They can play multiple different positions. So we'll have to see as we do progress through this. But for the side of Area 77, like I said, pure magic, more magic as the Florian gets slotted in as well. And the carry. Whoa, wait a second. So the only frontline presence here is going to be the Esmeralda, who's going to be stuck in that XP lane for majority of that time. Honestly, you might not even have to go the Kaja here. They could go the Thomas here, bully the Esmeralda, not even allow the Esmeralda to leave the lane, and then the rest could take care of itself because they don't have anybody else to frontline a lot of that damage. It's going to be a little bit of a challenge for Area 77, but like I said, they like to keep it creative, and I'd love to see how this kind of plays out as we jump into the Land of Dawn.
Yeah, well, we're going to see how it plays out. You know, we're still waiting on one last pick from Sayori, and this was really where I feel like the Esmeralda pick comes back to bite you. You didn't need to take it this early. You got 4 magic. Something I would have loved to see in that slot 5 pick was a Basha, but then again, you would have 5 magic, so there's just no possible way you could do it. And if you don't take this Esme this early, or even the Harith Lilia together, kind of give yourself options to pick later, then yeah, you could have slotted that Bosch or that anti-heal that you're going to need for this Moskov. It's going to slow his attack speed down. You're going to need it for the Angela, but you don't have that luxury anymore. And this Florin pick, it feels like a game too late. It feels like we were supposed to pick this last series. Now, Estes did do great things. It did keep them alive towards the end of the game, but it was, again, too little too late. So we'll see how they can fend off here. I think 4 Magic is a bit too much, especially versus this tank Akai. Vexana is a nice pickup as well. Gives them some good CC, and it does look like, yeah, Ashley did want to take this Angela in the roam. So
yeah, right now both sides locked in. The Vexana is going to be slotted in, so Sayori not going to run the Angela in the mid lane. Going to let Ashley run this Angela in the roam position. Going to provide him a lot more damage output, even with the Eternal Guard to drop down stronger frontline presence for these neutral objectives. You are going to look at 2 kind of up close and personal mages, though. I mean, you have the Eternal Guard to be able to drop down from this Vexana, but on the other side, you have the Lilia to be able to soak in and deal some additional damage with the Power of Gloom. So we'll have to see how this kind of plays into it. But ladies and gentlemen, this is the semifinals for MWI 2024 NA qualifiers. Area 77 up against ReignFall. Game number 2. Match point in ReignFall's favor.
yeah, potentially last game of the night for us. ReignFall versus A77 Angels. A77 Angels, with their backs against the wall, they need to look for a map. ReignFall wanting to end this, and then wanting to end this quick. We know how they play the game. Great priority already on the Litho. They're already taking these aggressive trades with this Angela, with this Vexana. I mean, they're trying to match the pace of the Lilia poke, and also the pace of the Harith farming. Now, Harith is going to be able to farm a lot quicker than a Kai can, and it's just shown here. Yeah, Harith's already 4. Nicolette looking to invade. Not going to be able to be successful, Weezy.
Yeah, Zalman Force drops down with the Synchro Fission. Not going to lead to any kills, but is going to kind of bait out that ultimate from Apsy. We'll be able to get it back in time before this turtle play, so it's not really too much of a waste. But yeah, this is a Harith in the jungle. First time actually being able to see this in a while on the competitive scene. And Area 77, again, they're a team that likes to kind of keep things interesting and be very creative. Whereas you see in ReignFall, they're a little bit more on the safer side. They kind of go more for like just pure MPL meta. Whereas Area 77 is kind of like they're trying to recreate the wheel and trying to make things work. Where normally I would say they don't. But we'll have to see as this kind of plays out. Area 77 again, though, in a position where they really need this victory, or they're going to be knocked down to the lower bracket. ReignFall, 1 victory away from possibly having a seat into the grand finals, but it's still anybody's series.
Anybody's series indeed, Weezy. And you know, it's a small lead, but A77 Angels, again, in these first 2 minutes, always is able to secure these small leads, and it's just what they do with it next is the most important. That being said, Opsy's already targeted.
Ooh, Chinatsu's going to fall alongside Panda. Both marksmans from opposing teams will fall right there, but the difference in Chinatsu actually got a kill. Nicolette able to get the turtle for ReignFall. YQ finding Sayori, though, as a response. That is now 3-1. YQ finding Jewel for the double kill on this Esmeralda, majorly profiting, trying to rush in for a triple onto Nicolette, but quickly dealt with a lot of damage from Ashley.
Yeah, why? Securing that double kill is a nice trade back, considering that ReignFall got the turtle. And actually, I need to point this out. A77 Angels has a 1,000 gold lead, almost 1,500 gold lead. The first gold lead we've seen, like a significant gold lead we've seen against ReignFall today.
Yeah, as we are looking at that amazing double kill over there, that Esmeralda pick, which was first in the draft, prioritized heavily from the side at Area 77, and it looks like it's working in their favor to be able to get that double kill nice and early. 3-1 leading so far, Area 77 up against ReignFall, but the first turtle makes up the difference with ReignFall still trailing a little bit behind in terms of gold. Corrosion Scythe does get picked up by Panda on this Moscow to be able to deal some additional slow, some additional damage on those basic attacks as both teams do engage. A lot of pressure, though, in the mid lane. Sky already down to about 50% HP. Nicolette ready for the heavy spin, possibly on the way, trying to wrap around onto Chinatsu. Turner guard drops down for the knockup, for the damage. Nicolette not able to find the setup. Even Heart Guard was utilized right there to try and find that play. But while this is all happening, Panda, nobody there to contest, will be able to chip down the gold plating on the bot side.
Yeah, Panda doing what Moscovs do best, and that's split pushing when there's nothing else that needs to happen on the map. So, Moskov is this hero that, we've seen it time and time again. We're calling it the 20-minute hero today. Once he gets to that late game mark, he's just extremely scary, and letting him free farm like that is something you never want to do, especially when it's in the hands of a player like Panda.
Yeah, but now it's a 2v1 on the bot side. Florian, Emily, right by Chinatsu, ready to try and take the fight up against Panda, down to 25% HP. Panda may actually fall off screen right there. It looks like they are giving Panda a little bit of a hard time, but as we are seeing Nicolette pull the aggro of this turtle, both sides ready to take the fight. Zaman Force dropping down, heavy spin from Nicolette, trying to zone out the side of Area 77 from this objective. Sky will find Panda on the bot side. Apsy able to get the turtle. Jewel finding YQ. Area 77 getting the objective and able to take the turret on the bot side. A major victory for them.
This is what we wanted to see from A77 Angels if they wanted to stay in this series, and they're doing exactly that. They're attacking on two fronts. They realized that Ashley's ult was down, so they sent 3 people bot to go harass the Moskov. At the same time they harass the Moskov, they win the turtle. So that's just 2 things going right for them at the exact same time. ReignFall is usually known for trading one of the objectives, right? So when that Moskov went down, Nicolette in the squad was looking to secure that turtle. They weren't able to, unfortunately, and it's Opsy that secures it with the Retry. But that's huge for A77 Angels because they got 2 different objectives for the price of 1.
There's a major problem here, though. And once we're done trying to push in turrets, there's no set potential for Area 77. There's no way. Like, all they have is a Falling Star Moon from Esmeralda from YQ to be able to initiate. And that's not enough up against ReignFall's composition with an Akai and a CC up front to get up close and personal. So Area 77, if they want to win this game, they're going to have to take this early. And we know early game normally kind of tends to be in the favor for ReignFall. That's kind of their specialty, is the early game pressure. But so far, early game for Area 77 has been profiting. And they have to continue that snowball, and they have to push into these objectives fast. And I think they realize that. I mean, look at the 4-man rotation already set up, trying to focus in onto Jewel. But on the bot side, a mere trade. Panda able to find YQ. Top side, though, still an engagement going on. You're going to see Zaman Force drop down. Apsy will find Jewel, a 1-for-1 for both sides. Turtle now going to be spawning in. Apsy with the double kill finds Ashley, and down goes the tier 1 turret.
I mean, nice play again from A77 Angels, able to kill 2 on the top side. And not only that, take a turret and move straight onto this turtle. Moskov doing what he can, finding that pickoff bot onto YQ, shutting down the Esmeralda, and pushing in that turret. ReignFall is okay with the pace, or with the pace that this game is going. They're okay being down, close to 2,000 to 3,000 gold at the 7-minute mark because, they're looking for that 15-minute mark. They're looking for that full build Moskov, and we've seen what it can do. And when this Lord comes up, I mean, depending on where Moskov is at, he'll be able to clear these Lords faster and faster. It's like the first Lord is going to be the hardest for him, and those next Lords, as we saw, he can just, melt them like butter. So,
yeah, definitely something we're going to have to watch out for. But I just feel like the frontline presence is probably going to showcase a little bit easier on these Lord plays, on these objective plays in favor for ReignFall, whereas you're going to have to work a little bit harder for Area 77 to pull that off. Like you said, YQ on this Esmeralda is not the best person to try and get a setup with. Yeah, you have the Falling Star Moon. Yeah, you have the survivability, but you don't have the crowd control aspect like ReignFall does. Maybe the Zaman Force can drop down for a little bit of slow. Maybe an Ice Queen wand picked up by Sky can make up the difference. But they do have more damage output that works in their favor for Area 77, and may be the difference that they can kind of lean on in this match. But you are seeing both sides fight it out in the mid-river. YQ hit with a lot of chip damage over there by Jewel on this CC. Zaman Force dropped down. We'll be able to burst down this internal guard. Both sides still trying to contest, trying to not allow the push into ReignFall's tier 1 turret in the mid lane.
Yeah, absolutely not. And a great disengage from both teams. And yeah, you do bring up a great point. I mean, what really is the front line and what is the initiation from A77? They don't really have it. Oh my goodness, Nicolette getting low.
Oh! Heart guard. Not able to get there in time. Ashley a little late to be able to heal up Nicolette. Panda will be able to push into the tier 1 on the top side, though. Left unchecked. Trying to create the map advantage. Now 2-2 on the board for both sides in terms of turrets. Lord does spawn in. Nicolette down for the next 10 seconds. An opportunity for Area 77 to profit.
And you profit, they will. They have a a double marksman comp where they have a marksman in the jungle and a marksman in the gold lane. They shred that Lord, and they did their excellent job at pressuring the mid so that ReignFall couldn't even get any positioning around that Lord. So Aces and Angels is we said what are they gonna do when they don't have initiation? They're just banking on the fact that they can deal raw damage, and it's working. I agree it's on a timer. It is absolutely on a timer. This Lord has to be extremely valuable, and then you have to end at the next Lord because this Moskov can't get items. You don't want ReignFall scaling comp to scale. So we're gonna have to see how fast they can end the game. They might not be able to anymore. Easy.
Yeah, you are going to see a kill, though. Panda does find Apsy. A lot of players fighting it out in the mid lane, though. Numbers working in ReignFall's favor, though. Still taking the battle into the mid-river. Minions in play for the side of ReignFall. Quickly bursted down. Nicolette is going to recall back to the base. Lord still on the top side. Panda is going to rotate there. Going to go ahead and pull the aggro. Not going to try and allow it to take down this tier 2 turret. But on the bot side, a good rotation from Area 77. Where they don't find opportunity on the top side, they find it on the bot lane.
You find it on the bot lane. That was a rather quick Lord to go down, and they needed a lot more than just this tower in the bot side. The mid tower is still up, and considering that ReignFall is at a gold disadvantage, I would have expected that mid tower to have gone down. But unfortunately, Opsies just picked off way too early into the fight. Sayori might be caught here though.
Yeah, Nicolette having a hard time trying to get behind the members of Area 77 and hit them with the heavy spin to create that setup that ReignFall can kind of profit on. The damage output is just a lot to handle for the Akai. Sky able to take the tier 1 in the mid lane. Nicolette does pin Sky onto the wall, but the black shoes with the Purify combination back to safety. And that's the thing, there's 3 Purifies for Area 77. And this is possibly another reason why Nicolette's having a hard time with these heavy spins.
Yeah, I mean, it's you got to pick a target that doesn't have the Purify, but also you're not getting much help from the team besides maybe, I would say, Sayori. If she hits a nice set, that's when the Purify is going to be procced from the carry. It's when the Purify is going to be procced from Lilia or even the Florin. But other than that, it's up to Nicolette. And she uses this heavy spin. It's on a 60-second timer. That they pop their Purify rendered useless. So she really has to be kind of careful when she decides to use this. But ReignFall with that strong defense was just shows that they are ready to scale into this late game, and they know what they're doing when they are behind. You can say they're behind just because they're at a gold disadvantage, but you don't really feel like they're behind. This is a relatively even game because we're just waiting for this Moskov to keep farming up, keep splitting, and then eventually, scale into the late game. But Jewel,
caught by Apsy on this Herald jungle with the Zaman Force. Apsy's doing surprisingly well on this Herald as well. 3-1-1 on the debut, showcasing in the jungle position for it. Nicolette, a lot of that burst damage too much to handle, even with the hard guard. Whoa! Ashley just jumped right out from Nicolette right there. Nicolette does fall. Second death of the game. 2 members down for the side of ReignFall, and another Luminous Lord should be able to go to them since there is no retribution in play for the side of ReignFall. And honestly, I kind of favor ReignFall's composition, but the pure damage output that Area 77 has is really working in their favor. It's stopping the traditional early game pressure that we see ReignFall kind of use to dominate these teams, how we see them kind of dominate Mass Foxes or Area 77 in game number 1. But like with this pure damage potential, taking out the junglers from Nicolette as well, the Fredrin and the Barats seems to be working really well for Area 77.
You know, I remember them doing that against their game versus War Angels. They started banning War Angels comfy picks, and you could tell that War Angels was not playing at the par that we saw them like from earlier. So doing the same thing to Nicolette, you know, we've already seen she's a great Fredrin, she's a great Bros, but we haven't seen any other heroes from her recently. So her going on the Akai, you know, it tells us she wants to stay on these tank jungles, but yeah, she might just be feeling a little uncomfortable with it. And they understand they can just go full damage and just have a bunch of purifies. Now, with this Lord, I'm curious to see where this Moskov's at. It's going to tell me, you know, how fast it goes down. And depending on how quick they get it down, how many towers they can defend as well.
The thing is, if Area 77 can find themselves in range to do some damage to that base crystal, they are going to shred through that with the damage output that they have on their side. And I think that's their game plan. The early finish may be on the way. The heavy spin out from Nicolette. Apsy able to open up the base. Ashley taking down YQ. Sky to respond the favor. Takes down Jula. 1-for-1 trade. Wait! Panda! Sayori will find Sky. When a nature activated, negating the physical damage. Chinatsu taking down Panda. The outplay. But now the Russian from Ashley sees Emily. Tries to chase her down. Not going to be able to close the distance. Emily and Chinatsu able to get back to safety. Apsy now spawning in Area 77, forced out of ReignFall's base.
Clean team fight from ReignFall. Unfortunately for A77, Esmeralda died off way too quick. She was dead before Angela even ulted. So that meant that once ReignFall realized Esme is dead and there's no counter to the shield, there's nothing that they can do. Oh, it's a big stun. Sayori might be dead.
Yeah, Sayori will fall. Apsy picking up Chinatsu taking down Nicolette. Doesn't have the set capability now. Jewel and Ashley left to defend. Full five-man team in effect, quickly making their way through the mid lane to try and possibly close out this game. But you still have a little bit of time before those members can close that distance. So ReignFall still holding on to a little bit of insurance, a little bit of a chance to be able to turn this back around. But Area 77, full control of this game. Speaking of control, Janatsu able to take another turret. Heart Guard activated, though, onto Panda. Apsy will fall right there. Sky maybe next, pinned on the wall. You are going to see Sky trying to get out of there, though. Oh, my gosh, Moskov coming alive. Panda will be able to get the kill. Jewel taking down Chinatsu. YQ, last one standing, finds Panda. Last second, gets a double, takes down Joel. My goodness, Boca. If Panda did not fall right there, that could have been a possible game ender through the mid lane for ReignFall if left unchecked. But they don't have Prio on the top or bot side in terms of minions.
Absolutely, and the one thing keeping A77 Angels in this game is the fact that they do not have any priority. That was a beautiful team fight. Panda recognizes Esmeralda's top side and just full sends it into the back line with Ashley supporting her with the ult. And it almost looked like Panda was going to just get a full-on savage there. You know, one member does end up getting taken by Angela, but it looked like she was going to get the Esmeralda too. Unfortunately, just not enough sustain at the end there, and Esme's at that late game as well where she can one-shot people, but still, Panda did more than enough, and she turned to, it's the late game Moskov, dude. We're 17 minutes in. This Moskov's full build now, like, he's ready to dish out this damage, and when this Lord comes to the base, he can clear it rather quick too.
Ooh, heavy spin on Apsy. Big play from Nicolette. Takes down the jungler for Area 77. They don't have retribution priority. Panda finds YQ. Might not even need this Lord. Emily may be next. The rush in, the suppression, the winter truncheon, trying to negate the damage, but not going to stop Panda's monstrosity as she gets another kill. Jewel will fall. Sky shuts down Panda in response, but it's the last one standing for the side of Area 77. ReignFall now having to make the choice to go for the mid lane or to go for this Lord. Looks like they're going to go for the Lord, but the top side minions are pushing in, and Ashley will be forced up there to clear.
Ashley will be forced to clear. That's a lot of minions for just an Angela. And Sky solo killing Sayori there. They're going to have to drop the Lord. There's nothing they can do. I mean, Sky might go down for this, but it's so worth it for A77.
There's no way. Sky, one-man army! Oh my goodness! Able to stop the Lord play all by herself. Apsy back in the game, full HP alongside YQ, and now a chance to be able to take this. Look at the lane prio. They're still clearing the minions at the trying to close the distance. 40% on the Lord. May not be able to get there. Oh, wait! Nope, the stun, too much to handle. Absolutely able to get the Lord. YQ able to take down Jewel. Area 77 will win the objective.
Yeah, I'd feel better if ReignFall just dropped that objective already. You know, it was over when Sky killed off Sayori that early on. So Jewel going down, Lord is just spawned, 3 seconds ago. Jewel will not be up by the time this Lord reaches the base, and if she is, she's just getting up. So being a member down means that, A77 could put a little more focus onto this Moskov. We're going to have to see how well Panda can position. We've seen what Panda can do with this Moskov in the past 2 team fights, but it's really going to come down to her to position as perfect as she possibly can, considering that they're a member down and it's easier to target her now.
Yeah, but Panda has good positioning right now to be able to take down this Lord. You are looking at Area 77. Will be able to burst down the inhibitor in the mid lane. Sky is going to be the one to claim it. No more turrets in play. Lord bursted down by ReignFall. Now off to a final stance up against Area 77. But keep in mind, they have all their ultimates available. They have the heart guard. They have Panda ready to rush in. Has the flicker at her disposal. And we've seen how much damage in the late game it can dish out. We almost thought it was the point where she was about to get that Savage. Not something that Area 77 wants to take lightly, and they respect the damage. They are going to go ahead and pull out of the base of ReignFall.
Oh no, Weezy. We're getting to the 20-minute
oh, yeah, you know what time
mark.
it is.
Moskov,
you know what time it is.
Moskov's clearing this Lord like butter. I think we're looking at another 30-minute game, Weezy.
Yeah, I think so too. And this always happens. Always happens when the Moskov is in the land of dawn. Winter Truncheon picked up by Sayori. A little bit of a mechanic to be able to save herself, bait out some of that utility in this next team fight. I think this may be a possible game ender. We're at that situation where both teams are just going to try and bait out this Lord, and if one team decides not to bite, the other one will profit on that objective and be able to close out this game. The turrets, not even really going to matter at this point anymore. In terms of like wave prio though, it is really working in Area 77's favor, having these minions on the bot and the top side just constantly crashing into the crystal for ReignFall. It forces them to have to split back up and clear majority of the time. You're already seeing Panda trying to make quick work of it right there. But yeah, with them not being able to take any of the tier 2 turrets, it gives Area 77 a slight advantage, and sometimes that's all you need in these late game matches.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's, Nicolette looking for a pick here, Weezy.
Yeah, but a heavy spin not going to lead into a pinup on the wall. Nicolette quickly going to be bursted down. YQ finding Sayori. Panda finding YQ. Wait a second. Winter Truncheon picked up YQ right when she fell right there. Oh my gosh. There goes that Spear of Destruction. Trying to find Apsy, I feel like, with how low she was. Going to recall back to safety. Immortality being picked up by Jewel as well. And the Lord will spawn in. But they don't have... no, Nicolette is back. So they actually could take this for the side of ReignFall. They're going to force the hand of Area 77 to contest this.
This is a good fight for ReignFall to take. They have the Moskov to shred this down, so they have to make A77 decide quick. A lot of minions are coming towards that top side, and it looks like they don't even want to risk it. They understand that with Panda, they'll be able to clear this Lord anyways. So even if A77 gets this Lord, it's perfectly fine as they'll be able to clear it. But they got to deal with that bot. That is a huge wave bot. That's about to hit the base as we speak.
And that's the power of the Winions right there, forcing split push. But Panda will make up the difference. Finds Emily, able to get the kill. Nicolette with the heavy spin, very low. Double kill from Panda. Takes down the jungler for ReignFall. Chinatsu, Sky in position for the contest, though. I mean, right there, Nicolette and them, they don't really have to try and take this Lord. They can kind of wait it out. Wait for a couple of heals from the Angela. And there it goes now with the heart guard on to Panda. Now is the time to be able to initiate on this Lord without the retribution in play. ReignFall now may be able to find this advantage, but Chinatsu not going to go out without a fight. Vengeance procced onto Jewel, trying to dish back some of that damage onto Chinatsu. Panda soaking in the damage onto the Lord. Now going to focus the stun onto the wall onto Chinatsu. 1v1, 2v3 now. Both of them very low. Chinatsu hugging the bush. Going to limit the vision from the side of ReignFall. But ReignFall controlling the Lord pit, able to take the objective now in a position to possibly turn this game around.
Absolutely can turn the game around. That Nexus got so low. He's been healing up, and I kept focusing on it. Esmeralda wanted to go for a backdoor play just because it was so low, but at the same time, it doesn't go down. ReignFall, taking every advantage they can get, and now getting a Lord, being able to push this out. Now, A77 Angels has great clear. We have a Harith, we have a Carry, we have a Lilia, we have the Esmeralda. They're going to be able to make quick work of this Lord. So we need this Lord to get in quick and crash into those towers as fast as you can get him to crash in. A77 or ReignFall looking to get this mid tower down first. It's probably the best idea. Open up the map a little bit more. Then we'll see some action follow suit with it. But we need to get these inhibs down. We need to get the minions even. That way, every single time we want to contest the Lord, we're not going to be, having that issue with our Nexus.
Yeah, and right now, Area 77, they're trying to take the fight. They're trying to hold on to every single turret they can. I don't think they're going to be able to do much for that tier 2. Sayori will be able to burst it down. Luminous Lord making his way on the top side. Bot lane Prio now going to be working in favor for ReignFall. First time this entire game. We've been seeing the minions in the bottom and the top crash into the base crystal for majority of the late game against ReignFall, but now the table has been turned and Area 77 forced on the defensive stance.
Yeah, absolutely on the defensive stance, and the way ReignFall took this Lord out, I'm really enjoying it. They need to get the crash. The crash needs to happen. There you go. They get it. All right, that's good. They left the Lord up for as long as they could. That way they could push in these turrets, and that they will. They're gonna get every single inhib and potentially a game ender here, Weezy.
Yeah, going to take down the inhibitor turrets. A good start to possibly close this out. A turnaround from ReignFall looking for the 2-0 sweep against Area 77. Still putting on some great defense, though. Not trying to allow them into range to deal damage to the base crystal. Minions will be making their way down the mid lane as well as the top side. But I don't think this is the position where ReignFall can close this out. They're going to have to play for another Lord. I think we're going to see maybe a 28-minute game here. If I'm not mistaken, it's going to be a late one because they can't do anything until this next Lord play. And I expect Area 77 to contest this. But again, 25 minutes in, everybody, late game build, 83,000 gold for ReignFall right now. We're getting up to almost triple digits with how long this game is going right now. But Area 77 definitely showcasing to the world that they're still on the same caliber of competition as ReignFall. They're putting up a really good fight. It's an even matchup.
Oh yeah, absolutely an even matchup. And I do have to give kudos to ReignFall for holding on to the game this long. A77 Angels had such a massive gold lead earlier into the game, but now it's to the point where no more towers are available. Panda is just soloing this Lord. There's not even going to be a contest because Nicolette can just zone them away while Panda solos the Lord. And then we're really going to have to see how the wave clear is on A77 Angel side if they want to do that or unless they want to contest right now.
Oh, they're going to try and contest, but they don't have anybody to really initiate. You're going to see the Zombie Force drop down. Not going to be able to close the distance for the Retribution. Needs to get a little bit closer. Apsy trying to get in range for the steal. Both sides fighting out. Apsy able to get it. Area 77 takes the Lord. Immortality being procced on the Panda. Need to get out of there. Does fall. Sky picking up the kill. Able to take down the marksman for ReignFall. A recipe for disaster. Rushing through the mid lane as the Lord goes to Area 77.
That's the one person you didn't want to drop. You could have dropped anyone else on the map, but now no one's able to melt this Lord. This Lord's just going to crash in. This should be A77's game. They have all their marksmen alive, and just unfortunate. Yep, they're hitting the Nexus, Weezy, and that's it. We're going to a game 3. 30 minutes later, A77 Angels match the score 1-1.
Even Stevens able to tie up this series. Area 77 able to maintain that momentum and find the resolve. Game number 3 on the way for our final series of the day. The battle for the first seat in the grand finals.
Man, what a game from that, and what a roller coaster this series has been. It seemed as if ReignFall was just going to walk away with it after that first win in the first game, but then A77 showed they still had life, maintained a lead in that early game, and it got really hectic at the end. You thought ReignFall did enough, and they were going to come back into that game towards the late game. But no, A77 with a very impressive Lord steal and finding Panda as well. Gosh, just look at the Moscovs today, Weezy. We're talking 40% damage. Now, A77, everyone kind of did their fair share, but it's a Moskov meta right now. Sayori, we know her for these high damage mages, but it's just not the same. And another thing to point out, this is a gold laner, someone who's supposed to be on the opposite side of the map. 94% participation is absolutely impressive, win or loss. On a Moskov, you can just see how you can be a part of every single fight at the same time. You can be farming, splitting, pushing towers, doing whatever you want because the Spear of Destruction is just so strong right now in the meta.
Yeah, and I mean, it's definitely like has to be a fact now. When there's a Moskov in MWI, we're expecting a 25, 30-minute game. It's just every single time. But this time, the Moskov over there into the hands of Panda, even though she was coming alive, especially when Ashley alongside her on the hard guard, it fell a little short in the end to the side of Area 77. Chinatsu, really good on this carry pickup. Did a lot of damage, especially up against the frontline composition, especially with that Akai. Nicolette, it was hard for her to really get back there to get those heavy spins, having to deal with 3 Purifies. On top of the Purifies, having to deal with just the amount of damage that the entire team was kind of dishing out was definitely a problem. And they didn't really have the answer they were looking for in the end. Nicolette just not really able to get those heavy spins on the Akai like she anticipated. Yeah,
it seems like, A77 Angels might have found a crack in ReignFall's draft, and it seems like it's been Nicolette revolved around picking this Fredrin or picking this Barat. Not too comfortable on the Akai, but I could see why. They had 3 Purifies, so even if she thinks she found a great heavy spin, you're really not finding the best heavy spin. Your best target right now is Harith, considering he doesn't have a Purify. But again, if you're pinning the Harith, Lilia and Carry are just shredding you. Florin offered enough sustainability so that the squishy comp was able to, last as long as they needed to. And it seemed to have overwhelmed the Moskov. And as we see the MVP, it's actually the Lilia.
Yeah, again, the mage being selected prior for the MVP is a repetitive pattern so far in the MWI. On this Lilia pickup, though, had a really good performance. Overall, though, I mean, it's kind of hard to even really boil it down to just one player. I think it's just the resilience from the side of Area 77 with their backs against the wall was able to overpower the confidence from ReignFall in game number 2, forcing them into a game number 3, and now both sides having an equal chance to fight it out again, going the full distance for a seat in the grand finals. And you could definitely say whoever makes it out of here 100% earn their spot.
Yeah, absolutely. And even the losers of this series, whoever does lose, like, they show that these are some very, very even teams. Both of them have shown that their practice has paid off, and a team like ReignFall, really expect them to take a loss up until maybe the finals, and to see how close the series has been. Even game 1, it was still a much closer game than we expected. That one was 20 minutes. This one was 25. If we see another Moskov, we're probably heading to a 30-minute game, Weezy, for the game 3. I wouldn't have it any other way.
I'll tell you what, the way these matches have been played out, I would not be surprised if we see a 30-minute game for the final game of today's stream. Definitely breaking records on how many hours we've been live. But nonetheless, I love to see it. I love to see these teams competing it out. Great for the MLBBNA scene. And just really surprised with how great the synergy is from a lot of these players out there. And like I said, I hope to see them even outside of MWI for those that don't get a seat in the grand finals, for those who don't get to hold that banner for North America. I want to see them still compete in the NACT Pro scene because they definitely have some major talent. But one thing for certain, we're jumping into the draft for the final game of the day, Boca. We made it. A long road, but we're finally reaching that final destination on who will earn that ticket to the grand finals for that first seeding. Will it be ReignFall? Will it be Area 77? Both teams at match point.
Yep, both teams at match point. ReignFall with the priority in the draft, going to be able to prioritize the heroes that they want. And if A77 Angels wants to ban out this Barats and Fredrin, it worked very well for them. It means you're going to have to give some priority picks over to ReignFall. Now, we've seen ReignFall prioritize the Fredrin even with other picks available that we think they'd want to select. But, it just depends like what they really want to leave open here. So it seems like A77 understands they want to get rid of this Barats. They want to get rid of this Fredrin. So they're not going to give ReignFall the opportunity.
Look, Moskov, if he walks, 30-minute game. I'm going to call it right now. But if Moskov walks, I wonder if it's going to get banned out. We'll have to see. I mean, the Moskov didn't win the carry one overall. Chinatsu was able to kind of push through for the team last second. But I really think it boiled down to just a positioning on the Akai play from Nicolette. It was very hard against all that burst damage to kind of counter her out. So, and then you had the Esmeralda, which profited off the shields the later the game went, the anti-hail in effect as well, to where YQ just started getting very comfortable being able to rotate around. But we are going to see the Herod taken off the table. That was the bread and butter over there. That was a flexed Herod that we got to see in the jungle position for the side of Area 77 over there from Apsy, who's been on point so far in the jungle. I mean, I was even a big fan of the Guinevere, even when the team, they didn't pull off the victory. Just Apsy's positioning, able to find a way into the objective pits to be able to take the turtles, to be able to take the lords at a moment's notice is very impressive. Sky, we got to see Sky reset a Luminous Lord all by herself into 3 members of the side of ReignFall right there. And these are the little things that, like I said, it separates the good from the great. And just shows that both of these teams have brought higher than their A game to try and earn that seat in the grand finals. And it's going to be a treat to be able to watch them for a final game all the way to a game number 3 with both sides tied up.
Absolutely. And seeing ReignFall, okay, we banned out the Barats, we banned out the Fredrin. Moskov is open and is asking for a 30-minute game, and we're probably going to see it, Weezy. But before we see that, we're seeing another Esmeralda first pick, and it seems that both these teams like to prioritize the Esmeralda. I like it. It kept Panda honest. Panda almost got a savage there, and they're able to shut that down real quick. But 877 Angel is saying, you know what, we don't want a 30-minute game. We want to end this fast. We're going to go with the Roger, a nice snowball champion. Doesn't have to get into the late game, has solid damage throughout the early, mid, and late game. But doesn't mean that ReignFall won't pick this Moskov.
But the R-Lot, for the first time, gets picked up today. I've been wondering why teams have not been prioritizing him as heavily. He's going to be slotted in, could be flexed to the XP, can be flexed into the roam position. Time will tell for the side of Area 77, but I think it's a safe pickup, especially when you don't want to show too many cards up front. Now, Esmeralda, guaranteed most likely to be inside of the XP lane. Moskov, we're definitely having that 30-minute game. We're not getting out of this one, Boca. There's no getting out of this one, all right? We're just going to buckle in, enjoy the turbulence, and see where this plane lands today, whether it's on the side of ReignFall or the side of Area 77 for a seat in the grand finals. But, yeah, Moskov up against the Roger. Both of them very aggressive. Both of them can definitely pave the way. Moskov will profit in the late game. We typically see that time and time again. Roger will be a little bit more prevalent in the mid to early phase, but still can be a threat in the late game. Valentina picked up from the side of ReignFall. Can use the final slash so far. It does provide a lot of draft pressure for the side of Area 77 to kind of be careful on who they choose here, because the Angela is still technically available, even though there's Esmeralda on the other side, even though there's a Valentina. I don't know if the Angela would be the wisest decision here. Could definitely be a threat. Could it go in for something like the Faramis? No, they're going to go in for the chip. First debut of the chip for the final game of the night.
I've liked the chip, and it's after its buff, it's gotten a lot stronger, and it's a very, very strong early game option for sure. And the one thing that I'm noticing right now is where ReignFall's weaknesses are one, I think it's the jungle pick. We have the Barats and the Fredrin banned out. Nicolette's not too comfortable on the other picks right now. She's still has to work on those. She tried her best with Akai. There's really not much she can do given there's 3 purifies. But our gold lane is a late game gold lane. Moskov is not going to be strong. He's not going to want to take these team fights until 15 minutes into the game. Chip is going to set the pace, and Moskov's really not going to be able to do too much. Chip can rotate the gold, rotate the XP. He can go wherever he wants, and he's going to want to go to this gold lane and shut down this Moskov, Weezy.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be the game plan. Chip creates a lot of mobility, and you have to expect the unexpected in every part of the map when Chip's in the game. But there is a Valentina on the opposing side, so technically I guess they can teleport as well. So something to kind of look forward to. Louis is at least not on the table, so that's not as much of a threat, especially with that chip. We got to see a little bit of that showcasing from BTK up against Gaming Gladiators in the NACT spring season with the chip and the Louis combination. But with Chip by himself, still great mobility. and something you are going to have to watch out for, which could lean more in the advantage for the early phase of Area 77. But I do like the Valentina pickup. It's great for the anti-invade. It's great for early game pressure when teams try and take these objectives. And like we said, it focuses a lot of pressure and solidifying who you want to pick in the draft, because you don't want to let a lot of ultimates kind of slide into the hands of Sayori, who's gotten most of the MVPs for ReignFall so far.
Yep, it's on one of the heroes that she knows the most, the Valentina. It was her first MVP today, so going back to a comfort pick for her. Vexana, we did get to see her play it, but again, it's she hasn't gotten any MVPs with the Vexana. It's been the other three. It's been the Valentina, it's been her Lilia, and it's been her Faramis. So it's good to see her going back to the Valentina. Farsa is picked up. This is a pretty wild lineup from A77 Angels. I was going to mention that the Carmilla's up, but there's really not much you're pairing with it there. And now that you take this Farsa, I don't necessarily know if you want that.
Oh.
Now, the one thing with Farsa is she's so stationary when she ults. And, you know, Moskov loves stationary targets, especially to land that spear. So if he sees Farsa ulting, throw that spear and it's on top of the Farsa. I mean, that damage is gone. She's a very squishy mage.
Not to mention Esmeralda with the Falling Star Moon. As soon as Farsa is going to drop down
Absolutely,
and deal some damage, you can Falling Star Moon right on top of her and really burst her down. But Farsa does have mobility with the Wings by Wings, so may be able to get out there to safety. It's definitely going to be something we're going to look out for. Lancelot, picked up by Nicolette, going to finish off the day with an assassin. Oh, man. Okay, so this is getting good. We have the Farsa. We have the Lancelot. Both of them I haven't seen in a while in the NA scene. Honestly, we haven't seen a Lancelot in so long on the NA scene. We haven't seen a Farsa in ages in the competitive scene. So we'll have to see. Is it make or break? I want to say that is, if anything stands out as the X Factor, definitely going to be the Farsa over the Lancelot for the X Factor. But the Lancelot a little bit right behind it. The Amon.
Wow.
Pickup. Oh, man. Okay. So just when I thought it couldn't get any crazier, a double assassin meta on the way for both sides, showcasing their hero pool, showcasing their mastery, and ready to show the world they're going to be taking that seat into the grand finals. ReignFall up against Area 77 Angels, both of them tied up with match point.
Yep, tied up at match point. Only one winner today, and what a game 3 that we have here. A very, you know, different draft from A77 Angels, but I guess it's who we would expect it from. Seeing this ammo and picked up as the last pick, I'm trying to see what it's for. I guess it's literally just to shut down the Moskov. So I see the plan, but it feels like you're a bit squishy over there, and you don't have the sustain this time. Last time they ran this squishy comp that had 3 damage dealers, so they were able to dish out the damage, but the way they sustained was with the Florent. This time you don't have that. You have the Chip. So, Chip's sole goal is to maybe just hit an ultimate on Moskov, and then Amon comes in and hits him with an ultimate in one-shots. You're playing on the one-shot. I am surprised to see Nicolette play this assassin. I know she can play the assassin. She has been practicing it, and it is a standard counter for the Farsa. So that being said, Weezy, we got a game 3 final series of the night. One winner is going to the finals, other is going to the lower bracket semifinals. ReignFall on the blue side, Area 77 Angels on the red side.
Yeah, that's right. And both sides ready to fight it out for our final game of the night. Tanatsu already very low right there. You're seeing ReignFall trying to be super aggressive in the early phase, trying to burst down this Roger. They know it's going to be a threat if left unchecked, and off to a really good start on providing that pressure. Nicolette, though, on this Lancelot, like I said, Lancelot's kind of a little bit squishier. He's going to run that Quantum Charge, so definitely has the mobility to work in his favor. Lethal Ignition picked up by Sky on the Farsa and by Apsy over here on this Amon. Amon, who's going to be providing that early game pressure, that burst damage. Definitely going to try and catch some of the members of ReignFall off guard, but not your traditional junglers from both sides that you see today. And it just showcases, like we said, their hero pool and their mastery. But one side will be moving forward today into the grand finals. The other team will have a second shot at victory tomorrow to fight it out inside of the lower bracket.
Man, I am so excited that no one's getting eliminated from this game, because this series has just been absolutely amazing. Sky getting a little low there. Everyone's going to disengage. Just kind of a handshake there. But yeah, this is such a both of these teams have just proven themselves as these very tough teams to get around. A77 Angels showing that they can pair up and tee up with ReignFall. thinking that, you know, we all thought that ReignFall was going to have an easy 2-0 sweep, but A77 Angels, with these drafts that you just never expect, are kind of shocking us, and we wouldn't think that they work, but they've been really making it work.
Yeah, definitely making it work, and you are going to see a little bit of damage on Shinatsu again, really putting some focus into the gold lane. Area 77 now down by 1 kill. Their mark's been falling. A huge objective secured by ReignFall before this turtle. But speaking of turtles, absolutely able to claim it. You're going to see YQ get a kill as well. Juo will fall over there in that engagement. That is going to be both sides having a kill.
Yeah, that was an impressive showcase of the Amon. You got to see all of his shards stacked up from the turtle. Able to one-shot that Esmeralda. Now, on the other side, we did see Chinatsu go down. Panda was able to scoop that up as well as Sayori. So overall, another even game. One thing I didn't realize is Panda elected to pick up the Aegis here just for the more sustainability, and it sort of makes sense because you're going against, you know, two of these burst heroes, the Amon and the Farsa. So you're gonna be able to, ooh, nice teleport, Weezy.
Yeah, both sides fighting out. Feather airstrike dropping down. Juel still falling right there. 1 kill advantage for the side of Area 77. Nicolette trying to go ahead and rotate down and clear these minions and trying to not allow the advantage to work inside of Area 77's favor. They do have kill advantage though right now, and also gold advantage up by 1,000. And this is what I said, like, the later we get inside of the MWI 2024, the higher these teams are scaling. They're just improving every single game, getting closer and closer to both sides going the extra mile. Panda will find Emily, though, able to get a kill, evening out the scoreboard 2-2.
Impressive kill. You know, looked like Chip was going to turn the tides there a bit, but doesn't have his ult ready, so no one's really able to teleport in just yet. Yeah, Panda, excellent showcase with this Moskov, especially on a Moskov with an Aegis. So less mobility, less damage, but just more of the sustainability, wants to stay alive. And like I said, I was meaning to say that, you know, this Moskov's going to eventually build the Rose Gold Meteor, and it's going to be have a lot of shield. Something that we don't normally see on the Moskov. You want to go this full damage, full attack speed, get the Trinity online, get your Malefic, and then maybe get some anti-heal. But here, the Rose Gold is just the better option right now, Weezy.
Yeah, both sides fight it out. Feather airstrike controlling the entire area of the Lord Pit. You gotta love to see that Farza in action. Don't get to see that too often, but the IMU from Sayori will use it as well. You're gonna go ahead and see the objective go in, though. Apsy will be able to get the kill. Ashley will fall right there in that engagement. 4 minutes, 50 seconds in, 3-2 on the scoreboard. Still looking at Area 77 with the advantage, though, up by about 500 gold. Not a massive difference, though. Both sides pretty even. But Panda, able to find a kill, hasn't fallen yet. Chinatsu does have 1 death. So Panda, even though the Raji would think would be better in the mid to, or the early to mid game, Panda's actually the one that's kind of profiting right now.
Yeah, Panda is the one that's profiting, and you know, it's I mean, A77 is still at the same time, even though, oh, Panda.
Yeah, it does get caught out. YQ able to get the kill. We just spoke about it. A little bit of that caster's curse right there. First death on the board. YQ on this R-Lot, who we said a lot of teams were not prioritizing. Look at YQ right there on the camera. Just wow. Hyped about that kill right there. 3-0 and 0 leading the way for the side of Area 77. Lightning Truncheon being picked up by Sky as well to be able to deal some echo damage.
Yeah, that was very impressive by YQ. I thought he was going to die. Great Spirit of Destruction from Panda to start it, but YQ times the teleport perfectly. Able to stun lock the Moskov, and that's the thing when you go for this Aegis instead of maybe a Purify or something else. Ooh, Sayori not taking any damage. Opti extremely low. Does he get out? Will not get out. Whew.
Yeah, he gets bursted down with the swiftness. Tried to go in for a play, but again, the damage is too much to handle. Sayori really profiting off of this feathered airstrike from Sky. Honestly, profiting more than Sky is on her own ultimate right now. Sky, who was really good in game number 2, had that amazing play to be able to reset that Lord up against Nicolette. Now having a little bit of a struggle jumping into the final series. Speaking of final series, 3v1. Make that 2v1. Sky going to join the party. We'll be able to clear out that minion counterplay to the side of ReignFall trying to proxy that lane, trying to open up the opportunity for this turtle. Thorn Rose goes in with the Phantom Execution. Panda gonna find YQ though. Finds her first death of the game. Sky takes down Nicolette. No retribution for the side of ReignFall. A 1-for-1 trade, but Area 77 should be able to control this turtle pit.
Yeah, they're definitely going to be able to control the turtle pit, and it's going to be no contest. Panda's way too low. Nicolette was the first to go down. YQ ends up dying, but it was a really good trade. He was able to, get a lot of the members of ReignFall extremely low where they had to back off. And then, Nicolette's already so low that Roger, Chip, and Farsa are just chasing him down while he gets while Amon is just focusing up the turtle. See Sky starting to feel herself with the Farsa ult there. Gets Sayori down to 25% health. And I think that the Farsa ultimate for both of these teams is going to benefit them. Sayori does such a great job at creating zone around the map. And let's take a replay, see exactly. Yeah, YQ extremely low, but look at Panda already out of the fight, and Nicolette extremely low too. So Farsa finishes that off, and Roger just pushes Sayori out of it as well. Like, I don't know how you can contest that when YQ is doing this much damage on the R-Lot.
I think it's amazing, too. We haven't yet to see a turret fall, and we're almost at that 10-minute mark. Both sides playing at their finest, trying to maintain the map advantage, but now Invasion onto the purple buff from Area 77, trying to deal some damage on to ReignFall. Panda will be the one to get the kill, though. Takes down Apsy on the aggressive play. On the bot side, though, we are seeing the 1v1 matchup. The Esmeralda up against YQ. YQ very low. Final slash into Jewel. But wait a second. Look at Panda rotating down. Sayori there as well. Oh, my goodness. Nicolette pulling up to the party as well. Thorn Rose in. Panda is going to be the one to deal the final touches, though, as YQ falls on the bot side and now may be able to take down this turret. Yes, able to clear Emily. Not able to close the distance in time. On the top side, though, a response back as you are looking at Natsu pushing her way into the tier 2.
Yeah, she is creating some pressure, and that's good. That's what you need to do, especially when YQ falls like that. But, why it's actually kind of funny, YQ using their flicker. I didn't necessarily need to do it, but I guess sort of just like, hey, you got me. A bit ambitious there with 4 diving you, but it's all right. It's meant to be used. It'll come back up soon. But this Lord is now up. The game is more even than it's ever felt, and we're gonna have to see who can get the priority. Considering that YQ just lost his flicker and has to rotate around. Panda's extremely low already.
Final slash. And not going to really face Panda at all. Just going to go ahead and dash out of there. But yeah, that final slash will not be in play for Raikou. Should be okay, though. Has a lot of time before the next engagement. Speaking of engagements, though, Lord has been spawned in. Feather Airstrike goes down. Knock up for the cancel. Ashley able to stop it in his tracks and get the kill. Takes down Sky. We talked about Farza. We talked about the limitations and mobility. And Ashley is going to be the one to kind of expose that. Feather Airstrike from the IMU from Sayori. Trying to deal the final touch to Emily, able to get out to safety. Apsy able to find Sayori. Immobilized from that feathered airstrike. Is starting to become their downfall with just being limited on being able to rotate around inside of that ultimate. And now you're going to look at the side of ReignFall bursting down the sword. And Area 77 not in a position to trade or contest.
Yeah, definitely not in a position to contest, especially after Amon uses that ultimate. It's more of a one and done. But we can see what happens when he gets those shards online. Pops the ultimate, Sayori gets one shot. There's really not much she can do because she's in a Farsa ultimate. She's trying to take out the Chip. Chip lives with a sliver of health, but Sayori did not have the same fate, and unfortunately does go down. Will be up in time for the Lord. Sky doing a good job pushing out this mid wave to keep this mid tower alive. But, we'll see what they can get done with this first Lord.
Yeah, and now going to fight it out. Big triple final slash setup over there from R-Lot. You are going to see a turret fall in the process. Chinatsu's going to find Ashley. Sayori falls alongside her. 2 members down for the side of ReignFall. All members standing for Area 77. Now up by 1 kill. Still down in gold, though, by 2,000. This has been back and forth this entire time, but what's standing out the most to me right now is Panda on this Moskov, the ticking time bomb that we've seen wreak havoc in the land of Dawn today, time and time again. Now 4-1-1.
Yeah, 1-1 right now, and it's certainly gonna have to see what she can do as the game progresses. I mean, having 4 kills this early on means she's been farming exceptionally well, and if she keeps farming at this rate, you know, that 15-minute Moskov we talk about, she's probably closer to a 13-minute, 14-minute, you know, hitting those, that Trinity and taking care of it. Yeah, as we take a look at the items, 8,300 gold. So Roger's doing a great job keeping up with him. Roger also going for the Trinity build Malefic. They seem like they both are going for that. We'll have to see what Roger ends up building because he built a little attack speed item there, but yeah, it literally mirrored matchup. But the thing is, this Moskov is just so good with the Trinity build, and since he already has it built, we're just gonna wait to see for him to get the Malefic. And once he gets that Malefic, it's gonna be like the first real power spike against the tanks.
Ooh, Feather Airstrike dropping down. Nobody gonna fall in that process. Apsy in the bush though is gonna spot out Nicolette. Tries to get it with endless shards. Nicolette very low. Ashley gonna take down Apsy though. Last second, gonna deny her that kill onto Nicolette, who did just pick up that mid-lane roar for a little bit of that physical pin. Right now, though, 8-8, tied up in kills, and still a little bit of a slight lead in the economy. 2 turrets down for the side Area 77 in the claiming. 4 turrets claimed by ReignFall so far, so they definitely have the map advantage. They were able to take down the tier 1 in the mid lane as well, which means they should be able to invade a little bit more comfortably into the jungle of the side of Area 77. But the thing is, Area 77, even when they're down, they're still playing like they're ahead, and you got to respect the grind. You got to respect their confidence and their comfortability with how well they're performing today.
Yeah, you know, we saw A77 come back from a 10,000 gold lead. You know, the circumstances were a bit different. The team was different, but we know they have it in them. And this is just a 3K lead, and it is something for ReignFall. It's nothing to laugh at, and it does give them priority. It's good to see that they are building this lead. They're grabbing the priority over the tower. Whoa, Emily just goes down, just deleted. So this should just be a free Lord, Weezy.
Yeah, it should be a free Lord. Emily out of position on this chip, the debut chip. First chip game in MWI 2024 in a game that's gone the entire distance for this series. A game number 3, a game that determines which team will have a seat in the grand finals. Gotta love to see the creativity. Gotta love to see the Assassins slip back to the meta, who we don't really get to see showcased too often on the pro scene anymore. Nicolette on the Lancelot, Apsy on the Amon. Both sides fighting it out, though, on the purple buff. Big final slash goes in from YQ. Not going to find the setup she was looking for, though. Trying to delay the push in to the turrets from the side of ReignFall. Trying to try and push into the tier 2 in the mid lane on the top side, as they do have this Luminous Lord making its way on the bot side.
Yeah, they're going to need to get someone on that Luminous Lord. Otherwise, Roger and Amon are just going to shred it down. You'd want to get an explosion here, especially considering Amon just uses ultimate. So they're not going to do that, which means it's going to be tough. Yeah, they're not going to get these inhibs down. So we do get down to the inhib turrets, but excellent defense from A77 Angels. I think ReignFall could have certainly taken a little bit more of an aggressive approach, kept that Lord alive, or sent someone around that, especially when utility like the Amon ult is gone. You can live a little more on the dangerous side, just because you're not going to get bursted as fast as you think you would.
Yeah, and that's definitely something we're going to have to watch out for. I mean, we're getting to the late game again, 15 minutes in, about to hit that 16-minute mark. This is where Panda, who was already online since the early game, is really going to be online, and something that Area 77 is going to have to kind of build a plan around. Sky, I mean, we get to see the Feather Airstrikes time and time again. It's having a little bit of a harder time initiating, but maybe when you see ReignFall try and push it to the base, maybe that's when the Farza can kind of profit. As long as you can stay behind that crystal and control the entire base, you may be able to get some decent damage off to the side of ReignFall. But again, you have to worry about Sayori, who is going to be using that Feather Airstrike against the side of Area 77, which could potentially work in their favor to try and close this out before that 20-minute mark. Right now, though, you are looking at Area 77 push down to their inhibitor turrets. A lot of insurance for ReignFall right now. Still holding on to all 3 turrets in the mid lane and all 3 turrets on the bot side.
Yeah, they have a great setup for them and a great lead. 7K in 16 minutes is very strong. YQ extremely low already, Weezy.
Yeah, very low. Immortality has been proc. Need to get out of there. Final slash is the last resort. But Panda will be able to shut her down. 1 member down for the side of Area 77. Not going to be able to make most out of the situation. Now, Joel is going to find Apsy, make that 2 members down for Area 77. And this is the thing. When it gets this late in the game, you got to be careful on rotating around by yourself. You have to, positioning is everything. The respawn timers are going to be a lot higher. And look at Panda already going to get that orange buff. You can already tell what time it is when it gets to that 16-minute mark. The late game Moskov is the one that starts to profit the most, and is something that Area 77 is going to have to look out for, as they're going to go ahead and take this Lord not even in a position to contest.
Yeah, that bottom just pressured out, not much they can do. And the thing is, so YQ ends up getting picked off to start that last team fight out. And A77 felt sort of obligated to find the pick. So Chip forces a little too hard onto Nicolette. They start chasing, pops the chip. Well, this was off screen or off camera, but then they overextend Chase for way too long. So Nicolette finally gets back up, and they just turn on the Apsy. Apsy's Apsy is dead, so they're no longer to even have a chance to contest this Lord or even anything for the side of A77. Now, ReignFall with a significant lead, 10,000 gold lead. The only wave clear you really have is this Roger and Marksman form, and then maybe the Farsa ultimate. If we get a crash here, we're going to crack into the base. And then, oh, that's a bad ultimate already from Sky.
Yeah, both sides fight it out. Lord on the top side, crashing in. Panda is going to be able to find the first kill. Shuts down Emily with this Moscow Feather Airstrike, dropping down. Panda able to take the inhibitor. Sayori with the IMU takes down Chinatsu. Look at the base. Crystal quickly being bursted down. It's not about the trophies. It's not about the accolades. It's about the grind, the obstacles, and the challenges you overcome. And ReignFall will push on forward for the first seat in the MWI 2024 NA Open Qualifiers.
Congratulations to ReignFall, making it all the way to the finals just in this day, proving that they are truly one of the strongest teams, one of the strongest female teams, and one of the strongest teams in general in NA. So big shout outs to them, well played, and shout out to Panda for making the 20-minute Moskov games that we've been seeing every day. She ended it in 18. She understood, the Moskov, it's supposed to go 20 minutes, but Panda just wanted to take it to 18 and end this game a little bit quicker for all of us.
Yeah, and just a very great game right there for ReignFall to be able to close this out. But an amazing series from ReignFall and Area 77. Area 77, they've had a lot of hard fights today, and I feel like they've been improving every single step of the way. They're not out of here yet. Like we said, they're not down to the lower bracket. I would say definitely one of the heavier hitters, one of the ones that may have the chance to be able to be that grand finalist after they perform tomorrow. Somebody that we're going to have to be keeping our eyes on as they push forward. But ReignFall officially earning their spot, the first team to be able to move forward into the grand finals, a hard-fought battle, and a game that went all the way, the distance, the series, all the way to a game number 3, able to prevail, able to push through. As we look at some of the highlights, some of the amazing gameplays, the bread and butter to greatness between ReignFall and Area 77, the back and forth, the ping pong on the Lords, on the Turtles, the kills from not only Sayori, the mid laner, for the side of ReignFall, but also on the opposing side, Sky. Got a lot of good high IQ plays, both of them performing really well. Sayori getting most of the MVP so far for the side of ReignFall. I wonder if Sayori will be the one to get it again, or is it going to be Panda on the late game Moskov?
Yeah, we're going to have to wait and see who the MVP is going to be, and I don't think this is the last time we're going to see these two teams clash. Neither of them are out of the tournament. A77 goes to the lower bracket, has to work their way back up. They have a semifinals match tomorrow, and obviously ReignFall has made it to the finals. But I have a feeling, considering how close these games were and how evenly skilled I could feel like these players were, this is probably not the last time we'll be seeing them. But only time will tell. I believe we wanted ReignFall with the victory, but A77 Angels.
I think everybody wins in their own way, right?
Everybody does win.
At the end of the day, they're still inside of the tournament. They'll be here tomorrow for a chance to go up against War Angels again. And that was the longest series that we had. So it'll be a treat to see. Definitely expect that to go all the way again. Maybe ban out the Moskov. Yeah, it may be all the way. But yeah, a major victory for the side of ReignFall. Able to successfully push through the superstars, the more seasoned players from the NACT, now making a kind of a super team and showcasing their talent on MWI. But again, Area 77 right behind them. and they're not out the woods just yet. They still got to win the grand finals. But congratulations on making it this far. As we move on back to our caster's desk with the familiar face back on the scene, Liz joining us back here. An amazing series.
Amazing series. I mean, the production team almost had me tripping. I was like, ooh, Area 77 with the win. But it is going to ReignFall. Amazing series. I gotta say, is it mascot time?
Yes.
Definitely mascot in the chat, please.
Oh, that's creative. Moscod? God, how do you come up with this on the fly? Moscod in the chat. Yeah, I mean, if we know one thing for certain. If there's a Moscov, 25 minutes plus every time. Every time.
Yep.
Yeah, absolutely. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
No, go ahead, Boca.
I mean, yeah, just absolutely. Like the Moskov, we talked about it earlier today that, you know, we might be seeing it today, but I didn't think we'd see it to this extent. And we almost had a Moskov played every single game, and those games all went 25 minutes. It wasn't just this series; it was every single series. When they had a Moskov play, they went all the way to the late game and past the late game just because of his clearing speed.
For sure, and we are not having a mascot joining us in an interview. We have the one and only Captain Ashley joining us.
Hi.
Hi, Ashley. It's late for you.
Did you see all of us? We're all in our beds, ready to sleep.
Yeah. It's like 1:50 a.m. right now, right?
Yeah.
Damn, but
I called it
wonderful performance.
I called it the slumber party tourney.
But you guys had fun.
I wouldn't say that.
Well, but still, you guys did great today. What do you think is the main contributing factor to your dominating performance?
Well, I think the first loss was because all of us were kind of not on the same page. And once we kind of realized that mistake and everyone was just kind of saying we should get it together, that's when we started, performing better. And that's honestly it. Just when we're all on the same page, it's easy.
Yeah, and you're the leader of the team. And how do you think it feels different playing with this team compared to the previous teams that you've had in the NACT?
It's very different. This time, it's very different because there's a lot of emotions involved, I would say. And I guess it's because we're all used to going against each other in tourneys rather than teaming up with each other. But because we all knew each other a little bit personally before, it was easier to, kind of be on the same page. So yeah.
For sure. I mean, you have like literally the 3 best mage players in one team.
Yeah, but you guys have to also realize, like, we've made this team since January. Like, we weren't on mage roles for the longest time.
And you guys perform really well. How did your team come together?
So originally when the first announcement was made for the MWI slot for NA, me and App out to each other and we were like, we need to make a team. And like shortly after we were like, we should get Panda, and that's what our summary kind of said, the star child was born. And getting the 2 last female players was really hard. It was really hard. But yeah, so we picked up Sayori, who is performing really well with us, but it's the fact that she won't be playing in MWI with us in Saudi if we qualify. That's the thing. Since she's gonna be on vacation.
Yeah, she's going to China.
Yeah.
Continue.
Sorry. And then Jewel, we kind of found last minute, but it's honestly a blessing that we found her because we wouldn't have known what to do, finding an EXP lane girl, and she's performing very well on it.
And you guys are all baddies, by the way, with that photo. And I was asked to ask this question. So rumor had it you guys drafted players based on looks. What do you have to say to that?
Well, I would have charge of who gets into the team, and honestly, I'm all friends with everyone on this team. I like every female player on this team, and I will say that none of my girls are ugly. None of my friends are ugly.
Yeah, that's the vibe I like. And the last question, I don't want to keep you too long. How confident are you about the match tomorrow? Because we did lose one game, so how are you feeling about tomorrow?
We'll win it. I'm confident. I promise this to everyone. We'll win it. There's no doubt.
Let's go, ReignFall! Well, thank you, Ashley, for joining us. Best of luck for tomorrow, and we're going to see you tomorrow.
Thank you. Bye.
I love it. I love the vibes from Ashley.
I think everybody was loving the vibes. Everybody was going wild. Amazing. Another interview, another great face in the North American scene, and another great series going the distance for a best of 3. Couldn't have asked for a better day. And yeah, it's been a blast. It's a lot to kind of jam pack. I'm sure we're going to see a million clips tomorrow of Moscow plays, and don't play ranked for a while unless you guys are expecting 30-minute games.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, Boca, take us through the bracket, just to freshen up everything.
Yeah, for sure. So we're getting towards the end of the bracket. RFL has reached the finals, and then starting tomorrow, we will have WA versus A77 for the final semifinal match. One of them will be going home. The other team will be qualifying to the finals, which will have a best of 5 match between RFL versus whoever wins the semifinals tomorrow.
Yeah, that's going to be an exciting matchup. That's the only best out of 5 series for today. So tomorrow we're going to have loser semifinal and the ultimate finals for the Open Qualifiers.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be a treat to see. Hopefully it goes the distance all the way to a best of 5. I mean, that's normally the meta. I mean, we've seen it even in ACT Grand Finals going all the way to a Game 7. So we always got to manifest it into reality. I really feel like that's what creates that opportunity to happen. And nonetheless, I really think with these teams competing today, especially War Angels and Area 77, we got to see them in the debut opener today. Went the full distance. So I'm expecting that same level of intensity tomorrow inside of the loser semifinals, and the same thing for the grand finals for whoever will have the chance to face up against ReignFall.
Yeah, absolutely. It's been an action-packed day full of tons of new people that we got to meet and tons of new teams that we got to check out. And, you know, major props to all these teams for showing up and playing the distance. None of those victories were easy. Every single game went the distance, and it was super long matches, talking 20 minutes, 25 minutes, 30 minutes. Everybody wanted to win so bad, and it's so unfortunate to see that only one team is going to make it to the finals, because they all really feel like that they've been working very hard for this. So major shout outs to them, and I can't wait to watch to see what happens tomorrow, and I'm happy for whoever takes the trophy home and gets to represent us for North America.
I mean, for sure, shout out to the players, and shout out to Boca. This is his first day back in the desk, and that's an 8-hour day for Bocaroscoe. So W in the chat, please. W for our casters. They're working so hard, continuously talking for 30 minutes, and best, great job, everyone. Also chat, you guys are great. Sticking around with us. We have very high concurrent viewers for all our girlies, so thank you for the support. Last but not least, anything you want to say to the lovely fans, to our casters? I know we've talked all day. Last words from casters.
I would say, if anything I've learned from today, the only time success comes before work is in the dictionary. And these teams are putting in that work. So definitely pay attention to their macro, their micro. As North America, we're just getting started. This is the MWI. I think today was an amazing showcasing. Great viewage today. Great people supporting their favorite teams. And to be able to see a new face on the desk, but a familiar face, a pro player from North America, Bocaroscoe. It's been a pleasure. Hopefully I get to cast with you again in the future. Definitely shout out Boca in the chat if you guys would like to see that happen more often. But yeah, that's it for me, guys. Thank you so much, and I hope to see you guys in future casts.
Yeah, it's been an absolute pleasure casting with you guys, and thank you guys so much for this opportunity. I had a lot of fun, very unexpected. It was a very long cast, but it was fun, and I am very thankful for it. And being able to at least give my opinion from what I've seen in NACT and connected here, I see the exact same things, and I see so much potential in all of these teams. But with that being said, it was a long day, and I can't wait to go to bed.
I mean, Boca had plans to go out, guys, but then now he has to go to bed. Great job, casters. I mean, StephWeezy always amazing. Boca, even though hasn't casted for a while, but that was great, guys. And thank you guys for supporting us. We'll see you tomorrow.